How well do you know Brooke? She was our national set for bartender, and then confirmed Tuesday. If you call back, so if you just text her and say, just double check you're definitely out. I can't make it. What was that like? Yeah. And then, so what we did in preparation for
how are you?
knowing that might happen, so now and we invited Corey to get the prayer. So he's already there, so I think we'll move it to him. I'll take that.
Yes, you are correct. And if you tap it, the presentation will come up. And then if you tap that, it's going to come up.
Oh, that's what I want right there. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, why is it not showing up there? Why is it not showing up on the... Oh, okay.
Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, April 14th, Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Today's invocation will be led by Jaime Hernandez, pastor of Eagle Mountain International Church. Please rise for the invocation and pledges to our flags.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, your word teaches us that our duty is to pray for all who are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and reverence. Today we humbly come to you and present before you this court and all it represents for this wonderful county. We pray for every officer, representative, commissioner that works diligently to seek the well-being of the citizens and residents of Tarrant County. We specifically lift up Judge O'Hare and all the commissioners to you and ask that your divine providence would continue to help them and guide them in all the important decisions that touch millions of people in this county. That divine wisdom be granted to them and that all those who help them to do this important work. We now pray for all the first responders and law enforcement officers that keep all of the 41 cities and municipalities safe. May your grace and safety be upon them so that they are sacrificial work that keeps us all safe and free from harm. We're thankful for them and ask you to also guide them and protect them and their families. And now, Lord, we pray that as the prophet Jeremiah wrote long ago, when inspired by your Spirit, he said, ask, seek the peace of the city where I have caused you to be, and pray to the Lord for it. For it is in his peace that we will have peace. We seek and pray for the peace and prosperity of this city and this county, and we call them blessed. Thank you for allowing us the privilege of being part of such a significant area in this great country. Finally, Lord, we pray this blessing over our city and our county. As you instructed in the book of Numbers, may the Lord bless you and keep you, and may the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. Thank you, Lord, we lift up your countenance upon us and give us peace. We pray all these things and we thank you for this opportunity in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flags. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, agenda announcements.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Just a few announcements this morning. We have 2 items which we are going to hold until after closed sections. Those are both under Section 10, items B1 and F1. And then court members, we have 5 items with which we are pulling from consent. Those items are all under Section 9. Those are items C1, F1, K3, N5, and R4.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, now we come to Commissioners Court announcements. I wanted to start off this morning recognizing National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Next week is National Crime Victims' Rights Week for April 19th through the 25th. And we have quite a few folks from our DA's office here today. We presented them a plaque this morning in my office. We have, of course, our DA, Phil Sorrells. And I would like, as I call your name, if you would stand, please. So, Phil, you can stand. But also, we have, I didn't see Elena. Is Elena Bangs here? No? Okay. Jason Peters, Christy Garcia, Cece Jones, Elizabeth Garcia, Laura Medina. Is it Naomi Rodriguez? Yeah. Carrie Farley, Christina Rangel, Clara Salvatierra, Candace Burnett, Angela Stevens, Imelda Lopez, Yvonne Guerrero, and Karma Anderson. They are all victim assistance coordinators and people that work with the victims of crimes, and the services they provide, the things that they do, it's truly remarkable, and you are a blessing to our community. We thank you all very, very much. How about a big round of applause for our victim assistance coordinators? I know, speaking for Judge Sorrells, he is incredibly grateful for y'all and proud of you. So thank you all for what you do, and let us know what we can do to help you and help our victims. Thank you. Also, we have our 3rd annual National Day of Prayer luncheon on May 7th, which is the National Day of Prayer, from 11:30 to 1 at the Hearst Conference Center. Tickets are on sale now at tcnationaldayofprayer.com. And that's all I have for announcements.
I have
Yes,
a
sir.
few. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Tarrant County, and good morning to all those assembled. Okay, I'm going to say that again. Good morning, Tarrant County, and all those assembled. It's a good day.
Good morning.
All right. I want to first start off by acknowledging that April is National County Government Month. We want to encourage boosting civic engagement and education, particularly among our youth. The Precinct 1 Summer College Internship Application Portal is open now. So if you have any college-age students or college students seeking internship opportunities, our office historically provides a number of internship opportunities where college students can learn about different departments within the county and work in those departments and get an idea of what county government looks like and feels like from a bird's eye view. So our internship application is open. You can go to the Tarrant County website, click on Precinct 1, and you will see the application there. I also want to give congratulations to a young scholar. His name is Stephen Sanders, Jr. I want to congratulate him. He won the boys 10 to 11 division at the 2026 Drive Chip and Putt National Finals, which was held in Augusta at the National Golf Club. He secured the win with a 245-point drive. That's impressive for a youngster to hit 245 yards off the tee. So we want to just celebrate him and congratulate him. He is one of our Grand Prairie residents, and he is a part of Grand Prairie's finest. I also want to congratulate those North Crowley Panthers, the basketball team, which are now state champions. They won the 6A state championship. We were able to present them with a proclamation at their celebration at the high school. And man, it was jam-packed and everybody was excited. I told y'all North Crowley was going to repeat.
That's right.
They came back and took it. I would also like to say that April 17th is End Alzheimer's Day. It's dedicated to unite us against the Alzheimer's disease and all forms of dementia through fundraising and advocacy. And I want to shout out one of my community outreach coordinators, Leon Polk, who was recognized earlier this month by the Alzheimer's Association North Central Texas chapter for his dedication and advocacy work. Alzheimer's is near and dear, the work is near and dear to my heart. My father succumbed to Alzheimer's disease. It's important work, and it's important that we make sure that our community members know about all of the resources that are available to families and caregivers who are walking the Alzheimer's journey. It is a very, very difficult journey, and nobody should walk that journey alone. So we want to celebrate April 17th. If you have a loved one or a friend who has a family member who is suffering from Alzheimer's or dementia on April 17th, why don't you just go on your social media platforms, post a picture or a story of a loved one who is struggling with Alzheimer's or dementia or who has passed, and use the hashtag EndALZ. And finally, I am really excited about this last one, y'all. My inaugural Trauma and Resiliency Program Symposium is happening on May the 2nd. It will be held at the Tarrant County College Trinity River campus. It's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It is a free event, free to the county and free to the residents. All you have to do is register. You can go to the Tarrant County website and click on Precinct 1, and you can register there. It's important for us to recognize the impacts and the effects of trauma on not only ourselves, but those who are connected to us, our families, and our communities. One thing that I've learned in my work around trauma is that we need to elevate what trauma is and what trauma isn't. We also need to communicate to people, just because that event or that happened to you, that does not define who you are. And when you run across a person who is experiencing some behavioral challenges, learn how to ask the right questions. And the right question is this: not, what's wrong with you? But rather, what happened to you to cause you to respond the way that you're responding? It's our opportunity and privilege to be able to share valuable resources, tips, tools that the community can use to respond to trauma in a way that does not lead to death or incarceration, but respond to it in a way that will produce life. My desire and my goal with this work that we're doing centered around trauma is to begin to heal our communities from the inside out and not from the outside in. So I would encourage you to come out, join with us as we learn about trauma, as we unpack it, and then get some skills and some tools that we can put in our toolbox to change our life and the lives of those connected to us. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yes. I have got coming up my annual Precinct 2 Free Community Shred Day. That is happening Saturday, April 18th at the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. It's from 9 to noon. The address is 1100 East Broad. You may shred up to 2 boxes of paper, such as medical records, credit card offers, old tax returns, past utility bills, or junk mail. My office held 2 paper shredding events last year. We filled 2 humongous trucks to the brim. All that material was recycled and did not go to the dumps in our cities. So you're welcome to stop by. Last year we saw county employees stop by and just folks from the Arlington community and the Mansfield community. This go around, we're just doing it at the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. So my sorority chapter, Alpha Kappa Alpha, is joining me, and so we'll be there collecting your boxes and putting them in the big shred trucks. So everybody's welcome. and it's free. That's it.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. First of all, next week, April 21st, will be the 190th anniversary of the Battle of San Jacinto. So a big day in Texas independence and Texas history. So I hope we can all celebrate accordingly that momentous day. June 10th, we are going to host the 16th Annual Transportation Summit. As many of you know, Gary Fickus, who sat in this seat for 18 years, started that 16 years ago. And so we're continuing to carry on his legacy. It should be a great program. Got some great panels, great keynote, and so if you're interested at all, please, June 10th, check out the Transportation Summit and get with Ron Ford in our office about participating and sponsoring, but would love to see you there, and I think you'd really enjoy it.
Thanks, sir.
I've got nothing.
All right, we now move to proclamations, resolutions, and presentations. And with our new policy, we have 5 speakers. Your time here counts against your time if you are signed up to speak on the next one. It's 2 minutes. And the first is Lorene Siegel. No Lorene Siegel. Next is Jolene Potenza. No Jolene Potenza. Do we have a spillover? We do. Okay. All right, I'll go back to them in a second. Mark Christensen. Mark Christensen. Nydia Cardenas. Elizabeth Miller. All right, I'll read those names again. Who are we communicating with anybody
Yeah,
back there?
I saw at least one person get up that's probably headed this way.
Okay. Lorene Siegel, Jolene Potenza, Mark Christensen, Nydia Cardenas, and Elizabeth Miller. You know, in the future, having these names in advance, we should have someone in that room
We do.
telling these folks to come in here for when we get to this point.
We do. But we'll get them in
I
there
mean,
faster
before
next
we're
time.
called, like, get them in here before it starts. Sure, come on up. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I didn't realize I'd be this early in the program. It's an overflow. Sorry about that, sir.
It's all right.
First of all, I wanted to try and speak on the Resolution 10.E.1 and speak in favor of the resolution, to
All
screen
right,
the
hang
agenda
on
items.
just a second here.
Is that,
We need to make it very clear from a IT online thing what people are signing up for, because we had this last time, I think. Your part is actually coming up in a bit, because it doesn't sound like you're wanting to speak about any of these proclamations or resolutions.
no, it looks like I signed up for the wrong
That's okay.
one, sir.
We'll-
I'll go ahead and step back.
Yeah, we'll get you back in a minute
Okay.
when that comes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That was Mark Christensen. I need to remember that. All right. Siegel, Potenza, Cardenas, or Miller? All right. We will then go to employee recognition. And we do this obviously every month and recognize our employees in Tarrant County who are a big family and do incredibly valuable work. As usual, I'm going to call out the 5-year employees. Please stand as I call your name so we can recognize you as a group. Bonnie Arbuckle, Victoria Barrera, Vernay Cross, Lori Delgadillo, Dakota Drummond, Caroline Godfrey, Joseph Jackson. Could you play a little music while I read the rest of the names here? Tyler Jennings, Tiffany Johnson, LaKendrick Lilly, Jonathan Macklin, Alexandra Miranda, Paul Patterson, Mary Rivas, Jasmine Stevenson. That's a cool spelling. Damaris Valencia. Hi. Stanley Zamora. And Manuel Zamora Jr. Those are our 5-year employees. Thank you for 5 years. Give them a big round of applause. right, now for our 10-year employees. Please stand as I call your name. Justin Holbert. Amy Montano. Hi. You're not Justin, are you? No, you're Amy. Okay, good. Janice O'Neill. Catherine Owens. The old school spelling. I like it. That's how my mom spelled her name. Gary Payton. Hi, Gary. Esmeralda Sanchez. Kelly Sears. And Christopher Stanley. Okay, thank you for a decade. We appreciate you very much. Now for our 15-year employees, please stand as I call your name. Larry Bell. Marisol Bonilla. Michelle Charles. Wonder if Marisol gets any part of Bobby Bonilla Day.
I know.
Michelle Charles. Robert Johnson. Richard Rodak. Deborah Singleton. Linda Vera. Thank you all for 15 years. We appreciate you very much. All right, now for our 20-year employees, 2 decades. Lucas Allen. Judge Rob Catalano. Joshua Douglas. Cornelia Embry. Randall Plate. Hi. And Jonathan Webb. Hello there. Thank you all very much for 2 decades. We greatly appreciate it. All right, now for our 25-year employees, we will start with Felicia Guerrero. Felicia, are you here with us? Hello there. How are you? Felicia brought her fan club.
I know. I like that. I like
So she is a probation officer, does court intake in juvenile, born in Fort Worth, graduated from Green B. Trimble Tech, okay, in Fort Worth. And she attended the School of Hard Knocks. All right. Got her bachelor's in psychology at UTA and got a master's in sociology at TWU. She has 2 children, Jacob, who's in college, and Jet is her youngest, who starts high school this year. And her husband is usually her 3rd child. Her words, not mine. So, fact no one knows about her, this year, they celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary. Congratulations on that. What she likes to do for fun, travel to New York City, Mexico City, Los Angeles, and New Orleans. All those cities are foodie meccas. I love the high-energy culinary scene. If you had to pick only one you could go to, what would it be?
Mexico City.
Okay, all right. Other job titles she's had with the county, she began as a receptionist at the DA's office with Tim Curry in '94. Left Tarrant County for 4 years to finish college. Worked for attorney Charlie Smith for 1 year. 2001, she returned to Tarrant County as a field probation officer for juvenile services. Also worked as a diversion officer and finally became a court officer for juvenile services. Most memorable moment, she says the 25 years have gone by so fast, it's all a blur. The best thing is the people she's met at Tarrant County. At this point, they're not only co-workers, but also her second family. They celebrate highs and handle lows together, and having a work family to lean on through the highs and lows makes all the difference in the world. After 25 years, what she likes the most is the rewarding and lasting relationship she has made here. She has worked for 25 years at Tarrant County, which is 300 months of dedication and helping others, and she has survived 25 years of meetings and deadlines. So thank you very much, Felicia, for your work. We appreciate it. Thank you. Is Juan Lahara here? Okay, Juan could not make it. Juan has been with us 25 years and is in juvenile, so let's give Juan a big round of applause. All right, next we have Max. Is it Lichtenberger? Is Max here with us? Okay. He's been with us 25 years. He's a building tech, born in Fort Worth, went to high school at Azle, and he just got back from vacation, so he didn't have time to fill this out, which is okay. We appreciate Max for making the effort and for his 25 years of service. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, next we have Channy Price. Is Channy with us? No? Okay. Channy is the court coordinator of County Criminal Court Number 6. Born in Kansas City, Kansas. Went to Crowley High School. Has 2 kids, Lance and Brittany. In fact, no one knows about her. Her daughter, Brittany, is the court coordinator for the 360th District Court, and her sister, Tina Hodnett, is the court coordinator for the 372nd Criminal District Court. Wow. What she likes to do for fun, spend time with her granddaughter, Zoe, and crafting. Other job titles she's held with the county: 10 years with the court clerk's office, 2 years as auxiliary court coordinator, and 10 years as court coordinator in County Criminal Court Number 5. And most memorable moment, the day Judge Jamie Cummings hired me to be the coordinator in County Criminal Court Number 5, and Judge Randy Harton agreed to hire me for County Criminal Court Number 6. And she likes the most spending time with her family. That means everything to her. So thank you, Channy, for 25 years. We appreciate you very much. Next, we have Keandria Young. Hi there, how are you? 25 years. She is a legal secretary, also born in Fort Worth, O.D. Wyatt High School.
Go Shaps.
Attended college at Angelo State University, San Angelo. Go Rams. Has a daughter, Grace. What she likes to do for fun, read and travel. What's your favorite place to travel to? Anywhere where? Oh, okay, cool. Other job titles she's had with the county: Tarrant County Sheriff's Office booking clerk, jailer, and warrant clerk. And what she likes the most is that in this job she gets to help people, and you seem like you just have a great spirit about you, Keandria. Thank you for 25 years. We appreciate you. All right, next we have Michael Coomer. He couldn't be here today, but he is with CSCD and is celebrating 30 years of service to Tarrant County. So Michael, wherever you are, we are grateful for your 3 decades of service. Let's give Mr. Coomer a round of applause. Next we have Brian Taylor, also with CSCD. Hi Brian, how are you? Also 3 decades. He's a senior court officer in Community Supervision and Corrections Department, CSCD. Born in Dallas. What hospital? Baylor, okay. Moved to Plano as an infant. Y'all didn't like that question? Moved to Plano as an infant. Just one stoplight in Plano at that time. Went to Plano East Senior High School. Went to college at UTA. Has a son, Dustin, who is an engineer here in Tarrant County. In fact, no one knows about him. Well, plenty of people know, but he was a founding father of the Delta Psi chapter of Pi Kappa, is it Phi or Phi? Phi fraternity at UTA. What he likes to do for fun, spend time with family and friends, travel, air shows and car shows, and weekly trivia at the brewery. Cool. What other job titles he's had with the county? Field supervision officer with cases out of then Judge Gill's and then Judge Wilson's courts and the sex offender unit. Supervision officer 2 at the boot camp and substance abuse treatment facility in Mansfield. Senior court officer for Judge Young. Supervisor of the felony courts unit. Court officer for Judge Gallagher and currently senior court officer for Judge Cook. He's also been involved with the search and seizure team, officer trainer, leadership council, mentor program, and various contract selection committees and has been a GPS after-hours on-call officer since the inception of the department's 24-hour active monitoring of defendants, probationers with GPS devices. And he's on call this week, which that's a heavy load, I know. Thank you for doing that. Most memorable moment, too many to list, but we'll say getting to work with true professionals through the most difficult of situations and with truly outstanding people in the criminal courts. And what he likes the most, lifelong friendships with his CSCD family members and court personnel. Brian, thank you for 3 decades. We greatly appreciate you. All right, next we have LaChandras Jackson, but not able to make it today. And Juvenile Services for 30 years goes by Chan. So Chan, thank you for your 30 years. We greatly appreciate you. Round of applause for Chan. Is Judge Sutterth here today? All right, well, Bonnie Sutterth, who is the, the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeals, used to be a district court judge, is celebrating 30 years with the county. So let's give a round of applause to Judge Sutterth. And last but certainly not least, Debbie Connor. Let's give it up for Debbie, yes. That's the most applause a financial manager's ever received, I think. 30 years, Debbie, thank you for that. New accounts and financial manager. Born in Fort Worth, went to Pascal High School. She wrote Go Panthers on here, so you can't jump in. Went to Tarrant County College, back then called TCJC, of course. Now, this is cool. 5 kids, 16 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren, and another one on the way. Very cool. That's a neat legacy, just that right there. There's not a single thing that she can think of that people do not know about her after 30 years here. So she likes to garden, travel, kayak, decorating, and activities with kids and grandkids. Other job titles she's had with the county, she's had several, but she's always been with the Child Support Office. Admin clerk, cashier, Child Support Officer, modification manager, and customer service manager. Most memorable moment, the one that significantly sticks out, was helping a very distraught parents with their case. At the end of their modification, she thought they were going to get back together. And what she likes the most, they see people at one of the most vulnerable times in their life. Helping them navigate through the child support process has been very rewarding. And Debbie, we thank you for 30 years very much. Appreciate you. All right, Debbie with the Most Popular Employee of the Month award. And all right, well, we thank you all again, and I will make a motion to receive and file employee recognition.
Second.
A motion and a second. All right, please cast your votes. That looks like, sounded a little bit more like Roderick making that second. Okay. All right, passes unanimously. Next we have, oh, by the way, thank you all again. And we have a reception, Your Honor, on the 4th floor. If you would like, you may get up now and head down there. You don't have to. All right, now we will go on to item 2 under proclamations, resolutions, and presentations. This one is a memorial resolution honoring Theophilus Aaron Sims Sr., T.A. Sims. Commissioner Moss.
Thank you, Judge. Our community lost another giant. Dr. Theophilus Aaron Sims Sr. was a fierce advocate for education and youth. He served over 30 years on the Fort Worth Independent School District School Board. We laid his remains to rest this weekend, and I learned something about him that I didn't know, which was interesting because I've been connected to the Sims family for as long as I can remember. They were charter members of my father's church, Campus Drive United Methodist Church. But what I learned that was so refreshing and profound was the meaning of his name, Theophilus. Theophilus means friend of God. And T.A. Sims was indeed a reflection of God's love and friendship to everybody that he came across. So I'm going to read into the record this memorial resolution. Whereas the family and friends of Dr. Theophilus Aaron Sims Sr. were deeply saddened by his death on Monday, March 23rd, 2026. And whereas the passing of Dr. T.A. Sims took from our community an exceptional educator, husband, father, and public servant who touched the lives of many. And whereas Dr. Sims was born on March 17, 1938, in Lodi, Texas, to Charlie Edward Sims Jr. and Sammy Harper Sims. And whereas Dr. Sims graduated from Frederick Douglass High School in Sherman, Texas, where he distinguished himself as both a scholar and athlete, and continued his education at Texas Southern University in Houston, Texas, where he earned his pharmacy degree. And whereas, after moving to Fort Worth, Texas, Dr. Sims built a successful career as a pharmacist, entrepreneur, and investor, owning Sims Enterprises and engaging in retail pharmacy, real estate, and the stock market. And whereas in 1983, Dr. Sims was elected as the first African American to serve on the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees, serving as president, vice president, and secretary while fulfilling a historic tenure of more than 35 years of dedicated service. And whereas Dr. Sims's extraordinary contributions were widely recognized by the proclaiming of Sims Drive and Dr. T.A. Sims Day by the city of Fort Worth, and in 1989, T.A. Sims Elementary School was named in his honor. And whereas Dr. Sims's civic engagement included his appointment to the National Institute of Health Sickle Cell Anemia Advisory Board by President Ronald Reagan in 1984, a proud life member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, and a charter member of Campus Drive United Methodist Church, where his faith remained central throughout his life. And whereas, a man of wisdom and perseverance, Dr. Sims championed vocational education, advocated for students of all academic levels, worked tirelessly to strengthen community involvement in schools, and was honored as a public servant with unwavering commitment to education and to the citizens of Tarrant County. And whereas Dr. Sims's legacy lives on through the countless students he inspired, the community he uplifted, and the enduring example of a dedicated service, of a life dedicated to service, leadership, and faith. And whereas Dr. Theophilus Aaron Sims Sr. leaves a legacy of love as he is survived by his wife of 54 years, Nancy Watley Sims, children, Theophilus Aaron Sims Jr., Shannon Sims Alfred, Stephanie Sims Sifo, and a host of other relatives, colleagues, and many friends. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, pay tribute to the memory and legacy of a beloved and honorable man, and extend our deepest sympathy to the members of his family and his many friends for their great loss. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April, 2026. This is for ratification only. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Is that it for this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, next we move to a congratulatory resolution recognizing Dr. Gwendolyn Caldwell Morrison, Ph.D., for 50 years of service to the Tarrant County College District Board of Trustees. Commissioner Miles.
Thank you, Judge. I'm excited about this one because we actually have the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Dr. Gwendolyn Caldwell Morrison, forgive me, in the room this morning. I would like to acknowledge and recognize those who are present to celebrate her historic tenure with Tarrant County College District Board of Trustees, and they are Reginald Gates, Vice Chancellor for Communications and External Affairs, Board Trustee Teresa Ayala, Dr. Anthony Walker, Lead Administrative Services Chancellor's Office, and Laura Faulkner Pritchett, also a board member. If you would stand and be recognized. Before I read this resolution, what can I say about Dr. Morrison? She is a rare breed, one of a kind, and probably one of the most unassuming but influential leaders that I've had the privilege of knowing. Dr. Morrison has always been a champion for education. She's always been on the front lines making sure that every student at Tarrant County College, especially those in her district, are advocated for and get the resources and the support that they need. One of the things that always tickles me about my mentor, Dr. Morrison, is whenever she needs something, she'll send a text and it starts out with, "Hello." And then she'll give you a laundry list of things that she needs you to do. And she will follow up to make sure that you did everything on that list. The other thing that impresses me and I'm so grateful for, if she ever sees me moving in the wrong direction, she's quickly to correct me in love and help me pivot in the right direction. Dr. Morrison, I'm indebted to you. Our county and this community is better because of the service that you render and your very presence among us. You are a living legend. We love you, we honor you, and we celebrate you today. And at this time, I will read this resolution. Whereas Dr. Gwendolyn Caldwell Morrison has faithfully and tirelessly served on the Tarrant County College District Board of Trustees for 50 years. Let that sink in, y'all. 50 years. Making her one of the longest serving higher education trustees in the state of Texas. And whereas, since first being elected to the board in 1976, Dr. Morrison has devoted her leadership, expertise, and deep commitment to ensuring that Tarrant County College remains an accessible, affordable, and high-quality institution that empowers students from all backgrounds. And whereas, throughout her distinguished tenure, Dr. Morrison has championed academic excellence, community engagement, and equitable access to education, contributing to TCC's expansion, its nationally recognized programs, and its ongoing mission to serve as a cornerstone of opportunity for Tarrant County residents. And whereas Dr. Morrison's leadership has strengthened partnerships among local governments, school districts, community organizations, and industry partners, helping create pathways to workforce readiness and lifelong learning for countless students. And whereas her steadfast dedication, institutional knowledge, and spirit of public service have had a lasting and transformative impact on the Tarrant County College District, the community, and generations of students and families. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, hereby extend its heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Gwendolyn Caldwell Morrison in recognition of 50 years of service on the Tarrant County College District Board of Trustees, and expresses profound appreciation for her extraordinary 5 decades of service, leadership, and commitment to advancing education in Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April, 2026. I move for its approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this resolution. Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
Dr. Morrison, if you will come up and receive this token of our gratitude and appreciation for your service. Can we all give Dr. Morrison a round of applause?
How are you?
Trustees, if you would come and join us.
So much. Teresa, if you'll hold my 4 minutes. I'll come back, I have brief remarks. If you don't mind. Thank you.
Well, it makes me think it's spelled wrong. Like, I guess it's Burgers, but let's look. No, that's it. Burgess. What else could you say? Exactly.
Good morning, and thank you for this recognition. What a joy it is to join you today to share just brief comments. More than 60 years ago, it was the vision of the voters of Tarrant County to have affordable, quality education available to all residents of Tarrant County. And I am grateful to God and the citizens and voters of Tarrant County who have gifted me the opportunity to further that vision over these past 50 years. Into the mission that is the reality of Tarrant County College today. In regard to student impact, today, Tarrant County College annually serves more than 100,000 students. We awarded over 8,500 degrees and certificates in 2025, a record high, with about 30% being in high-demand occupational fields. In the past decade, TCC's dual-enrolled student population has grown from about 90%, increasing from 6,500 students to over 12,000 in 2025. And dual enrollment means that students were enrolled in high school and in community college at the same time. And in fact, they received their associate's degree a few weeks ahead of receiving their high school diploma, and I might add, at no cost to their families. For each Tarrant County Independent School District senior class, an estimated 1/3 attended TCC by the end of their senior year. We've had tremendous economic impact. TCC generates $2.3 billion in added annual income for Tarrant County. TCC returned $64.4 million to Tarrant County taxpayers in 2025, and we invested $5 million in Tarrant County tax increment reinvestment districts in 2025, and over $15 million in area independent school districts through the dual credit tuition waivers. We believe in community. I believe in community, and I've been grateful to be a part of Tarrant County for more than 53 years, having moved here in the summer of '73. We view Tarrant County College as a shared investment between the community, students, and the college. Today, I want to thank you, Commissioner Miles, for always taking my texts and responding, for always taking my phone calls, and listening before you start to explain. Commissioner Simmons, I want to thank you for your kind encouragements and your smiles and also lessons in getting tough when necessary. I want to thank you for initiating this recognition today, and I want to thank the entire Commissioners Court for welcoming me. It's been my privilege to have known all of the county judges since Judge Howard Green, and I'm privileged to stand before you today. As do we, the Board of Tarrant County College. Though we are elected by a few in districts, you on this court also serve all of the citizens of Tarrant County. And I want to thank you for that service and for keeping that in mind as you cast your votes today and every day. Your votes are not merely an approval or disapproval of an agenda item. The items you pass or don't pass affect the lives of generations to come. I'm deeply honored and privileged to celebrate 50 years of service to the people of Tarrant County and to Tarrant County College. And as a moment of personal privilege, I wanted to acknowledge the persons who are supporting me and are not here. My husband of 53 years, Ben Morrison. My children, Jonathan, who is on duty at Dunbar High School and wanted to be here, but he works at a school, so we know what that means. My son, Brandon, who lives in Pflugerville with his family and is somewhere connecting somebody's internet in Central Texas. My grandson, Griffin, who's a third grader and is having a great time with his classmates today. And my daughter, Betsy, who lives in Houston. Other family and friends. I'm so grateful to my fellow trustees, Ms. Ayala and Ms. Pritchett, for joining me here today. And I want to share that in 1965, the board consisted of 7 people that were elected. There was 1 female and 6 males. And today, in fact, next Thursday, if you tune in and take a look at the board, it has flipped. We now consist of 6 females and 1 male. Now, I'm just saying. No, it's been great. It has not been easy. Life is not easy. All of you know that. But it is the journey that brings us the joy and the moments that we celebrate. And so today, I want you to say thank you, but I want to ask you to reflect on your journey and to realize that it's really not about you. It's about all of the people that we serve, many of whom we'll never meet. But it does bring great pleasure to know that somewhere along your way, you affected someone's life in a positive way and made a big difference. And that is my hope. And I've already won my last election. I was elected a year ago to a 6-year term. And so I'm continuing to serve. By God's grace, I will continue to serve as He allows me to. And I hope that the service that I have brought and I will continue to bring brings honor not only to God, but to the people that we serve. Thank you so much. And I'm so grateful to be with you today. God bless you.
Thank
all.
you, Dr. Morrison.
Can you take a picture of me standing here in front of the court? Thank you, please. So I met someone this morning who said that I hired him 40-something years ago for his first job. I didn't remember, but it was heartwarming that he remembered. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Will be excused. Thank you.
You must remain until 2 p.m.
She knows how it goes.
That's right. All right, next up, we have a resolution congratulating Summit High School boys basketball team on winning a state championship, the UIL 5A Division II state championship. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. So Mansfield Summit High School boys basketball team is the 2026 UIL 5A Division II state champion for the second year in a row. I am very proud of this as your commissioner in Precinct 2. This is the 5th year they've won the district championship. Talk about being a powerhouse. They are that. Every exceptional team has great coaching, so today I recognize Summit's head basketball coach, Eamon Pritchett. Mr. Pritchett, will you stand? Coach Pritchett was just named Star Telegram's Coach of the Year on Friday. Congratulations, Coach, on this well-deserved distinction. So this resolution celebrates Coach Pritchett and the Mansfield Summit boys basketball team for their history-making 2026 run, and it reads as follows. Whereas the Summit High School boys basketball team of Mansfield ISD concluded a historic season by capturing the 2025-26 University Interscholastic League 5A Division II state championship, earning the program's second state title back-to-back championships. And whereas the Jaguars begin their remarkable journey with a dominant regular season despite major changes to their roster, securing their 5th straight district championship and building momentum that carried into an impressive playoff run. And whereas Summit defeated Fort Worth Polytechnic, Saginaw, El Paso Andress, and they beat the Mustangs of El Paso to advance to the state tournament, marking their 3rd appearance in the past 4 years. And whereas the team secured its place in the championship game with a dominant 52-35 semifinal victory over Lovejoy, showcasing determination and discipline. And whereas on March 14, 2026, Summit faced Beaumont United High School and delivered a commanding defensive performance. And at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, the Jaguars maintained their scoring advantage and closed out with a thrilling 52-40 victory to secure the state championship in Class 5A Division II. And whereas this achievement reflects the dedication of the student athletes, the leadership of their coaches, and the unwavering support of families, faculty, and the Mansfield ISD community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proudly congratulate Mansfield Summit High School 2025-26 boys basketball team on their outstanding accomplishment and commends them for bringing honor and distinction to Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Coach. And young men, if you would join me down front.
And how about a big round of applause? Where is he going? Snaking through there.
Commissioner Simmons, while the team is coming up, you know, we have listed here who's with us all the time. And you listed the players, but you also listed the ball boys, assistants, trainers, and managers. And I thought that was a great touch because I know you guys know it takes a team effort. So it's not just the ones on the court, it's everybody else. Yeah. Congrats, fellas.
Yeah, it's a very big ring. normally.
Not this time.
All right, y'all, 1, 2, 3. Big smiles, 1, 2, 3. All right, smile. No, we'll have to go with it.
Only 3 seniors?
Oh, they're gonna keep going.
Ooh, three-peat, guys. We'll see you next year. Wow, that's fantastic.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Great. That was a great touch.
I'm
Very well done.
not sure that Tarrant County has produced more state champions in different sports in
We
such
gotta
a
get
short
count.
window.
We gotta get a count on
Yeah.
our competition.
Yeah, very cool. Okay, next is a resolution recognizing the venerable monks of the Quang Dao Vipassana Bhavana Center in Texas on their successful pilgrimage from Fort Worth to Washington, D.C. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, sir. I am greatly humbled to recognize and celebrate the venerable monks of Fort Worth today. These men, led by their beliefs, undertook a pilgrimage to walk from Fort Worth to Washington, D.C., to let us all know that peace is possible. They began walking from their worship center in Fort Worth on October 2025. They walked through Louisiana, Mississippi, and South Carolina, 108 days, 2,300 miles in all before they reached the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. in February of 2026. And as you might expect, this pilgrimage had its challenges. One of the venerable monks was hit by a car. His leg was amputated.
Oh, gosh.
Aloka, the once stray dog who walked alongside the venerable monks, also had leg surgery along the route. Still, they persevered. By the end of the Peace Walk, the venerable monks had gathered more than 3 million followers on Facebook alone. Their beloved peace dog, Aloka himself, gained more than 1.1 million Facebook friends. Clearly, people are desiring peace in our world. Today, I want to publicly commend and thank each of the monks for demonstrating extraordinary dedication and commitment to promoting and spreading kindness and peace. The Peace Walk has brought honor and distinction to Tarrant County through your message of understanding and goodwill. So the resolution reads, I'm gonna have to read it from here. Whereas the venerable monks of the Hangdao Vipassana Bhavana Center in Fort Worth, Texas, have long served as spiritual leaders and devoted practitioners of the Buddhist tradition, promoting mindfulness, compassion, peace, and service within Tarrant County and beyond. Whereas the practice of Vipassana Bhavana, or insight meditation, emphasizes discipline, perseverance, loving kindness, and inner transformation for the benefit of all beings. And whereas the Venerable Monks undertook a remarkable, inspiring 100-day, 2,300-mile walk for peace from Fort Worth, Texas, to the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., demonstrating extraordinary dedication, faith, and commitment to spiritual growth and the promotion of peace. And whereas this pilgrimage started in October 2025 and traveled through Louisiana, Mississippi, and South Carolina, before reaching Washington, D.C. in February 2026, its purpose was not a protest, but a meditation in motion to spread loving kindness and promote inner peace rather than focusing on political change. And whereas the pilgrimage of the 19 monks reflects the highest ideals of unity, humility, and harmony among diverse communities, and brings honor and distinction to Tarrant County through its message of goodwill and understanding. Whereas the Hung Dao Vipassana Bhavana Center continues to serve as a beacon of cultural enrichment, spiritual education, and community engagement within Fort Worth and Greater Tarrant County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and commend the Venerable Monks of the Hung Dao Vipassana Bhavana Center for their successful pilgrimage from Fort Worth to Washington, D.C., and extends its sincere congratulations and appreciation for their dedication to peace, mindfulness, and service to humanity. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Maybe, there we go. All right, please cast your votes. All right, it passes 4-0 with one abstention.
Okay. Albert, if you would guide them up here. And I want to say that the day they arrived back, I stopped by the center, and there was the biggest celebration, and I just wanted to lay eyes on them. And it was just remarkable to see all of the community support that they had there. I was privileged to be invited. Thank you, Mr. David Dang. I'm not sure if he's here, but I was privileged to be invited inside while they had their meal and to just observe. And it's just a whole different spirit, a whole different environment being around them and amongst them. So I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to do that. So I'll let Albert bring them around before I come down. And there's that famous, it's Aloka, right? And I posted a few pictures with them on my Facebook page. I think it's the highest engaged post I ever got.
I can see.
Let's give them a hand for their journey.
Respected government officials and everybody here today. We are very honored to be here this morning when we get invited from Commissioner Elisa. And we try our best to make it happen here because today our venerable monks will leave to Sri Lanka.
Okay.
This evening, we will have a short walk in Sri Lanka to bring the Buddha relics to Fort Worth, Texas for the Vesak event in May 2nd. That will be the big parade from the DFW airport to the temple. And there will be a peace walk from 820 and East Rosedale to the temple as well. And so we are ready to go to Sri Lanka to receive the relics and the Bodhi tree from the president of Sri Lanka. And so we have time to be here today to receive the recognition from the county, from Commissioner Elisa, and we are very grateful. I hope that with our message of peace that can spread all over the world, because peace is something that is always begins from within. And it's been decades that we think about peace as something that is very is impossible to reach.
Mm-hmm.
It's because we trying to bring peace to the world, but it's been decades that so many people, so many ancestors have tried to bring peace to the world, and it happened, but for a portion of the world only. And same thing as our venerable monks, we walk, but we are not the one who bring peace to the world. We are just the one who use our legs and strength to walk, to raise this awareness to all people. And for that reason, if everybody are practicing mindfulness together and to have peace for themselves and their family, and that is how peace spread out from one family to another, and to the society, to this nation, and to the whole world. And one of the messages that I always share along the road when we walk, I said, every morning when we wake up, our mind is still fresh and pure.
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't have anything for our mind to do, it's automatically pick up all the trash to chew it over and over. Why I use the term trash is because our mind is full of defilements. And it always pick up all the bad things, all the old habits and suffering things to think about it. And then when we are overwhelmed with all those bad thoughts, then we suffer. And our days will be ruined, messed up.
Yeah.
For that reason, when we wake up, the first thing we should do is not to reach for the phone. The phone is something that I always share that I say is a lover. And we all have the lovers beside us. And we encourage people not to reach for the phone when we wake up. Instead, just make the bed and go to the bathroom without the phone. And then after that, come out, get a piece of paper, write out the statement, say, today is going to be my peaceful day. Just write that down and then read it over and over with our eyes. When our eyes and our mind is pairing together, we practice mindfulness. And then after that, read it out loud to state that, to tell the universe that today is going to be my peaceful day so that no one can mess it up except ourselves. We are the only person who can mess our days up, no one else, regardless of what people say, what people do, what the world throwing at us. If we be able to manage our emotion without react, we will have a peaceful day. And so for that reason, after we write that down and state that to the universe, throughout the day, we practice to be mindful and we practice to do one thing at a time because we always multitask. because of multitask, we cannot stay focused. So if we can do that, our family will be at peace, and then we can share it to our friends, our neighbors, our society, our nation, and the whole world. Imagine if every day in the morning, all the human beings wake up and do the same thing to spread that peace message to the universe instead of hatred, instead of anger and delusion and things like that. So the universe will return with peace and kindness to all of us. The world will be the better place for all of us to live. That is our message. And today, we are very grateful to have a chance to share with you all here. And hopefully that we continue walking on this path to bring peace to ourselves and to the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That is a wonderful message for this place that you are in today. Thank you.
All right, next we have a resolution honoring James P. Thompson Jr. on the occasion of his retirement and in recognition of 41 years of ministry. Commissioner Simmons.
I want to introduce to some and reacquaint to others the Reverend Dr. James P. Thompson. He's not a native Texan, but Pastor Thompson got here as fast as he could, and I'll tell you, Texas is all the better for his presence and his community work. Dr. Thompson stepped into huge shoes when he took the baton from the Reverend N.L. Robinson at Arlington's historic Mount Olive Baptist Church. He and his wife Lolita have served in ministry at Mount Olive for 41 years, and this resolution commends them for their service. Whereas Dr. James P. Thompson Jr. has devoted most of his life to faith, service, and community leadership. And whereas Dr. Thompson and his wife Lolita Noel Thompson, together with their loving family, began pastoral ministry in February 1984 at Mount Olive Baptist Church in Arlington, Texas, under the legendary Pastor N.L. Robinson. And whereas Dr. Thompson initially served as Mount Olive's associate pastor and youth director, then in February 1994, the church's leadership unanimously confirmed him as sole pastor, a role he has continuously filled for more than 4 decades. And whereas Pastor Thompson's leadership has strengthened the Mount Olive Baptist Church family and community through steadfast preaching, pastoral care, and dedicated outreach. And his service extends beyond the church to include roles as chairman of the board of directors at Southern Bible Institute and College, which is now Foster College, and other leadership roles at Mount Olive Bible Institute, Water from the Rock, Success Connection, and the advisory board at Texas Wesleyan University. And whereas Pastor Thompson has retired, effective March 31st, 2026, concluding 41 years of impactful, faithful ministry. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, hereby recognize Dr. James P. Thompson, Jr. and Mrs. Lolita Noel Thompson for their exceptional community service and for their lasting contributions to the faith community and to Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
Okay, Pastor Thompson and everyone you brought with you. You want to come on down? I see some familiar faces.
You're in the overflow room.
How are you? Congratulations.
I know 41 years.
It's an accomplishment. Hi. And it's an accomplishment for your wife, too. I know how hard it can be on the wives. Yeah.
Look at this.
This is why he was there 41 years.
I can't. No, I got you. You know I got you, Chaplain.
Somebody's got to have an offering plate somewhere. Yeah.
Is this where he goes?
No, I don't think so. Oh, maybe it is.
Must be.
Ladies, come out this way. Come up. A little bit. Come up a little bit. Come up. Right there. There you go. Come up a little bit. All right.
Orlando, you go first, then we'll take the pictures with the phone, okay? Let her go first, then we'll take pictures with the phone. Switch. Them knees good.
Oh.
You still got it.
Please turn to 112 in your hymnal.
Right? So good to see you. Take care. Keep up. You want to make some comments?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ready? The famous words of every preacher is that I won't be long. I want to thank Commissioner for sharing
Sister Simmons, whom I've known for years, and I want to thank the judge, Commissioner Judge Tim O'Hare, for allowing us to do this, and to the other members of the court. This is a great honor. I have no words to express my deep appreciation for the members who came out to support me. And my ticket says that my time was 11:04, and so I'll be passing that ticket on to the court after I get to my car. But anyway, I want to thank you so much for this wonderful privilege. Serving, I hope that in some kind of way, what you do here and what we do in the church has a point where they meet. For we both want to do what's best for the world. And I trust that some kind of way that what we've served will do you a better job in what you do. And as we move forward, because in the end, only what you do for Christ will last. And I trust that you will keep that in mind as all that you do. God bless you. Keep you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Okay, next we have a resolution recognizing Mrs. Basnot Phillips Williams for 37 years of service at JPS in the Psychology Department. Commissioner Simmons. Yeah, I figured when he was calling their names out.
Glenn Lewis's
Hi.
wife and so on and so forth. All right. Hello, Basnot. Hi. One of the great pleasures of sitting on this dais is the opportunity to highlight individuals who offer exceptional service to our county and to our residents with absolutely no expectation of anything in return. Basnot Phillips Williams is one of those individuals. Ms. Phillips Williams began her work as a psychiatric nurse at JPS Health Network in March 1989. The same year, she helped open JPS's Trinity Springs Psychiatric Hospital. Since then, she has been a constant presence within the health network. She brought new modalities of patient-centered and compassionate care to individuals diagnosed with mental illnesses. She provided free mental health screenings for depression and anxiety each year at community health events. She helped to start the NAMI, Tarrant County Mental Health Walk, and she created committees at the hospital that allowed patients and families to be heard. Mrs. Phillips Williams retired at the beginning of this month after 37 years of service at JPS Health Network. She can be largely credited with creating the caring, respectful, and hopeful environment that Trinity Springs is today. So this resolution recognizing Baz, as she's affectionately called, reads as follows. Whereas Basnot Phillips Williams has devoted 37 years of extraordinary and compassionate service to the residents of Tarrant County through her work at JPS Health Network, and whereas Ms. Phillips Williams began her distinguished nursing career in England, earning her nursing degree in 1976, becoming a certified midwife in 1977, and a registered mental health nurse in 1979, before bringing her expertise and dedication to these United States. And whereas she joined JPS Health Network in March 1989 and participated in opening Trinity Springs Pavilion Psychiatric Unit, helping to expand access to critical behavioral health services. And whereas throughout her tenure, she championed innovative approaches to mental health care, including partnering with the Hogg Foundation to bring recovery to practice to JPS Behavioral Health, creating weekly family support groups, and the JPS Behavioral Health Patient and Family Advisory Council to shift focus to patient-centered recovery-oriented care. And whereas she worked tirelessly to reduce stigma and expand awareness by initiating JPS's support of the NAMI Tarrant County Mental Health Fundraising Walk providing free community screenings, and fostering open dialogue at events such as the African American Health Expo, DFW. And whereas her leadership in training staff to deliver patient-centered care has left a lasting impact on the culture of care within JPS. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor the remarkable career, enduring legacy, and profound influence on the lives of countless individuals and families of Basnott Williams, and do extend deep gratitude for her 37 years of service to the community. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April 2026, I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Basnott, if you would join me down front. All right, Baz brought a cheering section with her.
Yeah.
So if y'all would come on down. Everybody, yes.
Shannon, Amanda, and Michelle, and whoever else is over there, I'll call you out by name. Olivia, where are you? Tio? Tanya?
That's good.
37 years.
Congratulations, absolutely.
Y'all just don't follow the seats. That's how this is. Basketball team. Thank y'all for coming down.
Amanda, Michelle.
Thank y'all for coming to support her. This is our
She said a few words on my behalf. I support you.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing Bass, not Phillips Williams. She is the epitome of a good and faithful servant to the mental health community and to Tarrant County and the world. It is my privilege to know her. And also my good friend, Elisa Simmons. Thank you for recognizing all that she has done in this community to make mental health healthier in a world that seems to be terribly unhealthy. Thank you, Bass. I do appreciate everything that you have done.
Thank you.
2 words, and that is, I support the peace walk 100%. And above all of that, I support love from the heart for our families and friends, community, people that live every day with mental illness, their journey. It's not just a mere walk from Fort Worth to Washington, it's a lifelong challenge. And a lot of the families that I have met, they do it with dignity, with grace, and with honor. And the privilege really, truly is mine in that they have allowed me into their homes through the family support, and that the organization that I worked for, John Peter Smith Hospital, absolutely support Patient and Family Advisory Council. The voices of the people we serve is the only thing that really matters. A lot of us in here wouldn't survive an hour in the shoes that they walk in every day.
Mm-hmm.
And stigma, for people with a mental illness, stigma needs to go. In this room, with all these faces, I guarantee you there are families in here today that are supporting someone
Yeah.
living with a mental illness.
Yeah.
There are brothers and sisters, and we need to love them genuinely, and we need to support them and be there for them. It's not the aunt that you invite to Thanksgiving dinner 4 days before Thanksgiving, and then you have your friends and family at Thanksgiving. They're human,
Yes.
and they live with a challenge that you may not survive for an hour. So love them and support them, and just be there for them. Thank you. I appreciate all that you have done for me. This is huge. It's kind of heavy, too. Shannon, Amanda, Michelle, John Peter Smith Hospital. Bass loves you.
All right, next up, we have a resolution honoring Samantha Steves of Bedford for her efforts in establishing God's Own Children Ministry. Commissioner Kraus.
Thank you, Judge. You know, in our county, we have unsung, unseen heroes walking amongst us all the time. And so every now and then we get a glimpse into those incredible lives. And so I really appreciate Ron Ford in our office bringing Samantha to my attention. And I think you're going to be inspired by her story. And so I want to read this proclamation, and then we will make sure we honor Samantha. Whereas Samantha Steves of Bedford, Texas, has transformed personal hardship into a powerful ministry of hope, belonging, and spiritual connection for individuals with disabilities throughout Tarrant County. And whereas in 2021, during a season of difficulty, Samantha, who lives with Down syndrome, found herself longing for fellowship and purpose within her church community. And whereas recognizing that many similarly situated young adults face comparable challenges, Samantha and her mother, Sandy Steves, joined with another parish family to establish God's Own Children Ministry and Mass at St. Michael Catholic Church in Bedford in 2022. And whereas this ministry was intentionally created for and led by individuals with disabilities, empowering members to serve as ushers, altar servers, cantors, readers, and volunteers, while parents provide only minimal logistical support. And whereas God's Own Children Ministry has become a model of courage, grace, and hospitality, incorporating sign language for the Lord's Prayer, offering sensory-friendly accommodations, and ensuring that every person, regardless of ability, can participate meaningfully in worship. And whereas Samantha and the ministry's members extend their services beyond the church walls by volunteering in parish ministries, organizing annual school supply drives, and donating more than 90 filled backpacks to local nonprofits and schools. And whereas Samantha's journey from the hardships she once described to a life filled with purpose, leadership, and community stands as a testament to the power of love, understanding, and the belief that every person is created with gifts to share. And whereas today, at 26, Samantha continues to inspire others with her joyful declaration that her ministry is more than about friends, it's about family. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court does hereby honor Samantha Steves for her extraordinary leadership, her advocacy for individuals with disabilities, and her profound contributions to the spiritual and social life of Tarrant County. And I move adoption of this resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote.
So please help me welcome Samantha.
Passes unanimously. Great job, Samantha.
Well, if Samantha knew you, she would talk your ear off. She's a little nervous in front of all this big crowd. But we truly are very humbled that you have recognized our small little group. We can't wait to take it back and share it with the rest of our members this evening. So thank you very much.
We're proud of you. Great
Thank
job.
you.
All right, next we have a proclamation for the Azle High School Lady Hornet and Men's Hornet, Boys Hornet wrestling teams. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yeah, we are very excited to have the Azle High School wrestling team here. Commissioner Kraus said something earlier, and I think he might be right. We have to do a little research. Tarrant County has so many high school championships this year alone.
Yep.
We have to have some sort of a record. So Chandler, please look into that. And we'd like to see the Commissioner's Cup awarded to Tarrant County, Texas.
That's right.
But today is about Azle and Azle's high school wrestling team. I will say this before I start reading this. You've chosen a phenomenal sport that's going to build character and grit for the rest of your lives. I wrestled, and I'll tell you, it is instrumental in every aspect of your life going forward, whether it's business, ministry, anything that you decide to do, raising a family. Wrestling is a team sport because you practice together and you rely on each other, but it's also very individual. It's you versus you. You know if you put in the work, you know if you did it, and it shows on the mat. So in any case, I'll get on with it. Whereas the Azle High School Lady Hornet and Hornet wrestling teams have completed a historic and monumental 2025-2026 season characterized by unmatched grit, technical mastery, and an unwavering Hornet pride spirit. And whereas these superior athletes dominated the mats throughout the year, amassing records in dual meets of 11-2 for girls and 25-2 for boys, and whereas this success was fueled by a combined total match wins of 848, with an astounding 607 victories coming by way of pin, demonstrating the aggressive and dominant style of Azle wrestling. And whereas the program sent 12 regional qualifiers to the postseason, resulting in 5 individual state championships, 1 runner-up, 1 third place, and 1 fifth place medalist, further cementing Azle's reputation as a powerhouse in the sport. And whereas the Hornets reached the pinnacle of Texas wrestling by earning the 2026 Girls 5A Team State Championship and the Boys 5A Team State runner-up titles, the latter marking the first boys wrestling team trophy in school history. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby issue this proclamation to the 2026 Azle High School Lady Hornets and Hornets wrestling team, the coaching staff, and support personnel in formal recognition of their record-breaking achievements and for their historic contribution to the legacy of Azle athletics. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the great seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 10th day of March 2026. I move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
And with us today to receive this
Passes
proclamation, we have athletes Noah Kovach, Mackenzie Harris, Sage Mosier, Zaylin Woods, Elizabeth Yell, Ellie, Colby Moreland, Cameron Latham, Tyler Yancey, Chase Yancey, Wyatt Hicks, and Jordan Durrett. And we have coaches Jason Conger, Tyler Harrison, Dakota Bradshaw, Michael Mitchell, and school district administration, Todd Smith, the Azle ISD superintendent, Jessica Hanson, assistant superintendent, Michael Sane, director of athletics, Nate Driver, principal of Azle High School, and Mr. Brandon Geary from the school board. If you would all please come on down and accept this proclamation.
So I don't know wrestling. Is a pin like a knockout in boxing? Does that mean you've kind of like just dominated them? That's basically what that is. I love that. Yeah.
Pretty comparable to like a knockout.
Knockout. Okay. So you're going for the jugular. You're not just surviving. I love that.
Like you go behind the video. Behind her. One, two.
Congratulations again, guys.
Yeah, congratulations.
I can't move.
Good morning. I just want to take a second to say thank you guys. Thanks to the court. Thank you, Judge, commissioners, for the recognition. I think you touched on it very keen point when you said that wrestling is like none other. And we talk about that with the kids all the time, how it prepares you for so much more than just the sport. It prepares you for life. And Dan Gable, a famous wrestler, said, once you wrestle, everything in life is easy. And I think that encompasses what the sport is about. And something to add to that, this is the second state title in school history for the girls, first state trophy for the boys, as it was said. And additionally, all of these athletes are back again next year on the girls' side. So it's pretty special for them. And individually, there was a lot of accomplishments as well, which have been pointed out on social media. So we invite you to go check out and follow our Azle Wrestling social media pages on Instagram, Facebook, and X. And lastly, thank you very much again. And a reminder that it's Azle versus everybody.
Yeah.
All right, next up, we have a proclamation to honor the Lake Country Christian School Lady Eagles basketball team, the TAPS Class 4A girls basketball champions. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yeah, we have another very exciting championship to celebrate from Lake Country Christian School. It seems like all they do is win titles nowadays. And whereas on February 27th, 2026, the Lake Country Christian School Lady Eagles demonstrated exceptional skill and sportsmanship in securing a 67-47 victory over the Austin Hill Country Knights, thereby clinching the TAPS Class 4 Girls Basketball State Championship. And whereas this prestigious triumph signifies the program's second state title win within a 3-year period and marks the 8th state championship in the esteemed history of the Lady Eagles basketball program. And whereas the Lady Eagles exhibited extraordinary offensive precision throughout the postseason, recording 7 successful three-point baskets in the state semifinal before delivering a remarkable 10 three-point performance in the championship game. And whereas this championship season further solidifies the program's legacy of excellence, representing the Lady Eagles' 19th appearance in the state Final Four, and whereas the individual members of this roster have garnered significant accolades for their performance on and off the court, with 7 athletes earning all district honors, 4 selected to the all-state team, 3 named to the tournament team, and 4 achieving academic all-state recognition. And whereas the Tarrant County Commissioners Court commends these athletes for their unwavering dedication, industrious spirit, and composure under pressure, all attributes that have earned them the enduring respect of the Lake Country community and the citizens of Tarrant County. Whereas Tarrant County also acknowledges the outstanding and collective achievements and the disciplined leadership provided by the team's coaching staff, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby issue this proclamation to the 2025-2026 Lake Country Christian Lady Eagles basketball team, coaches, and staff in recognition of their historic accomplishments and extend our most sincere congratulations on their championship season. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the great seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April 2026, and I would move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
And joining us today, we have student athletes Avery Cawley, Kate Lively, London Chandler, Erica Hancock, Sadie Goff, McKenna Grella, Jordan Green, Mackenzie Norton, Carol Wilson, and Finley Young. And we have coaches, Coach Rachel James, Coach Maddie Cawley, and head coach Josh Block. And from the school, we have head of school Sarah Deckert and athletic director Wade White. If you would please all come down and congratulate them.
Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations.
Again, I'm Wade Wise, Athletic Director at Lake Country Christian School, and just to talk about our coaches really quick, our 3 coaches were also named Coaches of the Year for 4A for TAP, so that's a pretty big accomplishment for them. We're super blessed to have them. I want to thank the entire Commissioners Court and Judge. Thank you so much for having us here and recognizing us. And I also want to recognize the fact that Northwest Fort Worth really appreciates Manny Ramirez and the things that he does for us. So again, thank you for having us. Thank you for the job that you guys do and the commitment that you make to our entire county. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Whites, I'll say my kids play in your Thanksgiving tournament every year, and it's always a very well-run tournament. You guys do a great job over there. I just need one of those parking spaces with my name on it. So if we can do that next year, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
All right, next up on the agenda is a proclamation for Every Kid Healthy Week 2026. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes, we have a very exciting proclamation today for Every Kid Healthy. To accept this, we've got our community partners here. If you would please stand up whenever I read your name. We've got Dora Garcia, Program Coordinator with Cook Children's Healthcare System. We've got Krista DeStefano, Tarrant County Extension Agent for Family and Community Health. Courtney Washington, Healthy Texas Youth Ambassador with Tarrant County 4-H. And Courtney Davis, the Tarrant County Extension Director. Now, whereas it is very important to keep your family members and students healthy during this time, which includes all health, and whereas healthy kids are better prepared to learn and to thrive, and whereas there is a need for continuing education and a wide-scale effort to enhance healthy practices, and whereas Texas A&M AgriLife Extension and Cook Children's Center for Community Health, through their unique partnership and prevention-based approaches to serving children, are effectively addressing the healthy lifestyle needs of children, youth, and families in our community. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, do hereby proclaim April 21st to the 25th, 2026, as Every Kid Healthy Week in Tarrant County, and encourage all citizens to join the campaign and encourage families to continue this week with scheduled activities to complete and have fun while staying healthy. In witness whereof, we hereunto set our hand and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April, 2026, and I would move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Ladies, please come down.
I'm just gonna take a picture. No, let them have.
Thank you.
I think so.
No.
And I'll just say Courtney is in Keller, Precinct 3. It's great to have you, and her mom is on the school board in Keller ISD, and it's great to see you, Heather, so thanks for being here.
Howdy.
Howdy.
My name is Krista Stefano, and I have the privilege of serving you and all of Tarrant County as the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Agent for Family and Community Health. Joining here with me today were Dora Garcia from the Cook Children's Center for Community Health and Tarrant County's very own Courtney Washington, who is a state-level Healthy Texas Youth Ambassador. Through the delivery of research and evidence-based programs targeting critical health needs, we are working to improve the lives of every person in Tarrant County. In December, I was elected by Cook Children's Thriving Communities Collaborative to chair their Healthy Lifestyles Action Team, a unit of Cook Children's Center for Community Health. The Healthy Lifestyles Action Team is an 8-county-strong collaboration whose largest initiative is the national recognition of Every Kid Healthy Week. This is celebrated annually during the last full week of April. This year, Texas A&M AgriLife Extension and Cook Children's have partnered once again to bring awareness to the following identified issues impacting youth across the North Texas region: mental health and wellness, nutrition education, encouraging physical activity behaviors, vaping and nicotine use prevention, and family engagement support. The continued support of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court underscores our commitment to addressing these issues not only during Every Kid Healthy Week, but every day for the youth that we work together to serve. Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez, Commissioner Kraus, Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Miles, and Judge O'Hare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's a good 2 hours of proclaiming and resolving. So we will take a break until 12:15. Please be back here at the dais 12:15. We are in recess until then. I wouldn't really call it eating. Yeah, much better.
Excellent choice.
What is that? Oh. Where is he? Love that. All right, we are back live. We are going to move a briefing item up due to a scheduling issue. So the item that is listed as 12.2, briefing on tech share strategic review, will take place now. And Wade Myers, I don't know if you're up or if Commissioner Mears, you're going to talk about this or introduce it at all, or is it just straight Wade?
Now, sure, I'll introduce it, and I'll tell you, I'm very, very excited to receive this update and briefing. It's a long time coming. We've made significant changes in tech share in the last 6 to 9 months that we've been really hard charging at looking at is it salvageable? Was this a great program to begin with? Do we have great products? And then working with Andre, who stepped into an interim leadership role there for the organization. But you answered a lot of those questions for us that we really needed answers, not only to see if the technology was great, but look at the business case going forwards and really how to extract the best value for Tarrant County. So I appreciate everything that you did. You and I have sat together for several hours and discussed this. According to Andre's feedback and others in the industry, the work product that you provided was incredible, and I think adds a great layer of clarity for what we need to do to make decisions going forward. And for this court's information, everybody involved in the TechShare project and enterprise across the state of Texas and some of our cross-state partners are very excited. And they're very encouraged by the changes that have been made. And they're very excited for the prospects going forward. We've got great commercial partners that are on the horizon, and the products themselves are unparalleled. So with that, Wade, I'll turn it over to you, but I did want to introduce it and say thank you for what you've done to help this project and to help TechShare LGC.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, and everyone. We had an opportunity to take a deep look at TechShare. If we could advance the slide, please. Yeah, so and many of you ran for office saying you wanted to look into this because obviously it's been a big budget item and there was considerable amount of angst and concern over TechShare and what had been spent and what has it actually delivered. So this is what we started off with. We wanted to understand what is the value that it's delivered to the county. Obviously, Tarrant County being the biggest shareholder in TechShare. And the value of it as an entity and also just what do we do to improve things. So if we advance the slide, please. So I'll admit that as a prolific software entrepreneur and investor, I didn't think it was a good idea for a county to own a software company. So I kind of entered into this analysis as a long-term Tarrant County resident with probably that same kind of angst and concern over, okay, let's take a look at this, right? And here's some of the initial hypotheses. Perhaps it was a bad idea. Resources potentially hadn't been stewarded well. It hasn't delivered sufficient value potentially, and maybe we should shut it down or sell it off. So this is kind of what we started with. Next slide, please. So we launched a detailed strategic review that took about 3.5 months to complete. I won't dive into the detail here. What I'm going to do is just provide a quick summary. There is 150 pages of deep analysis that goes behind this, but we're just going to touch on the high points today. Next slide, please. So here were some foundational principles. We didn't worry about sunk costs, all the money that had been spent. We were worried about where are we at right now, what is it delivered that's valued, what's the value that's delivered, and what do we do going forward? And there's a couple of key principles beyond that, which is investment in technology is strategic, it is important, it is critical. We've seen that in just our general lives. and especially recently with AI. And investment technology is ongoing, it's recurring, you're never done. You know, oftentimes someone that's a non-technical, non-software person might think, well, surely the software is done. No, you're never done. It's a continual investment to keep it going, to add functionality, et cetera. And there's multiple methods of measuring this, not just how much of a cost is there and can we sell it. So we dug into several of those, and we wanted to benchmark performance against other large counties to provide additional insight. Next slide, please. So sunk costs, there has been a lot of money spent on TechShare. I think everybody's fairly aware of that. Over 15 years, almost $62 million. And there's estimates by the current leadership that quite a bit of that was not stewarded well. And that certainly seems to be the case. But the analysis, like I said, focused on going forward, not trying to dig into the past. And so if we move to the next slide, please. Here's a couple of principles I want to dive into for anyone that may not understand the power of technology. It is strategic, as I mentioned. Here's some numbers writ large of how technology makes an impact. Usually is a massive reduction in operational expense, much faster cycle times, a reduction in errors, overall better service for the residents of Tarrant County by using technology. Normally, tech investment, if I look at any large company, whether it's a bank, an insurance company, any large company spends about 15% of their entire budget on technology. And that usually returns a 2 to 4x return in those reduced costs. And so typically, we should expect that the more a county invests in technology, then the more efficient the budget performance will be. So let's see how Tarrant County is doing with TechShare. Next slide, please. A couple more principles. One is that normally, if we think about getting great service as a resident of Tarrant County, that's going to cost more than if we got poor service, which is going to cost less. Think of it as Nordstrom's in the upper right and Walmart in the lower left. This is a typical service trade-off that Harvard Business Review did a great job of explaining years ago. Normally, you cannot provide really high service at a lower cost. However, on the next slide, technology is the only way of investing in a process that actually lowers the cost and increases the service, in this case, to residents of the county. So next slide, please. And as we've all experienced with Amazon, great technology. And notice that if you go back, Amazon not only provides a better level of service, I even had a drone deliver something to my house recently, but they are much lower cost. And they also have higher net income. So this is a core principle that we need to keep in mind when we dig into the analysis of TechShare. Next slide, please, Chandler. Okay, so again, one more principle. It's recurring. It's never done. It's never perfect. There's always user feedback to improve. Things always change. Their integrations change. Databases change. So it's an ongoing expense, and we should expect that. So when we look at this large expenditure over the years, we need to understand how much that was past development, how much is going forward expense, et cetera. And as an example, there are many add-on investments that need to be made here. In this case, changes in regulation requires changes in software code and software capability to keep up with those changes. So you would generally expect even more software expense because of that, because this is a fast-moving environment that changes do happen we have to react to. Next slide, please. So we focused on 4 methods of measuring TechShare's success and the return on investment of that $62 million. Distributions to shareholders, like Tarrant County being the largest, the cost of technology that the county pays for compared to what the county would pay for from other vendors, efficiency of Tarrant County's budget relative to other large counties, and user experience feedback. Well, let's dig into each one of these really quickly, and again, then we'll provide a summary. So next slide, please. All right, so distributions, how has that gone? Well, very little has been distributed. And this is the one measure that many residents of Tarrant County would focus on and past leadership, and to say, wow, we've spent all this money, didn't get hardly any back. So that benchmarks very poorly. Let's go on to the second way of measuring. We talked about 15% of a budget is typical of technology expenditure. Well, how has Tarrant County done? Well, this benchmarks very favorably. Only 5.9% of the total Tarrant County budget goes to technology, and you can see a couple of the departments there. And so Tarrant County would appear to be very efficient compared to any organization, even the finest companies in the world. So that's good to know. Now, I have to, hats off, like Commissioner Ramirez says, to new county leadership, a world-class chief information officer, a new CEO at TechShare. So the benefit of having new leadership across the board is the willingness and ability to look into this really objectively. And so this benchmarks very favorably. Let's look at the second or the third benchmark, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So how efficient is Tarrant County compared to other large counties? So these are the largest counties in the US, except for New York. New York combines county and city budgets. It's really hard to tease that apart. So we have all the large counties except for New York-based counties, including, you can see Travis County at $1,445 per capita. So think of this as the expense of tech enablement, or per capita of the general budget and the impact that tech enablement has. Tarrant County is second to lowest at only $378, basically 1/4 of Travis County. Now, I just heard about all these wonderful sports teams and all the wonderful awards, and hey, Tarrant County is competitive, right? That kind of got me like, why is Dallas better than Tarrant County, right? Bothers everybody in the room, I assume. But we do benchmark very favorably. I want to point that out. It's extremely efficient. So if we go to the next slide and we dig into Dallas County, they spent 1.7 times more on technology. Now, they have a 12% lower cost per capita for budget, but they spent 70% more to get that 12% gain. So the bottom line here is that Tarrant County is, of all large counties in the US, the most efficient county when it comes to technology investment. And when we can't claim all of the budget expense savings on TechShare, we can't take all the credit for that. Clearly there's process improvements, new leadership, et cetera. But in part, TechShare certainly had a lot to do with this efficiency. Let's go on to the fourth measure go back one slide, please. Digging into this and looking at the Tarrant County budget and what's happened under the new leadership of Commissioner's Court is you can see the overall budget is down, and it took select departments, et cetera. So this, and again, it's not all due to TechShare, but a lot of it is. When we survey users, you'll see that in spades. But in general, this is a very good story, and Tarrant County benchmarks very favorably. And again, I'm probably the most surprised person in the room to go, wow, government can own software and perform very well. Kind of goes against my capitalist, private enterprise mentality. Next slide, please. So we also did an extensive survey of Tarrant County users about the software. Because again, part of the history has been complaints about the software and it hasn't worked well, et cetera. Well, it's important to know that it's been fully deployed, all the core features. And so 100% use it, 2/3 of the time of the day. You see a lot of favorable feedback. The only negatives are, hey, I've requested changes, I've caught some bugs, they're not getting fixed very quickly. What's going on there? And that's because the budget has been reduced. And so it's hard for TechShare to respond to the user feedback. But most of the feedback is very positive. It saves a lot of time, saves from making mistakes, all the kind of things we talked about with technology. Okay, next slide, please. So 9 quick summary findings, if this is all you hear. A lot of money has been spent, not necessarily wisely in the past, but Tarrant County should be very pleased with what's going on based on all the benchmarks. Next slide, please. It's been fully implemented and enabled, and again, significant efficiency gains, and that's been passed on to residents. Next slide, please. The leadership has a lot to do with this, of accountability. And again, most of you ran for office on this. We're going to look into this. We're going to hold this accountable. We're going to see what's going on here. But this is one of the most efficient counties in the US. Next slide. And it's paying off in 2 primary ways. Not all the measures, not in returns. The return of all of that investment has been in lower software costs. Next slide, please. And Tarrant County should continue to invest in its software. As we've talked about, it's a recurring expense to gain even more operational savings. Next slide, please. You can see it's very efficient in terms of how it operates. Next slide, please. It's one of the lowest per capita budgets. And by the way, when we benchmark against other vendors and other software, it would cost 2 to 3 times more. And so that's an important part of the analysis here, is looking at what it would cost to switch and just pay for the same kind of capability. Next slide, please. And finally, there's we've suggested a budget, we suggested a few changes, and I think over the next several years, TechShare could turn into a very valuable asset that could be sold with a long-term service contract and license agreement to Tarrant County, because Tarrant County would not want to pull TechShare out by the roots and change. That would be extremely disruptive and extremely expensive. It would cost 3 times more to do that. And so ideally, if there is any kind of effort to try to sell TechShare, that could be done with a long-term license back to the county, so you don't lose the capability, but you could get a return. But right now, the returns are being passed along in savings on the software, which costs quite a bit less than other vendors, and on lower budgets due to the efficiency. So again, there's very extensive analysis on that. Most of the commissioners have seen that. I'll pause there for any questions.
So I have a question. Thank you for the presentation. My first question is, regardless of what it would cost to invest in software somewhere else, one of the biggest issues I have with the whole process is when there is a new software or changes to the software or whatever it may be, Tarrant County pays the entire cost of the development. And then when we do it, it goes to market. We're paying TechShare based on our population. Other counties, whoever's using it, paying it based on their population. But unless something has changed in the last 6 to 8 months, there is no recapture of the initial investment. So basically, the other counties and our county pay the same thing based price per person, population, but there's never a way to recoup the money. And so what we're doing, unless I don't understand the process or something has changed in the process, where I have the biggest issue is we're developing the software, paying to develop the software, and then no one else participates in the development of the software. They just, they buy in and here's our annual license fee. That's what I would say has to change. Have you done any work in your analysis to get TechShare to a spot where it can do what I'm describing?
Yes, sir. Obviously, Tarrant County has been subsidizing all the other counties. I think there's 58 counties in Texas that use TechShare. And most of those prices are far below what they would pay for the alternative. So part of the recommendations in the budget was price increases for non-shareholder counties and showing the impact of that in the budget. And not to take advantage of smaller counties, but they are paying far less than market value. So we benchmarked prices by module and showed in some of the modules we're not even breaking even on, we're not even making money. So much of the pricing has been underpriced from what it should be. And that will correct the subsidy situation so that Tarrant County will start to benefit from its investment rather than just subsidizing all the other counties. So that's part of the recommended budget in the analysis.
And I'll add, just as they did contemplate and pass the latest TechShare budget, there was substantial increases in the SAS service charges to those other counties. On the development side, since most of these products that are out in the market have been fully developed, now it's just tweaks and fixes and the rest. A lot of that front-end engineering has been completed, and there's a full suite that's out there on the market right now that is Wade articulated. The biggest lever we needed to pull was to get market correct in the pricing in order to operate as an efficient system that actually provided returns back to Tarrant County. And so the ultimate payback, as he mentioned, is the reduced IT costs that we don't have to look at over the next 10 years. And Andre, I know that you've looked at, what it would cost had we not continue to operate with TechShare and what it looks like with other products, and it's vast and substantial. So yeah, I think that was a major focus for the new TechShare group, was making sure that we looked at right-sizing that so that we weren't throwing money into development where essentially Tarrant County would be taken advantage of. I don't believe that's any longer the case, and there will be escalating price increases in future contracts, not just with new counties, but existing.
Okay.
And one other point of clarification on that, the organizational docs of TechShare does tie TechShare's hands on pricing. And so we wrote resolutions for the board and put them in the analysis to recommend the resolutions to make that change, present that to the TechShare board, to really enable TechShare to manage pricing better, because right now it's rather cumbersome and difficult to change pricing. All counties are supposed to pay the same rate. So that's been recommended and put forth with the TechShare board.
Okay, so another major issue that I had with it when we first got here was, and I believe it's a good product, and I say there's so many different pieces of it, but I think it's a good product or a good set of products. But there was basically no effort to sell it. It was show up to a NACO or show up to a TAC meeting, and hopefully word of mouth will spread. Well, I got news for you. I don't have a lot of county judges or commissioners calling me saying, hey, can you give me a recommendation on which software to use? So it's not happening that way. What have we done, or what is in your recommendations to actually go market it and sell it in a real business-like manner, not just hope that people will learn how great it is and buy it?
Yeah, that's a great question, Judge. And about 20% of all the analysis are the recommendations on sales and marketing. And there's a lot of great news. There's a lot of built-in customers. Many of those 58 counties only have one module, but TechShare has the unique ability to turn up and just basically light up other modules at no cost to pilot them with those counties. Whereas a competitor like Tyler Technologies, for example, would have to come in and do a full-on integration. So TechShare is well-positioned to cross-sell other modules, or several modules, into all the counties that only have one or two module. And so we put that in place in terms of a cross-sell campaign. We wrote new brochures, improved messaging, and put all of that together for the TechShare team so they could go to market much more effectively. And I don't think it's at all about going to trade shows and putting up a booth and that kind of expense. It's really more reaching out to current customers and saying, hey, you're using this module. We can light up another one. Would you like to try that for a month or two? Get them hooked on it, get some data in there, and then light up the price. And so there's a whole section on sales and marketing to improve the revenue and grow the revenue dramatically over the next several years, which will improve the value of TechShare as a company.
And specifically, the sales and marketing recommendations, have any of them been implemented yet?
That I'm not sure. You'd have to ask TechShare that. Okay. But they were built into the recommended budget for 26.
Which was, you're talking about last year's budget?
No, the current year. Well, I put it forth.
The budget we're in
for
now.
the next year, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And we have from TechShare, Rebecca, Troy Pickett, and Andre, if there are specific questions for kind of go forward business planning, how they're doing it.
Are you done with your presentation part?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sure others have questions, but I would like an answer to my question. From a sales, cross-selling, marketing standpoint, TechShare, what have we changed or added or improved?
We have, thank you, sir. Can you come up here? Good afternoon, Rebecca Lewis, Executive Director for TechShare. Pleasure to see you all. We have started to implement some of the recommendations on the marketing side. We're pulling together the testimonials that are going to be necessary for the return on investment sort of discussion to make sure that everybody understands the success that's out there. We've also started the cross-selling campaign across Texas, working with our counties that are currently using systems one way or another to try to bring those forward. And that's just in the first few months of this year.
Who is doing that?
We have a third-party consultant, and then internally, we're also doing the work. Like the different product managers, myself, all taking it upon ourselves to make sure that we get out there and sell the system.
Well, so, and I don't know the intricate inner workings of TechShare, but that doesn't sound different than what it was 3 years ago. There's program managers, and we're making them be program managers and salespeople. It doesn't strike me as the best salespeople are program managers. So do we have any salespeople we are hiring or doing anything with?
We do have an open position for that. We have not hired anybody, but we do have dollars set aside for that purpose this year, just specifically to try to use maybe a third-party marketing agent or some sort of representative that could then, you know, I don't know if it's necessarily sales that we talked about, but as much as, you know, a more intimate relationship with these particular counties on the different systems. So it might just be a little bit deeper than sales in general, but yes.
Okay. Wade, did you recommend hiring outside salespeople, or was that not part of your recommendations?
No, three full-time equivalents, right?
Okay.
A lot of it is customer service, user experience, and reaching out to counties that are current users. And
Okay.
it's more cross-sell marketing and customer success more than just sales. So it's not dialing up a county and trying to sell them over the phone. It's really more customer experience managers that help manage the experience and help cross-sell them into another module.
And are you planning to put those recommended positions in the 27 budget?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, other questions?
I'll just say, Wade, I appreciated the time you spent coming over to our office, and Andre, after that meeting, I felt more encouraged and confident that TechShare was going to be a viable long-term effort and solution in Tarrant County than we had. So thank you all. I know it's taken a lot of work and a lot of effort to get to where we are today. So thank you for that, and appreciate all the work y'all have been doing diligently.
Yes, so I've got some questions. You said, and we all know, that Tarrant County is the biggest shareholder in TechShare, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we use how many modules of this?
I believe there's 9 modules, and Tarrant County as a shareholder, I think is 80%, or 90%. Yeah, so by far the largest shareholder.
Okay. So I contend we're never going to recoup the development cost. I say that because tell me if there is another of the big 5 counties. We're one of the big five, so Harris, Dallas, Tarrant, Bayer, Travis, using a large number of the modules. Are they using one module, 10 or 8 modules?
For the most part, Commissioner Simmons, they are using competitor software and paying much more for it. So like we saw with Dallas County, they pay almost twice as much for the software from Tyler Technologies as Tarrant County pays for TechShare.
I understand that, but Tyler Technologies is a known entity. And I don't want to go back too far, but as soon as I came on, I learned about TechShare Court. And it became a huge red flag that we were sinking money into a software that was still being developed after, I think at that time, 11 years. And so I brought it to this court. To say, and I mean, you said it a couple times, and you're kind of right, that we're not going to worry about the money that has already been spent. You're right, it's spent. You said it was not stewarded well, your words, not mine, but I could have said that too. But I contend the best predictor of future behavior and performance and processes is past behavior, past practices and performance. So we can't just, not speaking to you, I'll look elsewhere. I'll look at Andre. I'll look at my court members. We can't just say, you know, we spent 60 million or whatever it was developing this stuff, didn't implement it until I started raising noise about it, and then we rushed to implement it. So I don't think we'll ever recoup any of the development costs. You know, we can market this till the cows come home, but if those other big five are not using these modules or any of it, we're just crap out of luck on recouping costs. We can market it. Of the 58 counties, what size counties are those?
Oh, they're various sizes, but I want to point out that in the detailed analysis, there is, if you look at each module and the total expense that Tarrant County put into a module, some of them was 4 million, some was 10 million, for example. So take the 62 million across 15 years and then look at by module and then look at what's happened to the department efficiency of that module. Tarrant County has more than paid back the 62 million. It just hasn't been paid back in distributions. It's been paid back in lower license fees and more operational performance. And so rather than digging back 15 years of what happened with the money, when we did the analysis, it's clear that it actually is paying off right now. And no other Texas county is getting that kind of payback. And so, and an ongoing cost is far lower. So I talked to Tyler Technologies. I got proposals for Tarrant County. It's 3 times higher. And of course, they're a multi-billion-dollar company. They spent over $1 billion on their software. So they're much larger and they have really high margins. And so all the other counties are paying for those high margins, whereas Tarrant County owns this software.
And you compare apples to apples, so the
Absolutely, module by
modules.
module. Yes, it's in the detailed analysis.
So a couple questions. What are the gaps in actual deliverables of TechShare? Are there gaps?
Certainly, there's always gaps. Yeah,
Tell me about some of them.
Well, the main thing are integration gaps right now. So the user feedback pointed this out. They'll say, well, I have to have 3 or 4 or 5 modules open at the same time, and there is some duplication of entry. That's an example where a little additional investment closes that gap by fully integrating, and it makes everyone's job easier and creates more efficiency. And you know, Andre as the CIO and Rebecca as the CEO of TechShare, Andre as the CIO obviously of the county, they have a list of the additional features to add and the integrations to add to make it even more efficient.
And that's where I contend if you use Tyler Technologies, those integrations are already there. We're still, appears that we would have to figure that out or develop it.
That's not necessarily the case. There have been entire states that have implemented Tyler Technologies and have failed miserably and spent $100 million on that. And so it's Tyler Technology has just as much, if not more, negative feedback from users than TechShare has historically. And so software, again, is very, very complex. And the complexity of county by county, state by state, makes it very, very difficult. The beauty of TechShare, it's primarily been built just for Texas and primarily built just for Tarrant County. So Tarrant County got almost exactly what the county needs, as opposed to trying to take some off-the-shelf software and make it fit. So, you know, because one of the first things that I considered, Commissioner Simmons, was we should sell this to Tyler Technologies and you know, cut over to them and have a world-class platform. Well, the first thing they said is, well, we wouldn't pay you hardly anything for TechShare because we would just throw out the software and we would switch you and then we would charge you the market rate. So you'd go way deeper in the hole. And you'd have a product that was built for California or other states primarily, and you'd lose all the customizations and the features that Tarrant County has greatly influenced. But I totally agree. It's one of those things you look at this and you say, wait a minute, there's a massive software platform out there. Why can't we just adopt that? And you could. It would be extremely disruptive. So all that disruption in the last 3 or 4 years of implementing TechShare, the whole county would relive that in every department, and they still have a lot of gaps. There are 2 apps or modules that Tyler Technologies does not have, for example. But they have also modules that TechShare doesn't offer yet.
So I would imagine cost for software updates would go down and the speed of updates should be increasing. Is AI been integrated, implemented at any phase in this?
That was one of our recommendations, yes, is to use AI in several areas of TechShare, absolutely.
Because AI is currently able to replace developers at a much faster
Yeah, it's
pace.
incredible.
Don't you agree?
Yeah, it's an incredible capability.
And so is TechShare ready or already, asking again, utilizing AI coding to speed up development and lower costs for updates?
You want to answer that?
Absolutely, we are. We reacted right away to this. We invested in some technology to create those efficiencies, not only with the developers, but also with producing information that we need to then extend out to the user community. So we have already started. There are guardrails in place. Texas has statute that was written last year for the purposes of how you use AI in development, but we are off and running on that.
Okay. I agree with you, Wade. I was paying attention to your presentation. Investing in technology must be a priority. It just has to be. We can't keep being chintzy with it. We've got to continue to invest in software and all the upgrades that come with it. So I think your chart, were you trying to show us that we were efficient in not spending money on software and the upgrades, or that we're lagging behind? Which way should I take
the
that?
county's been very efficient. However, in the budget, the recommendation was to spend more to fill in these gaps, to make it even more efficient, and to answer all the user questions about, you know, the known bugs, the known lack of integration, et cetera. So yes, there needs to be continued investment. And potentially one could look at the budget that the county's approved for TechShare and say it's too low. And so part of this switchover was recommending adding sales and marketing resources, using AI and eliminating some development resources, be more efficient on development with wonderful AI coding tools. And so there's a number of changes to try to do both. Better serve Tarrant County, but at a lower cost.
Okay, so, all right. Again, I remember all this from the beginning. I just heard your presentation. You said that the end user community is pleased with TechShare.
It was a mixed bag, Commissioner.
I'd like to see the survey results if you.
Oh, absolutely. It's in the
the
analysis.
survey.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it was kind of a mixed bag. So they use it all the time. They say it reduces errors, and they really like how it speeds up processes. But the frustration is, we've known about these bugs. We've known about the lack of integration. Why isn't that happening? And so that's the mixed bag. So generally, they're happy with how it improves their role, but not happy with the kind of open bugs that haven't yet been fixed. And that's because of a lack of budget to do that. So that was part of the recommendation, is to add to the budget, to fix the bugs, to add the integration, and then all overall, user surveys would show a more favorable result.
So we haven't been able to build a sustainable product, but we want more money. And now we're to trust you guys with, I'm looking at Andre, or TechShare, with AI. We're to believe that we're prepared, ready, we're using AI, and it will integrate with these modules that we have for TechShare. It just, I thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the good try. I remember from the beginning and throughout, and I still continue to hear from people, end users, employees of this county, who have problems with TechShare, a number of the modules. And so I'm just not convinced that we need to keep investing and sinking money into TechShare. 3 years ago, we bit the bullet, got rid of the mainframe, and they implemented TechShare Court. It had lots of problems, of course, like any implementation would, and those problems persist today. Go with a known entity. I don't want to keep saying the other company because I'm sure there are other vendors out there. Tyler Technology, I'm sure there are others. We just need to cut it. At some point, you cut it and go with off-the-shelf stuff that counties across this state, across this country use, and let this go. Now, I've got a couple of housekeeping things, Andre. First of all, can you explain your background, Wade? What is your background? How did we hire you?
I've
And
started
did we-
35 software companies and invested in 100 software
I'm
companies.
sorry, I cut you off. I was still talking.
That's okay. Yeah, I've started 35 software companies and invested in 100 software companies. I have 8 venture capital firms. It's a global firm, and all we do is invest and build software companies.
Okay.
And hence my own sort of going, wait a minute, why is government owning software, right?
Right. And we're paying you, right? You're not a volunteer. Are we paying him?
Yes, there was a fee for
Okay.
for the work.
Did we go out for bid on software consultant?
TechShare does not have the same procurement requirements as Tarrant County, and this is a TechShare report
Okay, so Wade was hired
by TechShare.
by TechShare. So we're not paying for Wade?
No.
Okay, all right, got it. Because way back when, before you, Wade, before you, Andre, I agendized an item so that we could go out for bid to bring in software consultants to come and evaluate, I guess what you have done, evaluate TechShare Court at the time. And I put it on, request to go out for bid, that agenda item, and it was removed by a colleague. So I was just wondering if we went through the process, but it doesn't sound like we had to because he is employed by or retained by TechShare. All right. Okay, thank you all.
Anybody, you have something, Andre? Sure. Anybody else here have any questions? No. Okay, wrap up.
Earlier in my career, I would have remained seated and basically put all the risk on the consultant. At this stage in my career, I feel like there will be dereliction of duty on my part. First, let me refer to the work that Mr. Myers has performed. Having been in the IT business for 46 years, and having hired consultants to the tune of billions of dollars, including the best-known players in the industry, such as Accenture, KPMG, Deloitte, and so on and so forth. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that the price-performance ratio that we received from the engagement with Mr. Myers is superior to anything I've ever seen in my entire career, including multi-billion-dollar contracts to run the U.S. Census in 2020. Okay, so that ought to give you an idea of the caliber of the work that was performed. Not only because it abided by all of the requirements and the deliverables, but because it went way beyond that into an analysis that was profound, and that, to my belief, it reflected the fact that Mr. Myers is a Tarrant County citizen, and as a result, he felt compelled to provide the best possible value to the table. Now, if the court will allow me, I want to tackle a few things. One, the previous investment. The first thing that you learn in business school is that sunk investment is not to be considered in any future investments. It is gone. It is either produced some degree of value that you can use going forward, or it didn't. But in either case, it is totally irrelevant to the equation as you look to the future, period. Okay? So, in the case of TechShare, and as Mr. Myers indicated, there was possibly less than good stewardship. Nobody really involved in this effort, in these failed efforts, is around anymore. And so to look back and say, okay, you spent here, you spent there, and did this and that, it really is totally counterproductive. The current edition of court, which I believe is 3.0, has nothing to do with the previous two editions. And it is something that is incredibly complex and working exceedingly well. It is running the county as we speak. As we speak, there are dozens of courtrooms that are using the software to do everything that we need to do from an administrative standpoint. And I can honestly tell you that I have not received a single call about downtime or problems in well over 6 months because the process had been totally stabilized. Now, when I first came on board, I had performed a relatively simple analysis, nothing like the level of depth that Mr. Myers went through, and did a landscape assessment of other software that performs equal functionality. And I came in front of this court in April of 2024 and told you that TechShare was an exceptional value and that there was no competitor that could even come close in price-performance ratio, period. That evaluation at that time has only been made enormously more effective by virtue of everything that I've learned over the 2.25 years that I've been around. Now, I want to share with you something, and then I'll conclude. About 2 weeks ago, we visited Denton County and presented to their technical and county leadership. And I can tell you that they were extremely impressed, and that every feedback that I've gotten since in continued conversations has indicated that, that they could be very interested in the very near future in undertaking a transformation into TechShare. A week ago, we did a 2-hour presentation to Travis County with about 17 people from Travis County attending, and presented the current state of the software and of the organization. That was very well received, and I literally received a request for a meeting from their CIO less than 15 minutes after the meeting concluded. And last but not least, we are on track now to meet with Harris County. I expect that to take place in the next 2 weeks with their leadership so that we can present TechShare as it is today and how it could be a game changer for them, because they are in the process of looking at going out for bids for an integrated criminal justice system. And I can honestly tell you that in an RFP process, from both a capability standpoint and a price standpoint, there is nobody in the industry that it can even come close to providing the type of results that TechShare will provide. So if you ask me, over the next 6 months, I expect major developments from a sales standpoint. And I'm going on a limb with that because, of course, it has to be subject to all kinds of approvals, commissioners' courts, and all of that stuff, right? That sometimes throws things into the mud. But I expect that what you will see over the next 6 months is a dramatic evolution of the image and the financial prospects of the organization. And all of that is due to the extreme hard work of the people at TechShare that have taken it on themselves to turn this product around and turn this company around. and I have nothing but the highest praise for them. And also for the support from Commissioner Ramirez, which from the moment he took over introduced a dynamism into the equation that was absolutely necessary. And when you put together that type of team and that type of dedication, the results will pay for themselves. But the value that the county is deriving today from TechShare is nothing short of spectacular. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Rebecca and Troy, I think you guys do an exceptional job at what you do. I wanted to say that to you. And I would love to see you implement the recommendations from Wade. Knowing Wade, what often happens in government is you go to the government consultants that make their living doing consulting and overcharging and under-delivering. And this is an example of going to somebody who doesn't do consulting with governments, that knows what they're doing and knows how to build software companies and knows what it's all about. So thank you for what you have done. Any other questions or comments?
I'll just mention that, I think we all started in the same place 3 years ago with an incredible distrust for TechShare and what had come before us. But instead of focusing on those prior deficiencies, I'll say, we took the emotion out of it and actually looked at the product and looked at what it could be and what it is today. We hired a best-in-class industry expert to tell us what we didn't know about software, somebody completely unbiased from the outset, or I would say maybe biased to the negative from the outset, and the result is what it is. And so I'm very encouraged by the leadership of TechShare for them actually getting on board and saying, yes, we need to change how we're operating. Yes, we need to take up this mantle as well, and for doing just that. So I do think that the best days of TechShare are ahead of them, and I'm proud of the team that's working very, very hard every month. So thank you, Rebecca and Troy and everybody else.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Andre, I would like to get the entire analysis, what Wade presented. I appreciate you guys stopped by the office a couple months ago and got introduced to him. I think we had a PowerPoint presentation, but it sounds like the complete study, analysis, what have you, has taken place. Do you happen to have information on systems that rate superior in user experience? Because I know you don't want us to believe that TechShare is the most superior software out there for courts, for prosecutor, for jail. You don't want us to believe that in these United States, TechShare offers the most superior product and end user experience. And then if you do, we're going to take a confidential survey of county employees. Of course, nobody's reached out to you and said, I've got problems with this. Everybody knows this has been a hot topic for 3 years since I introduced it. So no, our court coordinators are not going to call you and say this stuff is crap. Whatever their experience is. And it seems like we've worked out all the kinks on Tarrant County, or we're working through the kinks on Tarrant County. Judge wants to be compensated, reimbursed for it. Perhaps we should be. I just don't see it happening.
So a few items there. First of all, when I first came on board, I don't want to say that my phone was burning with calls about TechShare, but it was active, very active. Court was still not stabilized, and as such, I got calls on a regular basis, including from elected officials. We went all out in order to stabilize that, and I believe that has been accomplished. Now, I did a landscape survey of integrated criminal justice systems in the United States. I didn't find anything that was even close to be comparable. Now, I believe that Mr. Myers also did a survey of such companies, and I do not believe that he found anything that was comparable to the functionality that TechShare brings to the table. And so that is the reason for my confidence. I would encourage any employee that has a problem with TechShare, that is not, one of the known issues in integration that happens on a regular basis, and that will not cease to happen until it's properly financed, to reach out to me and talk to me. And if I find that there's something that needs to be addressed that is not already part of the known issues that we are trying to address via financing, I'll be more than glad to dive into it and address it. But I can tell you that the number of such calls to my office has gone down to 0 over the last 6 months. But I would be glad to entertain any and everybody to come into my office and deal with such.
Or they can contact me and I will take their complaints and get them to you.
By all means,
Keep
by
them
all means.
confidential.
I'm at the stage of my career where, retribution would definitely not be part of the equation. I'm interested in impact and resolving problems. So anybody can feel comfortable to come to me because I have much bigger fish to fry than somebody complaining to me and me being upset about it.
Thank you all for the update.
Did you want to speak?
May I address the court for a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
As district clerk for this county for over 31 years, I've seen a lot. And I speak from the position of a user of the software and one that has participated in the building of the software that we use today in the district courts and the magistrate courts. 68,000 new cases filed last year, just to give you an idea of the volume. 28 elected judges, 25 associate judges and magistrates, 53 courts. Now, the previous county judge asked me to come over in 2007 and look at this new software that they had partnered up with Dallas County on. I did. We proceeded. I mean, that was the choice I was given. This is going to be your new software. We went along and had a real bumpy road. Complained bitterly about it. So the short answer here on that part of it is there is absolutely no difference, or let's put it this way, there is a big difference between the old TechShare that we lived through, me and my colleague, the county clerk, complaining all the way until Troy and his team came in the process of building the criminal piece. They literally saved it. Now, I have Ms. Gray here, who's my accounting manager, that lived through all of that with me. She's been with me 25 years. I can tell you that they pulled the chestnuts of this county out of the fire. So we have a new ball game with this TechShare. I will also tell you that I've sat on the board of directors of 2 of our state associations every year I've been in office. I've been on the one currently, the District Court Alliance, for over 20 years. There is interest in this, believe me. One last thing. The aforementioned company that is the competitor on this, I will just point out one difference. When we implemented TechShare Court in the criminal courts, I went up to the courts and sat with the judges in the courtroom on the 3 courts that had the biggest dockets, over 100. These were plea dockets, where my clerks have to prepare the judgment and then verify it for the judge's signature. There's a lot of work to do on these cases. It worked the first day. The competitor that has been mentioned up here, if you believe the Dallas News, it crashed and burned. Same way down in Bear County. So I could give you several other stories about that, but I won't take up the court's time. There was a real spirited discussion in closed session one day about the competitor, but I won't reveal all of that here. So I would urge you to consider this, because now we've got the civil, family, and juvenile to do with some software that we built, we own, the county, never paid a seat license. This can be done. Plus, I volunteered a long time ago. If there is any marketing that needs to be done, I'll go on the road with them and take my staff. I've already sent Ms. Gray up to Amarillo to work with Potter County up there. She did a great job with them. They really appreciated her involvement. We had built into Texture Court Tarrant County business processes. That's another big attractant to my colleagues, because even Dallas County acknowledged in one meeting that our business processes are better than theirs. That's how we handle things and save money. So I recommend fully that we proceed with some kind of deeper dive on this and see if we can't come back with a real great product for our taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Tom. And I'll just wrap up by saying we've talked a lot about the products themselves, the use cases, the user experience. But I'll say, as the largest shareholder in the TechShare Corporation, since we've taken control a year ago, we've been cash flow positive. And, in prior years, we weren't. And the people that are on the hook when you're not are the largest shareholders. And so we've been cash flow positive or revenue positive this coming year in projections. And so as far as a business case goes, you've done what you're supposed to do when you take over a bleeding situation. We've triaged it and we've turned it around and put it on a correct course. And again, that's due in large part to the folks on this dais for making it a priority and the people actually implementing. So thank you very much, folks from TechShare.
Okay.
I
now,
have a comment.
Sure,
I have
yeah.
a comment on it. I wasn't here when TechShare was implemented. I mean, I wasn't on this dais when that happened. I appreciated my meeting with Wade and Andre. You answered a lot of questions and you gave some good insight and perspective and information. But I don't think any of us are fortune tellers. We can't determine whether or not this is going to be successful. We can't determine whether or not there isn't another product on the market who can do what TechShare does and even better. To Commissioner Simmons' point, I would like to know if there is a software company out there that does provide superior service and has demonstrated ability of doing that over several years. If that information can be provided, I would love to see it, and I'd love to know who they are. However, I don't know if that exists. There are flaws in everything. And so we have got to do what's best in the best interest of Tarrant County to move the county forward, to be able to generate revenue, which they have said that is something that will happen with the TechShare program the way it is currently constructed. We can't do anything to change what happened in the past. It's already done. In the words of my mother, there's no use crying over spilled milk. However, I think we need to be hyper vigilant in making sure that whatever promises and guarantees are being given to us by TechShare are actually adhered to and they produce results. If not, we need to Commissioner Simmons' point, put it on the shelf and go look for something else.
Okay. Now we will move to the public comments. Let me make an announcement before we begin. It'll be 2 minutes per person. There were 5 people, I cannot remember the 5th name, but there were 5 people that signed up to speak on the proclamations and resolutions section, if somebody will look up for me, not Christensen, Segal, Cardenas, Potenza. I remembered those four. There was another one I don't remember. I'm going to call those names out now. First, this will be the last meeting where I will call you during this section if you signed up for proclamation speaking and didn't mean to. I'm not going to let you go later at that time. You got to figure out the right one to sign up for. So, but this time, Mark Christensen, I don't remember the order, somebody named Siegel, Nydia Cardenas, Jolyn Potenza, and what was the fifth one?
Elizabeth Miller.
Elizabeth Miller. So the five of you can go. You can figure out your own order. Mr. Christensen, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I did make a mistake with
It's all right.
the signing up, and I will
No.
make note of that. Sorry for that. I'm speaking in favor of Commissioner, the resolution 10.E.1 for having the resolutions to screen agenda for items of transparency and clarity. The way you run the court, I think is excellent. I love how you run the county here. And I should see that if we have an agenda items that are unclear and lead to confusion, that this is not doing things decently and in order. And so I would encourage the passing of that resolution and making sure that we have a good agenda that we can run this meetings efficiently. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, is Siegel here? I think that was how you pronounce it. How about Cardenas? Okay, and then how about Potenza? And then how about Miller? Is Miller present?
Okay. All right. Yes, my name is Nydia Cardenas, and I live in Precinct 4. We speak with one voice because of your attempts to silence us. This item is about language. What makes something misleading? Misleading implies you're headed somewhere, and that certain information will make it harder to get there. And so I want to say, good. I want it to be very hard to get where you're taking us. A county okay with ICE terrorizing our immigrant neighbors, a county where people die in mental health crisis inside our jails and their families are treated without dignity, a county that funnels our Black youth into an ineffective prison system. That is the direction that this agenda item is designed to protect. And here's what we need to understand about misleading information. It happens not just in what is stated, it happens most powerfully in what is withheld. Earlier this year, you voted to prohibit commissioners from even requesting public briefings on certain topics like ongoing jail deaths and pending civil lawsuits. As a voter, I prefer more information, not less. At least stated information can be corrected. Can the same be said for what you keep from us? This item claims no fiscal impact on the agenda. But when you tell Commissioner Simmons, a democratically elected leader with an equal vote to yours, to sit there and be quiet in a public meeting, I can only imagine what is said to staff behind closed doors. You couldn't even bring yourself, Judge O'Hare, to vote for a proclamation appreciating monks who walked 2,300 miles for peace today. You have built a culture hostile to dialogue and critical thinking and inclusion, and that actually costs our county every single day. We remember the names of those who have died in the Tarrant County Jail. Shante Lavette Brodus.
Okay, we have Christensen, Siegel, Cardenas. No, Christensen, Cardenas, Siegel, Potenza, Miller. I think that's it for those five. If you signed up for the next one, you will not be called again, by the way.
Elizabeth Miller, Precinct 3. I'm not sure, I was confused by this item, the misleading, putting misleading in there, I think sort of begs the question. I'm not really sure what all y'all have exactly going on that this is aimed at, but I encourage you to maybe work it out without an agenda item. Since this is my only opportunity to speak, I also wanted to encourage y'all on the Sean Procaccio issue. And we know if he's out there, there are others. So I'm asking y'all as a group, the whole dais, if y'all could think of a potential legislative solution, I will make sure it gets drafted. I will make sure it happens. I'm telling y'all, I will do that. I'm going to be in convention season on other stuff, talking to everybody. And I've already found a lot of people who are, I'm sure y'all have not enjoyed this issue, and other people who have their hair on fire about it. who will help us. So please think of something, and I'll try to make it happen. I think we can get this done. There are a lot of people that are eager to fix this problem. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Now, okay, first up is Dolores Phillips. Following Ms. Phillips is Mindy Tackett.
Dolores Phillips, thank you for allowing me to speak. Judge Harry O'Hare, you do have handouts. When the exhibits were targeted and stolen from Del DeHay Law Library, it was intentionally done to obstruct justice. And Judge O'Hare, if I come before you and I speak to you and I'm dishonest with you, and you rule and consider my dishonesty, not knowing that it's dishonest, then your order will inevitably reflect dishonesty. When they did the retaliatory eviction, they took binders of exhibits from my dad. He's the only man I know, and I'm speaking to you in humility. I don't come to play with your time. It's invaluable. My dad, as many other men and women, it takes men and women with big hearts to raise children that's not their biological children. My dad's demise was caused before his time to take his estate for one. Let us put that on the record. When they took the binders, you have the pictures, they took out items out of my chest in my living room, took binders, the ones that were left, they put them in the chest. They stayed in there hours. Those exhibits, I've asked for an investigation at the DA's office. They said it wasn't criminal. Mayor Parker said, this is your business. What I'm asking you is for an investigation as to who targeted and stole my exhibits. Secondly, keep in mind DF-92-11850. It's robbery by way of the courts. I
Thank
see you
Ms.
next
Phillips.
month.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare.
Thank you. Following Ms. Tackett, we have Chris Wood.
Today, you're being asked to use county resources to defend a deputy constable being sued over a private off-duty security job at a Waffle House for personal pay. He was not on duty for Tarrant County. He was hired privately and paid privately. Texas Local Government Code 157.901 covers actions arising from public duty. Moonlighting at a Waffle House as a security guard is not a public duty. Taxpayers who never hired him, never authorized that work, and never benefited from it should not foot that bill. But this is part of a pattern. Commissioner Kraus, you installed a religious monument on public property, then steered the county's legal defense to a firm for which you are an attorney, without disclosing that conflict. And as Commissioner Simmons warned, if the county loses, taxpayers will pay those damages. Speaking of Commissioner Simmons, when she requested a briefing on our financial reserves, the public learned this court dipped nearly $8 million into the rainy day fund just 1 month into the fiscal year, with another $10 million draw coming. That's the kind of transparency this court is trying to suppress. Tim now wants the power to block agenda items he labels as misleading, which, based on the record, means any item that holds this majority accountable. 3 issues, 1 pattern: protecting insiders while the voices demanding answers get silenced. Again, you 3 boys seem to think this court is yours to do what you want, for whomever you want, however you want. It belongs to the people.
All right, is Chris Wood. Then we have, I've called those 2. After Chris Wood, we have TK Campbell.
I'm Chris Wood. I request special training be given to district attorneys on stalking behaviors and victim dynamics.
Personally, false allegations were made against me by a person who was stalking me. After my arrest, I provided documents to the DA through my public defender explaining the broader pattern. I did not receive a response, and charges were dropped only after a period of good behavior. I share this to highlight a systemic issue. Stalking is pattern-based behavior, yet cases are often evaluated as isolated incidents. When this happens, the justice system can unintentionally misidentify the victim. Like many stalking victims, I did not immediately file a report because I believed I could de-escalate the situation on my own. Police were called on multiple occasions, but responses reflected uncertainty about how to address the situation effectively. I've also seen other stalking victims rely on protective measures such as restraining orders, only to find the stalking behavior continues. Prosecutor training is crucial to address the following. Stalking is pattern-based behavior, not a single incident. Stalkers misuse the system by filing false reports. Trauma affects how victims present themselves. Seemingly minor events only make sense when viewed collectively. Misunderstanding these dynamics leaves risk that the justice system unintentionally empowers the individual causing harm and leaving the true victim unprotected. Please support special training for the DAs so cases are evaluated accurately, future harm will be prevented. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Campbell present? All right. All right, next is Buff Kaiser. Is Buff Kaiser present? All right, then we have Reed Bills and Charles Bills. Not quite yet, Miss Bills. Miss Bills, if you will
Yes.
sit down for 1 second, he's first, behind you.
Thank you. I'm Buff Kaiser, resident of Fort Worth. Chain of custody means keeping a continuous, documented record of who has handled election ballots, when they are handled, and how those ballots were secured at every step from issuance to counting. I've got copies for you of the 8 Texas chain of custody and ballot bag controlling laws and the 3 Secretary of State advisories that apply to us. I've also brought examples for you of the official ballot bag seal and lock certificates that have been filled out incorrectly at various Tarrant County early voting locations, plus a location by location analysis showing that less than 15% of our early voting ballots had identifiable chain of custody. Of our 40 primary early voting sites, only 29 official chain of custody forms were received, only 8 early voting sites were identified, and not 1 form was signed by a Tarrant County elections employee taking custody. Also, the Saginaw Public Library transferred 1,496 more ballots than tallied by Tarrant County elections. Clint Ludwig and Troy Havard need to be reporting such key performance indicators to you and the public. They also need to be providing their stats on the equipment breakdowns that occurred during the primary that so inconvenienced elected judges, volunteers, and voters. Finally, I've got a 1-page summary for you describing Denton and Collin County's simpler, more auditable hand-marked paper ballot systems that we think and hope you are also taking a look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, now we have Miss Bills. Following Miss Bills is Charles Bills.
My first public comment is about an agenda item posted by the county judge regarding agenda items proposed by unnamed commissioners. There is no accompanying explanation to clarify his complaint. I can only assume that instead he is providing us with an example of a misleading, unclear, or inaccurate agenda topic description. My second comment concerns the district attorney's request to provide legal representation for Deputy Constable Donnie Riddell. The petition in this case states clearly that defendant was working as an independent contractor in an off-duty capacity as a private security guard at the time of the incident leading to the suit. I question the obligation of the county to pay for his defense.
Mr. Bills, and then Catherine Godby.
Okay, so today we've had 2 hours of proclamations. We had a 1-hour briefing, and apparently there are 5 more briefings on the agenda. I have to think that you should reconsider having one meeting a month. I think you would all prefer 2 5-hour meetings rather than one miserable 10-hour meeting, which may even be longer. It just doesn't. It seems like you're just suffering too. So I mean, you're making everyone suffer because you just want them to suffer, and you can. Well, that's all I have to say.
All right, next we have Catherine Godby. Following Ms. Godby is Bishop Kirkland. Then next we have Bishop Kirkland. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Bob Willoughby.
The sheriff briefed us last month on a fabricated facade and the manipulation of facts. In custody means a person who is under the immediate physical control of another authority. They are the sheriff's responsibility. These people die in that jail. They're worked on until they get vital signs and then go to JPS and are pronounced dead. That is nonsense. Now, the numbers of in-custody deaths go down while the numbers of deaths go up. Shame on JPS for playing the role of the puppet in the hand of the master puppeteer, Bill Wayburn. Dr. Dickerson, you need to classify those persons as DOA. How could it be possible that they make the rounds as often as the sheriff said and Chastity Bonner be dead? How could Anthony Johnson be dead if we had the excellent mental health system that he bragged about? Shame on Judge O'Hara, as well as the two of you for crippling the efforts to fix roads in Commissioner Simmons' district, as well as denying a courthouse for those people simply to spite her. The people of Precinct 3 and 4 should be ashamed of each of you for pointedly and purposely hurting the people of District 2 simply to shun Commissioner Simmons. Shame on Judge O'Hara for threatening the large Negro and Latino communities because you couldn't have your super quorum. Latino community, I hope you paid attention. In the last meeting, the Judge O'Hara and Matt Krause abstained from the voting for Cesar Chavez, the activist, the nonviolent protester who stood in the light of Dr. King. I dare you deny to vote. Latinos, pay attention. We need to get together. We need to walk together. We need to stay together because there must be a change
Thank
together.
You. Following Mr. Willoughby, we have Andrew Grubb.
Well, first, can I request that the cameras be on y'all and not me at the deal, because you're the ones that are elected, you're the ones that work for us, okay? If you can. What I want to say is that I'd like for you to take a page from the new school board. I think it was like a gift from God when they came in and moved the school board all out one way and put in a new group in. I wish someone would do that to city council. The new board has changed something automatically, which is good. It's 3 minutes for comment speaking for the public, regardless how many people are there. And that's the way it should be. Because when you're doing good, you don't have a large people here. And when you're doing bad, you do have a large people. But instead of addressing the bad, you reduce the time. That's not right. Now, Tim, I got to thank you more than ever for bringing up the comment meeting to the top of the, these are the most important things to me. And I know you didn't do it because I asked you, because it had merit. Anybody asking you do it for merit, you should. I want to ask you this, make this 3 minutes, and I agree with the other person. We should have 2 meetings a month, not one. You should get back to the people. I want to say, Tim, you have everything. You have money, you have a nice home, family, car, great life. You know, I want you to sit back and show your appreciation and reflect on that and let people have 3 minutes government-free. Sit on your hands, bite your tongue, and let them say whatever they want to say for 3 minutes, let them go home. They wait a lot of time, they spend their money and work to come down here. And when you shut them down early, and you have everything, let's not appreciate what you got, okay? And give us more time and put back 3 minutes. Thank you. And I had to change your sign. You hadn't done anything. Phil Store is a real problem, and you hadn't done anything, Lisa. So I had to take down your picture, your thing. Thank you.
All right, is Andrew Grubb here? All right, following Mr. Grubb, we have Patricia Yeager. Can everybody move your stuff out of the aisles, please? I don't want to see anything in the aisle. That's at least now the second person that's tripped. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Andrew Grubb. I served on the Testing and Ballot Committee that witnessed the recent logic and accuracy test prior to our runoff election coming up in May. Summary results, there were no machine or software errors found during that test. There were 4,000 ballots that were part of that test covering 10 runoff elections across Tarrant County. So that was the good news. We did have a lot, maybe about 20 human errors, so the actual results did not match the expected results built into the model by Tarrant County Elections. But we did find the reason for every one of those errors. There was an instance that I want to address more involving absentee ballots. And considering the abuse and concerns about absentee ballots across the country, I want to talk about that a little bit in my remaining time. This was a surprise to members of the testing board that absentee ballots fed into the ballot tally scanners that were used at precinct and voting area level were accepted by the machines. Now, apparently this is normal for the machines if they're fed in there, but those absentee ballots were accepted, counted, and tallied as ordinary in-person ballots without being flagged and without going through the additional vetting and security purposes that we have in place for absentee ballots. That is a potential problem, but it still didn't affect the outcome of the results in this case. I do have some handouts that I'm going to give you that you can look at with more detail. And so with some reluctance, I have to say the test should be certified based on state law.
All right, Patricia Yeager. Paul David Williams. Paul David Williams is here. Are you Paul David Williams? Are you going to speak? Following Mr. Williams is Jackie Johnson.
I just wanted to talk about how many people have died in jail. You know, it's more than 70 people since 2017 when we got our sheriff. And we're one of the leading counties for deaths in jail. And that's not a good reputation for Tarrant County. I also want to speak about the number of days we can talk to you. We used to be able to talk 4 days. You reduced it to 2 days. Now you reduced it to 1 day. We used to be able to speak on every subject. Now we can only speak one time on all the subjects. That's not right.
Jackie Johnson. Following Ms. Johnson is Micah Ryan.
On April 21st, in 7 days, it will be 2 years since the murder of my son in the Tarrant County Jail. 2 years with no accountability. Commissioner Ramirez, you brought the sheriff here last month to talk about declining custody deaths. Yet a person died in that jail in December of 2025. That alone collapses the narrative. A system cannot claim progress while people are still dying under the same conditions that have taken more than 70 lives since the sheriff took office in 2017. And that briefing ignored who was being held there. People with severe mental illness, intellectual disabilities, and serious medical fragility. Some cannot bathe, feed, or medicate themselves without assistance. Doctors have said some cannot be restored to competency. Yet, They remain in a facility not designed to keep medical fragile people alive. That is not improvement, that is neglect. The Texas Commission on Jail Centers has confirmed that for years, Tarrant County failed to secure the independent investigations required by state law. Fort Worth police acknowledged they were not conducting their own investigations, only reviewing the sheriff's internal reports. When investigations are compromised, claims of decline become political messaging, not accountability. And after nearly 3 years of you in that seat, Commissioner Ramirez, this narrative appears only now. As your reelection approaches, this is why voting matters. Voters deserve answers about why deaths continue, why independent investigations were not conducted, why medical vulnerable people remain incarcerated, and why accountability surfaces only during an election year. Until those questions are addressed, talk of declining deaths is not progress. It is misleading and deceptive. In the mental health alert.
Thank you. Gail Smith. Is Gail Smith present? Nan Terry. Then Harriet Harrell.
Good afternoon. I'd like to speak about the severely mentally ill and the intellectually developmentally disabled, or IDD, housed in our county jail. Sean Harris was one of the IDD. Over the last few years, we've had a few. Last month, MHMR reported we have 6 individuals classified as IDD in the Tarrant County Jail. Sheriff Wayborn indicated in a media report that we had 62 individuals like Sean. I assume, but I'm not positive, that the sheriff had combined the IDD and the severely mentally ill. I want to share another story that you may not know about, but a 30-year-old female who was a member of the IDD group. She was diagnosed as IDD as a child in the Crowley ISD. She was held for 11 months in Tarrant County Jail with a charge of assault to an elderly. She pulled her mother's braid. Failed, if that's the right term, the jail-based competency restoration process. Her mother has told me she has done more at the San Angelo State Supported Living Center than she did in numerous of the group homes where she stayed. She has a job. She's involved in activities. She attends church. From a county taxpayer's viewpoint, you should be pushing HHSC to find placements for these individuals. 11 months for this woman, $48,000 for Sean, because we have to pay for him when he's in our jail. When he's in SSLLC, state of Texas picks up the tab. These people will never be competent. We can argue about that, but if you follow or track it, we haven't had one that's become competent. The individual classified as IDD have ended up in Tarrant County Jail to languish until the press reports. Do you have a process to be notified when an IDD individual is detained in the county?
Thank you. Following Dr. Harrell, we have Melissa Perez.
Let's reflect on this public comments process. From where I sit, it's a random listing of unrelated topics. Wouldn't it be far more useful if we could speak to issues when you're actually discussing them so that they help inform decisions? This way, it is simply lip service to citizen input. You have thoughtful, informed citizens here who want to be helpful. You should be listening, not consistently trying to silence us. So today, I'm addressing the sheriff's briefing from last month because we couldn't speak about it then because we had to speak before we heard it, and now we have to wait a month before we get our 2 minutes. First, I'm glad the jail deaths are down, but they should be reported proportionately, not in raw numbers. By that measure, Tarrant County's 9-year death rate exceeds Harris, Dallas, Travis, and El Paso. Second, the improvements presented were all attributed to JPS and MHMR. What improvements has the jail itself made? In detox, the jail told us they have no policies. That raises serious concerns, and deaths happen there. Third, when cases like Sean Faraggio arise, the response should not be, that's a medical issue. The jail contracts with JPS and MHMR. How are they holding those partners accountable for better outcomes? And finally, where is the leadership? What are the sheriff and the commissioners doing to lead change in systemic issues that we all agree are terrible for inmates with mental health issues? Let us know. We'll help.
Is Ms. Perez present? All right, next we have Deborah Kratke, followed by Donnie Riddell, or no, probably Riddell.
It's hard to comment about an agenda item when you've moved our comments to the beginning of the session. I have no idea what you intend to talk about on item 10E1, since there are no attachments and no real explanation. I have no idea what this means, and I believe the intention of this, it is the intention of this court. Let me quote one of the members of this court. In mature governance, the winning side listens to the losing side, takes value from the process, and moves forward together. I find this ironic. I've talked to many of the people who come to court to comment about their concerns. I seldom hear any reference to these comments from the judge who brought this action. I seldom hear any reference to these comments from the commissioner who wrote the article. He also said, too many leaders now treat opponents as existential enemies rather than fellow citizens. And yet, at a recent political forum sponsored by Mercy Culture, Don Huffines referred to Democrats as satanic and demons. Perhaps this court could set Mr. Huffines straight. However, I mentioned that at an earlier Commissioners Court meeting, and I heard crickets instead. At a recent meeting, a member of the court referred to the same people who always come to meetings to give feedback. It would seem that the court has tried to stand in the breach of these people. So let me tell you what it takes to come here and stand in the breach. It starts with reviewing the agenda, which usually takes several hours on the weekend prior to the meeting. We have to prepare our comments and make sure we understand the issues, and that takes several hours. This is no fun. I can think of a dozen places I'd rather be, but still we come. And here's a promise. Regardless of who wins in November, we'll still be here, even if you're not. If I were you, I'd start listening instead of complaining. I'd reach out to the people who care enough to show up.
Mr. Riddell, and then David Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Donnie Rydell, and I have served as a law enforcement officer for over 25 years. Currently employed with the Tarrant County Constable's Office, Precinct 5. I'm here today regarding civil litigation currently against me in regards to legal action taken on my official duty, and respectively request the county provide me with legal representation and assistance. The incident in question occurred on March 29th of 2025 while I was working off duty inside of a restaurant within Tarrant County's jurisdiction. I was under the color of duty wearing my county issued uniform when I was brought to my attention that two individuals were fighting in the parking lot of the Waffle House. I responded to the parking lot to discover that a person was being actively assaulted. The assailant fled when I approached him. I contacted dispatch with my county issued radio, and multiple agencies responded to the scene. During the incident, I had a public duty to preserve the peace within Tarrant County per Article 2.13, the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. I acted within good faith and within the scope of my duties as a deputy of the Tarrant County Constable's Office, Precinct 5. My off-duty employment was approved by my command staff. I followed the Tarrant County Constable's policies and my department policies for off-duty employment. In today's litigious society, it is paramount that this Commissioner's Court support their deputies against frivolous lawsuits while they protect the citizens of Tarrant County. I thank you for your time and your continued support for law enforcement community. Thank you.
Thank you. David Rodriguez. Following Mr. Rodriguez is Jeff Blanchard.
So there was a quote that, according to KERA News, you had said, last month, an item was placed on the agenda and language used to describe the item grossly mischaracterized the actual facts and data. The official Tarrant County Commissioner's agenda is no place for misleading the public to try and score political points. especially not when the facts alleged are false. The public deserves better. Judge Jim O'Hare, that's a quote directly from you to KERA News. And so my question is, if the language that is used accurately reflects the data that is being presented to us, the public, how in any way, shape, or form is that a problem? On top of that, there is no specific agenda item that was said that you feel was grossly mischaracterized. Now, it concerns me as a resident because, as we see, I'm already cut down to 2 minutes, and there's a proportion that keeps propping up, 3 to 2, 3 to 2, 3 to 2, 3 to 2. That proportion always keeps coming up, despite the fact that you say you don't score political points, and this apparent court is nonpartisan. So when I inevitably feel like this proposition will be scored 3 to 2 once again, I have to ask, who's going to vet the language that you don't like? And is the staff of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court going to be subjected to Orwellian guidelines where they will be removing old speak and replacing it with new speak that is approved by y'all or whoever? Correct. So is the policy, and I feel like this is a very specific, and then will this policy then also apply to here in the Commissioners Court? So when, of course, Ms. Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Simmons, is asking critically engaged and critically thinking questions to your propositions, will she then be accused of thought crime?
Jeff Blanchard. Jennifer Blanchard. E.J. Carrion. Alexander Montalvo. Following Mr. Montalvo is Charles Wiedemeyer.
All right, so for my monthly 2 minutes, I had a whole theme focused around corruption and all of the ways that this county leadership is not serving the people. But holy heck, I cannot believe this tech share presentation we had to sit through and all of the nonsense that was said during that time. Y'all, TechShare really had hired someone to compare a $2.4 trillion company to Amazon to evaluate what Tarrant County is spending in terms of technology and how good or bad we are doing in that evaluation. That is absurd. And Maggie, you sit on the board for Tarrant County for this TechShare software company. So I imagine you want this to look as good as possible since you're on the ballot this election in November. But this was horrendous. And the fact that you had no actual questions in terms of operational metrics, KPIs, what is it doing? What is the impact in terms of the user experience? It sounds like you're saving money on tech because you have staff and employees doing double data entry. Are you incorporating those labor costs in terms of the tech cost savings that you are having right now? It is absurd to think that this county, who cannot even keep people alive in the jail, is way too eager to send kids from Tarrant County to jails and, places in other counties and ship them off because we don't have the space, because we want to imprison as many as possible, that can't actually fund JPS adequately and continues to try to derail the services it does to so many people in our county, has the best tech in the country. I'm sorry. Y'all's chief information policy person, Andre, is gaslighting y'all, and it is embarrassing to have to sit through that. That needs to be addressed now.
Thank you. Mr. Wiedemeyer here. All right, we already went her. Linda Hanratty. Following Ms. Hanratty is James Trask. Is that it?
Part of the reason some people aren't here is that we had to wait 4 hours to get to speak. One of my concerns is that almost 57% of the commissary revenues go to salaries. Shouldn't more of the money go to benefiting inmates, since they and their families are the one paying for the inflated prices for junk food provided by the commissary? I don't want to pay the legal fees for the constable. And my take on the agenda item is that other people have talked about, is that anything on the agenda now will have to be approved by the county judge, and no more briefings or anything that, particularly from Melissa Simmons. This is just another of a never-ending series of unacceptable power grabs by the county judge to disenfranchise the citizens of Tarrant County. The other thing I wanted to question is that in purchasing number D10, there were 4 bidders for the purchase of ballot pouches. The contract was first awarded to the low bidder, and his was a little over, company was a little over $12,000. There were 2 other bids, one for $12,000 something, a little bit higher, and then one for $28,000. But the county has decided in its wisdom that we need to award it to the highest bidder at over $73,000. There was no explanation for why we went from the low to the high. Thank you.
Thank you. Is James Trask present? Following Mr. Trask, we have Jimmy Blackwell.
Hi, my name's James, and I've been a Tarrant County resident since I was 12 years old. I currently live in Fort Worth, Texas, in District 4, and I am honored to serve at Westside Unitarian Universalist Church, also here in Fort Worth, Texas. As a brief note, it was really good to see a long-serving member of the TCC board recognized for her efforts earlier today. I'm very proud of the associate's degree I earned there, and it helped me jump into my long educational career afterward. And I'm just really grateful for all of the people that do so much hard work to make TCC what it is for our county. The main agenda item I wanted to talk about was 10.E.1, the discussion and possible action on misleading agenda topics. As a member of a faith community here in Fort Worth, it is important to me that our government is an ethical one. And the most ethical forms of government that we human beings have figured out so far are the ones that hear the voices of the people that are being governed. It is the sacred duty of our elected officials to make sure that voices of the people are heard. This agenda item does not give us details on what may change. If you are going to change the rules, again, of how this court serves the people, then the people deserve to know what that change may be before it is made so that we can make our voices heard. This is another in a long line of actions this court has taken to reduce the opportunities for the people of Tarrant County to speak or to vote. So by all means, please discuss your plan during agenda item 10.E.1, but please wait for next month to take a vote on it so that we have a chance to review the proposed changes and make comments if we see the need to. And earlier in today's session, as a member of a faith community in Fort Worth, I was confused, puzzled, and honestly embarrassed to see that there was an abstention to the resolution honoring the monks of Fort Worth. I was confused, puzzled, and embarrassed, but not surprised.
Following Mr. Blackwell, we have Mike Oakley.
Judge O'Hara, let me open with a quote by world-renowned philosopher, rap icon, and may I add genius, the late Tupac Shakur. Tupac said, and I quote, "You can find money for war, but can't feed the poor," end quote. What this genius was saying, and I'm paraphrasing, you can find money to kill, but you can't find money to feed. You can find money to kill elementary school children in a foreign country, but you can't find money to fully fund the SNAP program so children in this country can start their day with a full stomach. You can find money to blow up runways, military bases, bunkers, and alleged enemy headquarters, but you turn around and cut funds to continue to research childhood cancer, childhood diabetes, and most cruelly, you cut veterans' benefits to those who put their lives on the line for this country. You spend millions on guided missile systems, but they are under the control of a person with misguided minds and intentions. When it comes to killing, this country is professional, and they do it at a drop of a dime. They love it. They enjoy killing, but they do not enjoy helping people. Those who are left out, those who are poor. They have no use for them, but will kill anybody. Thanks, Mr. Shakur, as you speak from the grave. Rest in peace, genius. Rest in peace.
Mr. Oakley. Is Mr. Oakley present? Kimberly Edmonds. Is Kimberly Edmonds here? Patsy, I don't know if that's a real name, Patsy Abbott. Patsy Abbott. Rosemary Pradia. Rosemary Pradia. Shirley Lucas. Tanner Little. All right, that's all the folks we have signed up. It is currently 2:07. We will reconvene in here at 2:17. We are in recess until 2:17. Gentlemen,
Did you talk to Harold?
okay. Okay, where are we?
Consent agenda.
What?
Consent.
Page 2.
Page 1.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. That's right. The what? The road. Closed road. Not at all. That's.
She works for me. Everything okay?
we're back from recess. Apparently I missed Cassandra Johnson. Miss Johnson, come on up.
Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Alice Louise Wilson, 67, retired AT&T telephone operator, passed away in her home in 2016. Traylon Wormley was her 7th grandchild who died inside of Tarrant County Green Bay Jail from apparently a fentanyl overdose 7 days before his court date. It's been over 7 years since Tarrant County appointed an outside investigation per Sandra Bland Act. What amazes me is I was able to touch and communicate with Gary Fix, and it was 7 months, approximately 7 months, that he passed after he retired. Judge O'Hara, can you please give me answers? God has shifted my mindset. Alicia Wilson is a niece of mine. Visiting with her in Lon Evans on Sunday. When I went there, the technology, the computer wouldn't even come on. It would blink, a glitch off and on. The guard said, I said, wait a minute. She said, Nanny, she was so glad to see me. She'd been there since about 7 years plus, inside of a box. The guard tell me, I said, how can you help us? I want to see her face. He said, well, this is the system we're working with now. If she get on her knees, she can see clearly in that camera and it should work. Who want to do that? Been locked up 7 years. Who wants, plus waiting? Who wants to do that, Judge O'Hare? So are we making it better or worse? Because previously, when I went to go see her, it worked. Did we change the system? Give me answers. Thank you guys for letting me speak.
Thank you.
I'm ahead to see her now.
Okay, we now go to the consent agenda. As amended, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Second is Ramirez. Did you second that? Okay. All right. All right, yeah. All right, cast your votes if there's no discussion. Passes unanimously. Okay, now, going in order, the first pulled item is 9C1, consideration of the issuance of Series 2026 hospital revenue bonds and one or more series by the Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corporation for Christus Health in an amount not to exceed $150 million. Yes, does somebody pulled it? Is there something you want to ask?
Nope, I did not pull it.
No, somebody did.
I got my question answered. Yes, thank you. Oh, you did? Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody want to make a motion to approve this?
Move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item F1, consideration of fiscal year 2026 appropriation adjustments. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion?
Yes. I have a few questions. What, hi Helen.
Hi.
What are the council fees for County Criminal Court 6, CCC 6 at $255,000? What, that sticks out to me. What's that
It's
for?
council fees, I'm sure. I don't know exactly what the council fees are, but it is just cases that there's indigent defense for.
Indigent, okay. Is this excessive? Do we see this regularly? I don't.
It is earlier in the year that we've had to do this, but that's because they're working cases through like crazy over there.
All right, so how often?
Normally, we would see them in previous years. We'd see it about in August, July or August. And it could be that another case was assigned to this court that was not anticipated. I don't know if they move cases from one court to another for County Criminal Court number 6 to here. But it's just the volume of cases that they have.
And this is what, customary, normal?
Yes, we do this every year.
Okay, okay. What is the process for forecasting cost and the cost for council fees for the
When we're
criminal
looking at their
courts?
budget, we look to see what their cases are. On the felony courts, we look to see if there is going to be a capital murder case. And then because we don't know what all the cases are going to get to court, we have a separate one that's called judicial services, and we put money aside over in that for anticipated costs for indigent defense.
Okay, it seems like this would have been budgeted for.
So we budget in every single court what they did the previous year. And sometimes the judges will come back and say it either needs to be higher or lower because they look at their cases that they're going to have in court. We look at what's been expensed over the previous year, couple of years, it's trending, and see what we need to put aside to make sure we have money in courts judiciary to move over into any of the courts that need it.
All right, so.
For indigent defense.
For indigent defense. So this happens regularly. This is just the first time it's caught my attention, is what we're saying.
Yeah, it usually starts about July, August, and September. This is one of the earlier years. I did not look to see specifically if County Criminal Court number 6 lowered their budget in anticipation of having less cases, but it is indigent defense, which by law we have to pay for.
Okay. On the criminal DA roll-up, Could you clarify the purpose of the outlined criminal DA roll-up expenditures?
So that is there is another corresponding court communication that will be on under HR. They have, ARPA funding is diminishing, and there were positions for the narcotics unit that was in the ARPA funding. Moving these positions over because of the diminishing money, we did not have enough money in ARPA to pay for these positions. We requested that they be moved over with offsetting cost for FY '26. There is total offsetting cost, and that is what you see right here.
That adds up to $328,500.
It's also on the court communication that you will see in HR, there is elimination of 4 positions.
Okay. And it's being applied toward the 6 carpet positions?
Excuse me? I'm
It's
sorry.
being applied towards the 6 carpet positions?
Right, so reducing, if you, again, the next court communication will show you that the elimination of the 4 positions, there's a fiscal impact showing the cost of that, and then moving these items over from the general fund into, the expenditures from general fund over into their narcotics fund for the remainder of this FY '26 to offset the total cost for them coming
Okay.
over.
These positions are necessary? They don't, I mean, we knew they were temporary, so they don't just go away?
Which positions are you referencing? The ones we're eliminating or the ones we're moving over?
The ones you're moving over.
It's a narcotics unit, and the DA's office believes that those need to be funded for permanent.
All right. We knew they were going away, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't budget for them?
So their plan was to, we have the funds until December 31st, 2026. But the money that was allocated for the positions within, internal positions within the county had diminished. And the conversation had been with the DA's office that we would move positions from the ARPA funding over into vacant positions. The positions that were eliminated are not qualified for the positions we're moving over, so they just eliminated the positions and moved the 6 positions over.
Okay. I'm just going to be very open. If any department head comes to us for additional positions right now, we would likely say no. And so they're going to see this, that we're granting, not talking to you, I'm talking to the whatever, that we're going to approve this when some of these positions should just go away because the money's going away. And they're going to start asking for positions. And I guess we're going to either grant them or tell people no. So, all right. That's all I had on.
All right, anybody else have any
appropriation
questions on that item?
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Now takes us to item K3, which is consideration to amend Court Order Number 141149 to replace the designation of the Director of Tarrant County Transportation Services with the Tarrant County Engineer for review and approval of final plats. I pulled this item off the agenda, and the reason I pulled this item off the agenda is currently engineering or transportation, whichever one it is, makes the recommendation to us whether or not to approve plats or not. Whether intentional or unintentional, the actual language, if we voted to approve today, it would not come to court anymore for approval of the plat. And I don't know if that's what you intended, but I do not want to see that taken away from the court. So we can handle this one of 2 ways. 3 people here can vote to do it exactly as is. You can pull this and go back and redo the language, or I could attempt to craft some type of amendment. Do you have any thoughts?
Judge, I think an amendment would be fine. I wanted to say it's, ultimately, the court definitely has the authority relating to plats. This action is something that the court approved back in June of '23 for the Transportation Services Director. That now being the Engineering Services Department, so we were trying to do this
But
as
it
a
was to
cleanup.
review final plats and then present those to Commissioners Court for final action. The language changed that you get to approve it in this thing you submitted. Am I correct? Yeah. So I don't know why that's in there. Who came up with that idea?
I don't, that was definitely not the intention, is to take that away from the court.
Okay, so I have no problem with changing who reviews them and presents them to Commissioners Court. I do have a problem with you just now prove it on your own and we never see it. So.
And Judge, if I may.
Yeah.
One issue that does come up is there's a statutory 30-day requirement that the court approve with conditions, or disapprove. And the whole reason that this was put into place was so that plats couldn't get just approved through operation of the law. In the event that we weren't able to get a plat in front of the Commissioners Court to make that decision, this would allow the court's designee to approve with conditions, or disapprove.
Yeah, we can always call a special meeting if we had to do that. Has there been a time in the last 2 years where somehow that deadline didn't happen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when?
There have been, in fact, we have 2 receiving files on this court today that we signed because we weren't going to meet that 30-day deadline. And I don't know exactly how many. I would say roughly 4 to 5 plats per year out of approximately 30 per year that we get. We're just unable to make the next deadline.
Okay. So walk me through the 30-day deadline problem.
So whenever our department receives a plat and that application is considered completed, and there's a list of those requirements of what dictates a complete plat application, we have a 30-day clock that starts to approve with conditions, or disapprove.
Okay.
We typically are able to get comments back to property owner, developer within 10 days. They take as long as it may require for them to answer those comments. And so the scenario that can come up is say, if last week we received a plat ready to sign, we wouldn't have had time to get that on this court, and it would have been more than 30 days before we could get it on the following court.
Okay.
So that's the scenario where this typically would come into play for my position to sign off on that and then receive and file with the court afterwards.
I'm guessing approve with conditions is not approve with the condition that Commissioners Court approves it at the next meeting, or could that legally happen?
Approve with conditions would be more akin to, we will approve it if you fix this particular issue that we've identified. So they then are on a secondary shot clock to come back and fix that and present a plat again for consideration.
Yeah, so for example, we passed a policy, I want to say it was about 2 years ago, it's before the 2 new ones came on, where we said, not your fault, where we said, where it required 1 acre for all lot size, residential lot sizes. And, people like the rural area, they like the rural feel. Once you start saying you can have 5 units per acre, takes away from the rural feel. So that part was important to me. It was important to a number of people that I had talked to in unincorporated areas. Just, you're not going to do something evil. You're not going to do something where you're trying to, rip somebody off or do something wrong. I just don't want to give the staff the power to approve it. And, well, we thought this was a good idea to go half acre. Okay, well, we didn't. Oh, well, we'll adjust it next time. So if you can come up with an alternative that helps you deal with the 30-day issue, I'm all ears and supportive of it as long as the court has the final say. So does anybody have an idea here?
Is this time sensitive?
Not necessarily. It's not something we have to get done today.
So if we tabled it for a month and brought it back next month?
that would be just fine. I would say, especially with anything involving variances, whether it's a lot size or some kind of variance from the court-adopted regulations, that's not something, we always bring those to the court, no matter what, even if we have to bring the variance prior to the plat coming to court. But to answer your question, yes, we can see what we can come up with.
Yeah, and the issue is it may be different for each person on here. It may be exactly the same on one thing. So you approve something that three of us would have never approved, and you don't know, you're trying to do your job. That's the issue that I don't want to run into. You had something?
Yes. Everything is time sensitive with this court because we meet just once a month. So yes, it's time sensitive. We laud our county staff every time we meet. I think we count on the professionals to do their jobs. He talked about 5 occurrences approximately a year. I move approval.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Not one person from the staff has come to me and said, hey, we may need to call a special meeting here. If we would have, I would have called it. So I'm not going to vote for it, but we have a motion and a second. I think we can go back. Y'all can come up with a plan that will work, but ultimately, anybody has anything else? Weigh in. If not, we'll go to the vote. Okay. Motion fails 2-3. If you will bring back some ideas and options next month, we can take a look at it. I'm sure we'll get something done. All right, thank you, sir. All right, next is agenda item N5. N5 is consideration of changes to the table of organization, DA's office. So I will move to approve this item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yes. I kind of discussed it on that previous agenda item. I just want to take a moment to better understand the fiscal impact of this item. Based on the backup beginning in FY 2027, this created a net impact of over $657,000 to the general fund. To me, that raises concerns about the long-term financial commitment we're taking on. Can you walk us through the total cost the county will assume moving forward and whether this will be an ongoing annual expense?
Well, that's probably a budget question at this point.
Ask the question again, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you walk us through the total cost the county will assume moving forward and whether this will be an ongoing annual expense?
So it would be that fiscal impact of the $657,000. But I would like to state at this particular time, we still have the budget process to go through, and there are still conversations that will be had with the DA's office. Things could change or things could stay the same, but we do have the budget process to go through.
So what would be the long-term financial commitment if we?
Well, with the elimination of the 4 positions, it offsets the cost. But again, I'm going to sound like I'm repeating myself, but it's the $657,000 that is stated down there in the fiscal impact for the future years to come, because they will not have the expenditures that they're moving over to D87 will come back to the general fund. And D87, excuse me, is their narcotics fund.
Okay.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, not a question, just a comment. I think that we need to tread lightly here. Although these are necessary, given the loss of the ARPA funds, fiscal year 2027 general fund impact, we should take this into consideration when we're doing budget deliberations for fiscal year 2027. This cost is $657,138.
Okay. All right, we're done. All right, please cast your votes unless there's other discussion. All right, passes 4-1. Takes us to item, what is this, R4? I think it's R4. Receive and file a letter from the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts regarding Tarrant County's 2026 Motor Vehicle Sales Tax Commission.
Yeah, I pulled that off the agenda. I know Tax Assessor Collector and I had talked in the past about some of the things his office was doing. And based on the numbers of this year, what they're going to get back compared to what they had last year, it's quite an improvement. So what have you guys done that has allowed, this extra additional revenue?
Yeah, let me just explain what this is. So we register cars every year, and everybody in this room's probably been through our offices to register their car. They pay a tax on those cars, and the tax goes to the state. It's not county money, and then the comptroller's office turns around and gives us a commission off of that money back to the county, or back to our office that ultimately ends up being the county. And last year it was a little over $31 million in commission. This year it jumped to $33 million in commission. And so whenever we saw this in our office, I asked lots of questions about it as well. Like, where did that money come from? And what's interesting about it is we did not necessarily register a bunch of new cars. It tells us about the cost of cars going up. The tax on a car today is very, very different than the tax on a car 4 or 5 years ago. Our office, the sales tax on the cars is about 6.25%. We saw in Tarrant County 4 million cars. Well, we register 4 million cars a year, and so you can do the math backwards and realize that our tax revenue on those cars that we collected last year alone was $675 million that's coming in that produces that kind of revenue. And so what I would say about our office is that when I came into office now 16 months ago, I took a total different approach to how this office may have been run in the past, and that I don't think of it as a government entity near as much as I think of it from a perspective of business. When you start thinking about what we do from the concept of business, you think of what we typically call a taxpayer more like a customer. We think about the money that they give us as something that you really don't have a choice but to pay if you want a car, but we got to treat you a little bit differently than government typically would treat you. We know other government offices that don't care that you have to wait forever to get into their office, and we get really upset about that. We measure those times. Anybody can come by my office, and I have a monitor in my office at all times that's monitoring all 7 locations to determine how long people are having to wait to get in to get the services that they get done. We also think about the money as being the taxpayers' money. It's not our money. It's money that comes in, and it's money that the taxpayers have to pay to utilize the services. But what it also does is for you guys, I've said on your side of this conversation when it comes to budgeting that you're going to get to do. When I was sitting on a city council, I'm knowing that sometimes we have to cut budgets to get where we want to get. This is $2 million more that we did not anticipate coming in this year that will come to help you as you do your budgeting and moving forward, helps you as you determine what the tax rate ought to be moving forward. And as it relates to that, I also therefore asked, is this $2 million something we shouldn't be able to anticipate every single year? And if you go back, I got numbers all the way back to 2017, and we've seen growth to this level. Never this extreme. The only time we ever went down in numbers was post-COVID, when people were not buying cars or you couldn't buy new cars because of the issue with the stuff that you couldn't get because of post-COVID. But we've seen continual growth. But this year it was 8.36% change in the revenue back to the county off of the commissions from the comptroller's office, and that's the highest number we've experienced going back to 2020. In 2020, we were 9.02. So I just hope that as we move forward, you're able to recognize that money that's coming in through our office. We know, as Ms. Simmons brought up a moment ago, that this is going to be a year that we're probably not going to be able to ask for new things. However, I can offset almost everything that I need from you with revenue that we're bringing into our office. And so we will continue to do the service that we do. I work with an outstanding staff, not only downstairs in this building, but in each of your offices around the county. We are working very hard to make sure we hire great people, but also train great people. And we still have struggles with things like time it takes. And we're really working hard to make that even better for you. So it's an honor to be your tax assessor collector and to continue to serve in that capacity.
Excellent. Thank you. I
Very
appreciate that explanation. So I move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file this letter. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. Passes unanimously. That should be the end of the removed consent agenda items. So now we go to the regular agenda, 10A1, consideration of out-of-state travel requests.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve out-of-state travel requests. Any discussion? Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, we have a consideration of an exception to the travel policy, Commissioner Precinct 2. I have one question. Is approving this, is the money being spent still within the travel budget of Precinct 2? It does not exceed the budget, does it? Okay. All right, that's my question.
I move for
Move
approval.
approval.
All
Second.
right, we have a motion, we have a second, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Brings us to item 3, consideration of the initial guaranteed maximum price amendment number 2 between JPS and Austin Commercial for the new JPS Main Hospital project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item B1 is held until after legal discussion enclosed. Item C1 is consideration of a property use and fee waiver request from the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People to use the community room at the sub courthouse in Arlington to host monthly public forums.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
I'll say one thing. We had somebody request use precinct 3 a couple months back for voter registration training, things of that nature. It was nonpartisan, but we thought there was enough of a question whether it could be viewed as maybe partisan that we said no ourselves. So even in precinct 3, we said no, we don't want to give off the appearance of that. I kind of feel like I've set that precedent. So I'm going to vote no on this because I don't want to violate my own precedent that we've set in precinct 3. So I just wanted to let you know why I was doing that. We've actually considered this, and just to stay away from anything that could look partisan or political, I think in the courthouse is probably not a good idea. And we've held ourselves to that standard as well.
So the NAACP is a nonpartisan organization. It could lose all of its exemptions and any of that if it put out the appearance that it was partisan. It is a policy organization with a mission to advance civil rights and human rights. That's it. It's nonpartisan. It cannot endorse candidates. It cannot have a candidate forum of all Democrats. It has to invite Republicans, Democrats, Independents. It is a civil rights organization.
And I totally understand that from the 501c3 perspective. You have to be nonpartisan. The lady who wanted to use precinct 3's courthouse, the exact same thing, use that exact same argument. But if you looked in the history, she basically trained mainly Republicans, and at some point she'd even had a contract or done some things with the Republican Party of Texas. So we thought, she's nonpartisan, and everybody's invited to do that, but more than likely, if somebody got wind of who was doing it, it might look partisan. And so, again, we said no, so to be consistent, I'm just going to keep that precedent that I've established.
All right, any other discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, it fails 2-3. Next up is item 2, consideration of a property use request and fee waiver from the Tarrant County Historical Commission to conduct free guided public tours of the 1895 courthouse during the Main Street Arts Festival.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up is item 3, consideration of a property use request and fee waiver from the National Family Law Trial Institute to conduct a continuing legal education mock trial at the Family Law Center.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up is purchasing. Purchasing. Well, normally I will make a motion for something here, but I have a question. Anybody have any questions on 1 through 12? I have some questions on 3.
I've got 7.
7, okay. Anybody else have any questions on any of those 1 through 12? All right, let me start with item 3. So, I met with a couple of individuals who did some work on behalf of the state of Florida and the state of Virginia. And without quoting exact numbers or anything of that sort, they found an exorbitant number of, I think, Microsoft licenses, Outlook licenses, way more than they had actual users. And when they went in and did something with their tools, technology, they found tremendous cost savings. How confident are we, and this could also be for you, Andre, that we have a good handle on we are actually paying for licenses that we need and not extra that are just wasting money?
So we went through a complete audit of every single piece of software that we use from Microsoft, both at the individual PC level and with servers and with cloud storage and cloud environments. And we also submitted that to an independent organization, Gartner, who literally evaluates millions of Microsoft contracts. And they found that we had exactly what we needed and that the price that we had negotiated, because we negotiated it 2 years ago, actually allowed us to forego a substantial increase in price from Microsoft, which will benefit us for a full 3 years.
Okay.
So because of that audit, our cost actually went down from last year to this year, and will not increase in any significant way next year, which is exactly the opposite of what you're finding with most organizations, counties, states, and everybody else, because Microsoft did a substantial increase in pricing for this year.
Did the audit actually help us eliminate some licenses?
Several,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, good.
Absolutely. Now, I'll be more than glad to take any output from those two gentlemen that we met with.
Yeah.
And evaluate it against our requirements. And if we find that we missed something, be more than glad to consider it and apply it accordingly. With Microsoft, we have a process that is annual called a true-up. And so that true-up actually verifies actual usage versus contracted. And if it goes up, then there is an additional bill. And if it goes down, there is a credit. So be glad to take any information, but I feel very comfortable with that.
Yep,
We're in
great.
good shape.
Thank you. That's what I had on that. Any other questions on that? Are we ready to move to item 7? All right, item 7, you had questions.
7, just a comment. This is about the chiller replacement at sub courthouse at Mansfield under facilities management or under purchasing. Just to reiterate, this decision to purchase chillers covers up a larger problem. We need a new structure in Mansfield, period. It was not my decision, thought, or idea. This was a decision that had been determined when Commissioner Wynn was in office. So for us to keep sinking money into this money pit is the epitome of fiscal irresponsibility. There is money set aside to construct a new Mansfield sub-courthouse. Let's do what needs to be done and get us a state-of-the-art facility that replaces this one that's sitting on a poor foundation, poor dirt, jacked up plumbing. All of that is sinking into the ground, but we want to go spend almost $500,000 on chillers. Make it make sense.
All right, I will move to approve purchasing items 1 through 12.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on 1 through 12. Any discussion?
I would like to vote separately on 7.
Okay. Well,
guess-
unfortunately, I've made the motion.
You can rescind it.
I don't want to.
Okay, well, I don't want to vote against all those other things.
Okay, decide how you're going to vote. I made the motion to do 1 through 12. I don't have to rescind that motion, do I?
Can I amend the motion?
You can make a motion to amend, yes.
Okay. I move to amend to pull out item 7.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to amend my motion to approve items 1 through 12, not 7, I think is what you mean.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody have anything?
And we'll have a subsequent vote to go back
To 7.
to 7,
Yes.
correct? We're not skipping 7 altogether.
No.
No.
It will need an
Okay.
independent vote, correct, Commissioner?
Okay, so what?
Item 7, if there's no action taken on it by virtue of this motion to amend,
Yeah.
it will need independent action.
Yeah, I
correct?
got it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so the amendment passes 4-1. So the motion is now move to approve item 1 through 12, excluding 7. Any more discussion? Okay, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. I'll now move to approve item 7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, passes 3-2. Now we go to permission to take bids and issue RFPs.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the permission to take bids and issue RFPs. Any discussion on any of those items? Okay, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. All right, now we come to item E1, which is the item that I placed on the agenda, discussion and possible action concerning how to prevent misleading and inaccurate agenda topics from being published on the Commissioners Court agenda. So this was the agenda item from last month regarding mail-in ballots. I will read the actual information. There's 3 parts to it. Briefing from elections on discrepancies in Secretary of State reconciliation reports, preventing voters the ability to vote by mail with ease, and causing vote-by-mail ballots to be rejected at a higher rate than usual. The first piece of this, discrepancies in Secretary of State reconciliation reports. That was what's listed. There actually were no discrepancies. Someone didn't understand what they were reading, which happens from time to time. The second item was the second piece of that was preventing voters the ability to vote by mail with ease. There was 0 evidence of any kind that actually happened. It was all based on misreading the data. And then the third one was causing vote by mail ballots to be rejected at a higher rate than usual. And our elections administrator got up there and read that it's this particular one, that election we were referring to, was actually lower than the average in terms of rejections. So I fully support anyone putting an item on the agenda to discuss. I'd like to clarify the facts, get information, find it out. But every one of us here, in my opinion, has a responsibility to have an agenda item that's fair, that's accurate, and that's not factually incorrect or grossly misleading. I don't know how to come back with any answer to, was this grossly misleading, to claim there was a 38% rejection rate when there wasn't. It was, I think, 2 something. The November 2025 rejection rate was 1.36%. So, do I have a new policy, a new proposal? No. The current Tarrant County Commissioners Court agenda management policy gives the county administrator final discretion on the agenda topic language. And so the Attorney General that we regularly rely upon to say somebody can put an item on the agenda, this is not an attempt to take an item off the agenda. This is not an attempt to stop you from asking any questions or anyone else from asking any questions or bringing up issues and finding answers. I do think it is important that in the actual agenda item title, it does not have information that is false. And there is, I don't think at this point, any dispute that what was listed before was false. Am I telling you that somebody did it on purpose? Probably not. Don't know that, but my guess is no. But it gave information to the public as though it was factual and true, which wasn't. And then what happens is the media goes and runs and writes it. And here we go, telling people, look, it's 38% off when it wasn't. So I think we have a responsibility to make sure what is on there is accurate. So what is my solution or issue? And I don't know if this is a motion you have to do this, but I would ask, and if you need court direction from a majority of this court, so it's an official court decision, we already adopted the policy. I would ask that you follow it and don't allow things on the agenda that are not accurate. Now, if somebody wants to sit there and claim it's accurate, okay, I hear all about it. I don't know any reasonable person that would argue putting something in the agenda topic language that is false is good policy or is a good way to go. You can talk about it, you can make all the points you want without stating something in the language that's inaccurate. So is a motion to direct him to follow what's already there appropriate, or just hearing feedback from the court is enough?
Judge, what I would suggest in this situation is if the court wanted to make a amendment or otherwise change the policy to codify what you're going for.
It's already there. He has final, according to this policy, he has the agenda topic language may be adjusted at the discretion of the county administrator. It's already been passed. I just want to make sure he doesn't have anybody fly off at the handle at him if he actually exercises his authority that this court duly passed when we passed this policy. So I don't think an amendment is necessary. It's there already. I'm asking you, since it's there already, do I need to make a motion to say, please follow it? Or getting feedback from the court during this discussion, is that enough?
Since the court has already spoken through the adoption of the policy and made the decision as to what it contains, I don't believe any sort of motion to follow the already codified policy is necessary.
Okay. Other questions or comments?
No, I think that's a great practice, and I know our county administrator takes that very seriously and works very hard to ensure that that's what we have on our agenda. So I have high confidence that our county administrator will continue to do that and put into place that policy, because we don't want to be misleading. I remember when I was the chairman in the Texas House, when we would submit our committee hearings, and you'd have captions or topics from there. They would make sure that nothing was misleading, nothing was hyperbole, nothing was partisan. You just wanted to give the public a good idea of what was going to be discussed at that point. And so I think it's a great practice. I think that's what our policy is. So Chandler, I appreciate all that you do, and I know you'll continue to do a good job on here.
Anybody else have anything?
Sure. So I regularly place briefing items on the Commissioners Court agenda. Requests for department heads to come before this court and the public and provide updates on issues and critical issues affecting this county. These include a variety of issues: fiscal concerns and custody deaths, public health, rising juvenile commitments, so on and so forth. I don't put misleading titles or headings on the agenda. Briefing items is governance. It's not misleading. It's our responsibility as county commissioners to ask questions and demand transparency and ask that county staff and department heads educate us and inform us. Every agenda item goes through a structured multi-week vetting process led by the county administrator alongside departments, department heads, elected officials that run large departments, legal counsel. For the judge to now label these items as inaccurate or misleading I guess it's an attack on me. It's not just an attack on me, it's an attack on y'all's professionalism and expertise of this very staff who is responsible for ensuring that this agenda process has integrity. So if he had a concern, he could have talked to you about it. It didn't need to be up here. If he thought it was me, he could have talked to me about it. On this particular agenda item, I simply was doing what I do all the time. We all received an email from the League of Women Voters with this concern. And so they wanted this talked about in court. I simply agendized it. No ill intent, just to get their questions answered and to get my questions answered. So there's not a history or practice of me, and I don't think any of these gentlemen putting anything misleading or inaccurate on the agenda. We don't need a vote. We don't need to amend anything. We just need to let these folks do their jobs.
The very language, I'll just read the last one, causing vote by mail ballots to be rejected at a higher rate than usual. That is factually inaccurate.
We have an
It's
election.
factually inaccurate. I wasn't done speaking. It's factually inaccurate. And I think what you said in all of that was you didn't do it on purpose. You didn't do it to mislead. Okay, great. I don't believe that's the language our county administrator came up with. And if it is, then he should be admonished because it's factually inaccurate. If it is not, which I suspect to be the case, then I want to make sure from this point forward, items that get on this agenda don't misstate the actual record. So when you look at the agenda items, and of the briefing items, 6 of these, I believe 5 are yours. Briefing on rental and utility assistance. Put it on all day long. Knock yourself out. Talk about, ask questions. Briefing related to Sean, I don't want to pronounce it wrong, Fraraccio. There you go. Briefing related to Tosha Thomas. Briefing related to an analysis of 10-year detention trends in Tarrant County pertaining to commitments to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. Briefing related to tax rates, projected tax revenue, and cash carry forward. All perfectly written and appropriate ways to place an item on the agenda. This one from last month simply was not. And what I'm asking you to do, and you can ask other court members, you can do it however you want to do it, I'm asking you to make sure inaccurate and misleading things like that don't show back up on the agenda. And the policy that this court passed, that we directed, gives you that authority to do that. Pretty simple.
It's pretty simple. Again, they have a process. Don't you have a process? Absolutely. I've called you before and you're like, I'm in my meeting with my staff going over court book. So if there was a problem with it, it seems to me the elections administrator, the county administrator, some assistant administrator would have caught it.
I'm glad you're in agreement. So
Seems like they would have caught it. So apparently, there wasn't a big deal with it. You're making a big deal about it. And let me end with this. Let's just tell the truth. This has nothing to do with efficiency. This is all about avoiding accountability for passing bad policies. As much as y'all's judge talks about wokeness, he sure does love some cancel culture. He wants to cancel public comments, and did. He wants to cancel policy discussions by commissioners. It seems the only thing he hasn't tried to cancel yet is our county debt and problems. There's no excuse for having to dip into taxpayer reserves to pay for our sheriff's overtime. But that's kind of radical mismanagement we're used to, unfortunately. And as much as he wants to avoid us talking about it, it doesn't change the fact that we have to pay for things. We have to talk about issues. You can't cover up, you can't run, hide, you can't shut the people down, you can't avoid being transparent, you can't shut me up. If there was something wrong with the heading, they would have caught it. They would have changed it. They've asked to change things before. They've changed things without asking. So, no need to take action here.
yeah, we all know it was inaccurate. And in
Chandler.
the future, I would like you to make sure there's nothing inaccurate in an agenda item description.
I said if.
Chandler, going forward, I would ask that you defer to your judgment on whether or not there could be perceived inaccuracies. And the example pointed to today on today's agenda, the item I requested, the tech share briefing, is perfectly written. You didn't voice an opinion on the tech share briefing. You didn't explain whether it was good or bad, et cetera. It says briefing on the tech share strategic review, which is what it was. So I defer to your judgment going forward. I think it's pretty clear that the policy allows you to place things on the agenda. And if you have a concern about something, you have the ability to place it on the agenda.
All right, now we'll move on. F1 we will handle after closed. So now we will move to appointments to various boards and commissions. Do we have any appointments from the court members?
I have three. I'd like to replace Dylan Maroney with James Novak on 3 boards: the Building Line Adjustment Board, the Variance Appeal Board, and the Job Evaluation Committee.
We have a motion
Second.
to put Mr. Novak on those 3 boards. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes on this item. All right, passes unanimously. Any other appointments to boards or commissions? All right, seeing none, now we have a briefing item on rental and utility assistance.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Klosek. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Center for Transforming Lives. I appreciate the honor of being here and giving you an update today. So thank you very much for making the decision that you did to create a new process providing funding for rent and utility assistance in our community. Hundreds of families have avoided eviction and homelessness, and many more have been able to keep their electricity on. Because of you, we've nearly doubled the number of residents who will be served by this program. Change this. Oh, great. Okay, click. Your goal in creating a new model is to put more money directly into assisting residents. We are already seeing that. So you can see a comparison there. It's a 12-month to a 5-month period, so not an apples to apples. But already in 5 months, we've given out nearly $1 million, and we are projected to fully expend the entire $2.3 million by October or even perhaps earlier. 89 cents of every dollar that you awarded is going to direct client assistance. 440 households have been supported already. That represents nearly 1,200 adults and children. We project that we will support about 1,000 households by October. Our comprehensive integrated approach means that a resident may come in for rental assistance, then sign up for a medical exam with one of our mobile health partners, or enroll in health benefits like Medicaid, all available at our Riverside campus. As one example, Miss Tessa, she is in the Special Utility Assistance Program, drops her bills off in person every month and likes to stay for a chat. She needs basic essentials, food and hygiene products also. Tarrant Area Food Bank is also on site, so she can get groceries, and we keep shampoo, toothpaste, and other essentials in our new donation and distribution center for folks like her. Now she can get everything that she needs in one place. She doesn't need to spend money on gas or bus fare to get across town. Our goal is to keep families in their homes. So our process is that we have a portal. It's open about every 3 weeks, and we close the portal once we get to 200 applicants. That has gotten shorter and shorter. So this last time we opened the portal, it took 35 minutes to get 200 applications. We do that because we do not want to offer false hope, which if we left it open, we would easily see thousands and thousands of applicants on that list. We want to process them as quickly as we can, and then get that support where they need it. Our phone calls, our website visitors, and emails have increased extremely since we announced the grant award, and we answer every single one of these, regardless of whether or not they are in line. So every single person who contacts us gets support and assistance of one kind or another. We've processed over 1,000 applications to date. Most of those that are denied assistance are due to income ineligibility. They just make too much money to qualify, in which case we provide information about other suitable housing options. The other reasons that are most common is that the landlords won't accept payments for rent from us, or that their applications weren't completed. And in some cases, when we follow up, they no longer need the assistance. This month, we've learned a lot in these first 5 months, and this month we transitioned to, we updated our technology to include a new screening tool and a secure document upload system, which will streamline and create more efficiencies. So you can see a profile of the distribution of funds. So the vast majority is going to rent, and then we have the utility program, and then the separate special utility assistance program. And then you can also see how that was distributed over time with getting up to speed in November. And then we provided the rent and utility assistance through November, December, and January. Started the special utility assistance program funding in February, which was a month before it has been provided in the past. The majority has gone to the rental assistance because that is the greatest need, but also you can see a lot has gone to the utility payments. All 500 special utility assistance clients who were transferred from the county have been contacted and supported. The assistance data, our average household payments is about $3,000 for rent assistance and about $400 for utilities. One of the surprises for us is that many landlords have let their occupants stay, and at 3 months, they're behind 3 months of rent. So we have paid up to 3 months of rent and are finding that more common. So it's on average, it's about 2 months that we're paying. Usually these residents have had a medical crisis or some other sort of similar crisis or an unexpected income loss, but they have gotten a job. We're helping them get caught up so they're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. We want them to get ahead and not just tread water. Our average days to payment is 6 to 8 days once the application is finalized. That's an improvement over 25 days in the past. And it has been a challenge in the beginning to get utility payments or utility companies to accept our pledge. And then you can see exactly how long it's the average days for each program. The assistance distribution has been all over the county. You can see the 2 red stars where the intake interviews are being done. So in our Fort Worth location and then in Arlington, but folks have come from everywhere to get assistance. So we're really excited that it's that across the board people are being helped. The profile of who's being helped are the majority of the recipients are female heads of household with an average family size of almost 3. And then for the special utility assistance program, of course, that's a lower family size. We are, the income for rent and utility assistance is about $20,000 per household. So you can see how much they're living on the edge. And then for the special utility assistance program, it's slightly lower, but again, these are people on fixed incomes. But again, we are able to help them with a number of other programs that we're operating on site, so they all get additional assistance besides the monetary. For our forecast, 5 months in, spending already nearly $1 million. So we, with those efficiencies and with the demand, we expect to go through all of the dollars by the beginning of October or perhaps even in the middle of September. I'd like to share one other story of Edwin. He is a 68-year-old resident from Fort Worth with a full-time job. He does not have any family here. He had major surgery a couple of months ago. He could only work limited hours while he healed, and the bills really piled up. He reached out for assistance with utilities during the winter, and that gave him an opportunity to heal. He drives for Uber and told us last month that he's back transporting the beautiful people of DFW around again. He's fully healed and had that opportunity to do so because of the utility assistance. So, and then we have a video from Lisa, who wanted to be here to share her story, but she's taking care of her grandchildren.
It's Lisa Lowry. And I am doing this because I want to thank you so much for helping me. Anyway, things are going great now, but there was a time when I really found myself in a bad situation, and I needed some help, and y'all were there for me. I thank you. So I've never in my life, I'm 57 years old, needed help. I found myself in a position where I had my son living with me, and I had 3 grandkids, small, the ages 1, 3, and 4. And they, we were at a place where he had to go to a rehab center with his girlfriend, which left me with all of them. But I let that left me in a position where when they had to go do this 6-month thing, that I was having to take care of these 3 babies on my salary, which is not bad, but it's bad when you have all of those bills and everything. And I just didn't want to see us homeless, and it was looking like we were going to be. But anyway, so I reached out for help, and I went to a place, and they actually turned me down. I think it was too late in the month or whatever, but they gave me your flyer, and I called, and that's when everything started turning around. You, right in the nick of time. I mean, you helped me so fast. It wasn't a long, lengthy process or anything, and the people were just wonderful. And my caseworker, I guess that's what you could call her, she was amazing. I was so grateful for that. And so we were able to get over the hump with your help. We are doing good, thriving. They're about to start school, one of them, school and Head Start, and the baby is just being an almost 2-year-old. And so I can't wait for my son to get out because he's amazing. Anyway, thank you again.
We hear stories like this every day, and they are all so grateful for the assistance that you've provided. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Carol?
I remember when we made this transition, and first, I want to thank Helen and Roxy and the entire team who identified ways to be more efficient with taxpayer dollars and more efficient delivery to our citizens. This is exactly what the vision was. And I want to thank Commissioner Miles for asking that we be very, very strict in our follow-up and reporting in how exactly this is being administered and if it's having the intended effect. Now, we're 5 months in, and we can say that right now it is. And so we do need to continuously monitor. But I'll say from 28 cents of direct client assistance to 89 cents is phenomenal. You're delivering more to taxpayers with less government, and that was exactly the point. And so thank you very much for what you and your team do every day. I know it's difficult to parse through all the data, but having more people reach out and more people served in 6 days than going through the lengthy process, which I'd love to know the benchmark of what it was when it was county held. I don't know if it was longer, or I imagine longer than 6 days. But in any case, that's when people really need it, is when they reach out. So I really appreciate what you do. This is a great success story. Thank you, Helen and Roxy.
Yeah, I was going to follow that number, same number that stuck out to you, stuck out to me, 28 cents to 89 cents. And so that means all the money that y'all have been given is getting right back into the community, which is what we hope. So as Commissioner Ramirez said, we want to keep an eye on that, but great job so far. And the testimonials obviously speak for themselves. And so Tarrant County is doing better from a fiscal perspective, but also a community perspective, thanks to your work. So we really appreciate it.
All right, anybody else have anything?
Yes, I have a few questions. What is the size of the staff that works this program?
We have 3 full-time and an intern.
It's phenomenal.
Did you hire anybody from the county?
I do not have that answer, but I can get back to you.
So to administer the program that our Human Services Department was doing, you said only 3 full-time employees?
That's right.
And was that it?
And an intern.
And an intern. How often are you having to shut the website down for intake purposes?
We open it, and the first month the first time we opened the portal, it took 2 hours to get to 200 applicants, and last time we opened it, it took 35 minutes. So then it's about 2 to 3 weeks to process those 200 applications that we get. Okay.
So the portal's open right now?
About every 3 weeks. Yes. We close it as soon as we get to 200 applicants.
So you get to 200 applicants, you close the portal.
Then we process them.
and you process them. And I think the county was doing that too. I think it's a horrible practice. Seems like they should go somewhere. What do the people, what type of notification, read receipt, what do they, somebody in crisis, what do they receive when they
They-
can't get into the portal?
When they can't get into the portal and people come in person, they call or they email, they send, they contact us in all kinds of ways. So everyone gets contacted. And if they're not on the list for that month, then they're given referrals to other places that may provide assistance for them. And then for whatever their need, their monetary need is, as well as other needs. So they're all getting that kind of information and referral service, even if we are not able to put them on the list at that point in time.
Okay.
We just want to make sure that we're not giving anyone false hope that their immediate need is going to be met if we know it's going to take us that amount of time. If you think about in the past, when you had almost 11,000 people who sought help in FY25 and got on the list, but so few people got helped. So we really wanted to avoid that situation because it is enormously frustrating for people to not hear back anything for months and months. So, with our process, it's not perfect, and we're working on some of the things we've learned, but they're going to get processed much more quickly and timely so that their rent can get paid.
All right, so if they show up or catch you by email, they're going to, get put on a list or referred out or?
If the portal is not open at that time, they're going to get referrals.
Referrals, okay. And so what should my staff do with the people that call us and tell us they can't get in or they got rejected or whatever?
They should absolutely call us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still receive the, contributions, donations from the utility companies?
We do not.
Oh, you do not get, yeah, no,
No,
it's a
and we would
SUAP
welcome
program.
that. We operate the SUAP program, but that's
Yes.
out of the initial award. It is not out of any additional dollars.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. What, is there a reason why?
Not that I am aware of.
Is there a reason why?
The utilities company has selected to do it on their own. They already had the process for you to be able to apply at the utility company. And they were giving us money to assist them.
Correct.
They decided to keep that for themselves and do the process through the utility company.
Oh, wow. So they didn't transfer and start giving the money
No, they would
to
not.
them?
They kept it themselves. They already had the program. We were doing dual effort here in the county and the utility company. So the utility company is now doing, whomever they do their business with, if they have that program, they can apply for it through that.
So I recall approving those, are they donations or
Yes,
whatever?
ma'am, from the utility.
From
utility company.
Encore and whoever?
It got to where it was one central donation that was
Okay.
made.
And so can you tell us how much in donations each year we were getting from utility companies?
I can give that to you either next quarter, or I can email it to all of you.
Yeah, but that it's not now going to Center for Transforming
No, the
Lives.
utility companies are keeping themselves and continuing the program themselves.
Got it. But, so the money that we're giving them, is it about 2 million?
2.3.
2.3 million. SUAP has to come out of that money now.
That's correct.
Crazy.
Which it did before, too.
Well, some of it, but we got,
No, SUAP did not. That was not part of the program.
we got donations from the
Did not,
utility
SUAP
companies.
was not covered by those donations.
Okay. All right.
SUAP is a year-long. The utility companies do not let someone be helped for a year.
Right, I understand. It's
Right,
emergency.
so that's why we had to use our own funding sources, which we moved that money from here to Center for Transforming Lives to cover SUAP.
So, but the majority of utility assistance came from our money? And
For
not-
SUAP.
For utility assistance for
Yes,
SUAP?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and not from the utility companies?
It is not it's not that large, but I would, again, let me put we've put the numbers together before. They're out there. I will just find them and send them to all of y'all.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Just a brief comment. I want us to ground this conversation in a simple truth. The need for support in Tarrant County doesn't just impact people on the margins. It impacts everyday people. People who work, people who provide for their families, and people who have done everything the quote-unquote right way. And I want to be clear that my stance remains the same. County government is and should be the local safety net.
Yep.
Not the first stop, but the necessary stop when life happens. This resident, Lisa Lowry, is one of those residents. She has worked her entire life and never needed help before. But like many in our community, life changed quickly and unexpectedly. She suddenly became responsible for her 3 young grandchildren, 1-year-old, 3-year-old, and 5-year-old. I can't even imagine that. Overnight, her household shifted. Her responsibilities increased and the financial pressure followed. Now, Lisa had a job, she had income, and she was doing her part. But what her story shows us is this: even a steady income is not always enough when life circumstances change. And unfortunately, that's the reality for many families across Tarrant County and the United States. It's not about poor decision-making. It's not about a lack of effort. It's about moments, unexpected moments, that can push a stable household to the edge. Lisa reached out for help, just like we encourage people to do in our offices and throughout the county. And initially, she was turned away. I can't count the number of people who have been turned away from places that were meant to support them. It is a disturbing trend in the county where you have families, especially single women, head of household families, who don't make enough money. They make too much money to qualify for resources, and they don't make enough money to take care of their basic needs. They are the working poor. And we have to stand up and be able to support those types of families. And we are not doing as good a job as we can. CTL is an important first step in that direction, but there is much more that Tarrant County can do and should be doing. And this is where the role of county government matters and partnership matters. Because when systems fall short, the county should be there to catch them.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
And for the work you're doing. Next item is a briefing related to Sean Ferraccio, I believe is how to pronounce it, who is going to discuss that.
Good afternoon. Late afternoon. Glad to be here today. I've been asked to brief on a couple of inmates. And the first thing I want to say is that these cases are not under investigation or litigation. And also that MHMR and JPS were asked to be here also, and hopefully I can answer all the questions. But they are very hampered, as I am, over HIPAA. And of course, we will not be talking about people's personal health. But anyway, we can talk about processes, and we can talk about some things publicly about these two folks, that the public information that we have. And I'm happy to share those with you. The first one there was Sean. Sean came into our custody in, I believe it was December of 24. And he left our custody today to go to a state facility, which was perfect. And so he was with us 480 days. And he was cared for and all that stuff here, which, again, we can't talk about HIPAA. But I will talk about, in generally, the process with people like Sean and others that are IDD, and that's what Sean was, which I guess I blew it right there. But what we generally do, and what this case was no different, is often these people are moved up to like the infirmary where they're clearly watched by nurses and doctors and folks that can see them. Often, of course, people in this situation, they come in and the diet that they were on is probably nothing like our diet. You know, we feed between 2,800 and 3,600 calories per day in all of our meals. And what happens, and as this case is no exception, is the incredible job that JPS, MHMR, and the jail staff did, because they recognize what they're dealing with these kids, and they adopt them. And that starts on day one. That didn't start 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. That starts immediately. And they begin to advocate for this person. And often what happens is that staff that is there, they tend to give more supportive items, you know, different blankets and even different mattresses to make their stay better. And in some cases, crayons and coloring books and things that the chronological or the age of that child is, to try to adapt to that. And those things were done in lots and lots of cases. These kids also, as they come in, and again on the diet issue, it's not uncommon that they reject food and they don't eat, and it's difficult to do. But our team, both the jail staff, MHMR and JPS, watch that stuff, and they begin to supplement and try to figure out what they have, and they adjust. You know, we've done chicken sandwiches, we've done 2 breakfasts, we have done snacks that are off the commissary to motivate these people. So their care has been excellent. And that's most of the public stuff about Sean that I can say, and where he was at and what he was doing. He came in and he left. He was with us 480 days. Often, these folks are here from anywhere from 400 days to up to 800 to 1,000, depending on their specific situation before they go to a state bed. But that's not unusual. So he was here for 480, so we're a little ahead. We were excited about that, and we were happy about that. The second briefing item was on Tasha Thomas.
Well, Sheriff, before we go there, anyone have any questions on Sean?
Yeah. All right. I am pleased to join the sheriff in announcing that Sean Fracio, who is the intellectually, developmentally delayed 26-year-old with the cognitive ability of a 6 to 8-year-old, has finally been moved out of Tarrant County Jail after spending 480 days in our jail. He was transferred this morning to a state-supported living center that is equipped to meet his needs. So that is the good news. That is the great news. That is, I dropped tears this morning when I heard from our executive director of MHMR, and I called his mother. And last court, the sheriff came to address this agenda item. Thank you. He said, send me information. I sent it. His staff looked into it. Thank you. And I got with MHMR and worked with them. So the delay, 480 days is not good, people. Imagine, I know you all know a special needs child or an IDD person. Imagine your person sitting in a jail with that level of mental capacity for 480 days. The delay in transferring Sean to an appropriate care facility highlights a broader failure in how systems respond to individuals with significant intellectual developmental disabilities. There should be early identification, coordinated response, and timely placement in appropriate care settings. That must be the standard. Tarrant County is tied for second in court-ordered forensic SSLC admissions. And if we're tied in the state for second, then we need to be able to lead the state in finding solutions locally. Sheriff, when intake staff suspect an IDD or behavior crisis, how quickly is MHMR contacted?
They're right there. They're
Like right
immediate.
there, right?
Right there. Happens immediately.
And so who has the authority to pause booking and divert that person?
Judge. That'll be a judge. They're there because a judge said that there was probable cause to hold them.
Okay.
Nobody there has that authority to do anything but their job. And they're flagged and they're immediately taken care of. And we do all those special things. But we don't have the authority to stop and do anything, especially under his charge, which was continuous family violence.
In Sean's case, where did the intake and diversion process fail?
It was a violent crime, and on violent crimes, we don't divert as a general rule.
So a violent crime where his mom signed an affidavit of non-prosecution.
Sometimes that doesn't help at all, especially if a judge says stay, and that's what happened in this deal. And I would agree with you. In the 70s is when the Supreme Court ruled, and we got rid of those facilities. We should have never gotten rid of those facilities. We should have improved them. And I believe, this year, sunset is coming up on MHMR at the state. We need to be knee-deep in that. And we need to be saying, what is it as a society that we're going to do with these people? Because you can watch it progress, as we have many times with people with IDD, is they're in the home, things are fine, but the older they get, the more the gap widens, the more difficult it takes for the parents. And at some point, they become violent. Now, the reason they become violent is you've got a 4-year-old in charge of a 26-year-old body, in this case.
Yes.
And he becomes frustrated and throws a temper tantrum, and he becomes violent. And the police have they've got a very narrow path, and that's how they end up in jail. We are working together with Fort Worth PD in particular, by the way, is that Chief Garcia and I are visiting about a team where we have dispatch calls to a location, especially a group home, and you show up at that group home. One of the things that you're guaranteed is that person will never stand trial for whatever they've done, and trying to renegotiate those lower level violent crimes and finding alternatives. Those things are in progress. Never been done before in the United States anywhere. But Chief Garcia and I are working on that right now to figure out the ins and outs of that, because that's where we can interrupt it. Once they get to the booking area, that's done. The field is where it's going to need to happen.
Sure. So that's good to hear. The field work, the collaboration with Chief Garcia. And I guarantee, I can speak for you and say, you don't want these IDD folks in your jail.
No,
It's just
not at all.
Right. Are there any local alternatives deputies and jail intake staff use right now for IDD folks in crisis besides jail?
We do, and we are in the field, again, we are doing some types of diversions. But again, when it becomes like family violence or continuous family violence, it starts putting the handcuffs on what cops can and can't do. And listen, I want to change that. I want to see those things change where that when we size up, that we've got a 4-year-old in charge of a 26-year-old body, let's figure out some other place. MHR wants that, JPS wants that, and I think, society in general wants that, but we've got to figure out what we're going to do with these kids.
Are there best practices anywhere in this country? Or people are, agencies, governments are doing it a better way?
Well, I don't know of them if they are. I know that there's a lot of sheriffs, and this is a common topic among major county sheriffs, of what are we going to do? Where are we going to go? Because everybody across the nation has the same issues. 60% of the people that walk in the jail have mental illness of some sort. There's going to be a percentage that have IDD, and then they're all over the spectrum after that. And then you got the medical issue. Every sheriff in America is dealing with that. And we talk about it all the time. We post things that, hey, this is working for us. But as far as best practices, I think right now, our MHMR team leads the state in the treatment that they're doing inside the jail. And they're leading the state in restoration, and they have for the last few years. So we're doing things right.
I contend this is not really a sheriff's problem. If I'm placing blame, I'm putting it on MHMR. Because when these people enter the jail, what type of treatment are they receiving? Maybe that's for Susan to come up here.
Well, they can, but under IDD issues, when they come into jail, everything that I've seen and done and asked for is kid gloves are put on, and they're going to be treated with kid gloves. Now, if they're combative, if they're those kind of things, they will have to be restrained, but we rarely do that. In this case, they went straight to MHMR area and then on to the infirmary. And that's where they were at under close supervision and close eyes of medical and MHMR.
Do you separately track use of force, isolation, injuries, suicide, competency concerns, or prolonged detention for people with known or suspected IDD? Do y'all track?
You mean in our documents?
Yes.
I'd
y'all keep record of which ones have which issue?
There's a lot of records on that. Of course, they're HIPAA protected.
So on one hand, I go, this is an MHMR issue. Why, are these folks being treated while they're in jail? Are they looked after, they're getting their medication, their whatever, therapy, whatever. Then I look at it as a criminal justice issue. Why are we arresting people with 6-year-old minds? It's crazy to me. What training does the sheriff's office provide deputies, detention staff, and even people like Amber? She's your nurse navigator.
She's a master's degree RN.
Okay. What type of training do they have on IDD specific communication, de-escalation, all that self-harm, risk?
Is we have for several years, every time you go through the academy, you get the first level of mental health training, and you become a mental health officer. And then a few years later, they'll get a second level of that. They have to have 2 years before they can go back and get the second level. But we do that type of training all the time. We have instructors assigned to the jail to do briefings, instruct on issues like better ways to de-escalate, better ways to restrain. All of those things go on all the time.
Okay, so they get continuing education on this?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I have some questions for MHMR if they're present. Or somebody might be, y'all might have questions for the sheriff. I'm sorry. I'll wait.
No, I'll just say good job getting him transferred. Well done.
Yeah, my comments aren't specific to you, Sheriff. They're also include MHMR, but I'll say, we speaking to Sean's mother and family and making sure that the case is what it is. I know a lot of the information that you can share is protected as you're going through the process. But this one I liken to, when I met with MHMR, the same. I liken it to an Alzheimer's patient. The only difference is age. I mean, sometimes they get combative as well, but nobody's calling the police on them and nobody's taking them to jail. And so the fix is you have to figure out what to do and how to treat these folks whenever it happens, with also consideration for the victim when there is a victim who's been assaulted, to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Exactly.
Because if left in the home, it could continue. You just have to have those resources. And I've talked to several people down in Austin, several people that are also interested in making a change this session. My question is, what has been tried in the past? Why hasn't it been successful? A lot of it hinges on funding, according to the mental health experts. And it's not necessarily funding for state facilities or state employees, but it's also funding for the residences that are privately operated but funded with state dollars. I learned that the folks that work in those facilities are paid about 40% less than state employees. That's something that I believe we can get behind and help create a fix there through legislation. But again, the process takes a while because you have to go through legislative session. I mean, the answer, though, with the wait list being what it is to get a state bed, is really having MHMR prioritize. And to this point, I think they've done a tremendous job in doing that. They were able to work what I would consider a miracle to get Sean a bed today, considering that there's folks that are actually above him on the list that have been in our jail longer. So it's a balance, and I think everybody's trying very, very hard, and I applaud your efforts for doing so.
You're right about the legislative session, and Senator Parker is going to be right now heading that Sunset Committee, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to have some influence on improving circumstances. And you're absolutely right. You know, we need to build up those resources out there where police officers have resources to go to.
Well, and remember, MHMR is our local health authority, but it's HHSC that manages all of these and selects who comes, actually. It's not MHMR who decides who gets to go.
That's right.
It's HHSC who decides who they're going to take. That's how it works.
Well, let me point this out and ask this. Sean's been in our jail for 480 days. If I hadn't said a word about Sean last court, if I hadn't asked the mother, you need to come down here and tell us what's going on. If the advocates hadn't gone and picked the mother up because she doesn't have transportation and brought her down here, where would Sean be today?
I think that he would be right where he is, based on the stuff that I knew was going on behind the scenes. And I think MHMR was a big advocate for that, including the CEO. I believe that he would be right there. And by chance, if whatever happened last month created that, then I would say we need it done about 100 times more. But we're going to work hard on that. But there was advocacy going on for him day one. Day one that he entered that jail, we began to advocate for him.
Day one, and he was in there 480 days.
Exactly.
From March 10th to today, he's where he's supposed to be, because people spoke up. I just, it's hard to convince me. I heard you. I heard where you were going, or what you said. It's hard to convince me that he was going to be in an SSLC bed anytime soon. I hear you. But I just think if his mom hadn't reached out, Texas Jail Project hadn't reached out, these folks hadn't heeded the call to go, can y'all go help this mother? I can't, can y'all? I'm thinking Sean would still be there.
Commissioner, if we believe that, I'd like to give you 62 or 65 more names, and let's do that every month.
All right, we're happy to. I got good constituents.
But I appreciate any advocacy for him from anyone.
Mm-hmm.
It was appreciated.
Yeah, and then my point is, too, finally, for you, is that I'm happy to do it. That's what I'm here for. I signed up for it. I'm built for it. It shouldn't have to get to a county commissioner. It shouldn't have to get to a sheriff. These people's people should be taken care of.
And the largest mental health facility in the county. and I'd
Appropriately.
love not to be.
Yeah.
All right. Now, anybody else have any questions before we move to Tasha Thomas?
I do for MHMR. And, I mean, you heard, hi, Ramey, how's it going? Wait, is that Ramey?
It's Raymond.
Okay.
Susan had to leave, sorry.
Some of the same, I'm not asking you, what system failures were exposed by the case of Sean Faracio?
Say, excuse me.
What
repeat the question.
system failures were exposed by Sean's case?
I don't think there was any new system failures exposed. It's a process of, for individuals when they come in who are incompetent to stand trial and have to wait, or who are ordered to an SSLC, there's a long waiting list. And the more narrow the category, so in other words, if you need a specific facility with a specific help, the wait is going to be longer because they're waiting against other people all around the state. So I think it's in this particular instance, the capacity and to be able to get someone there would be the system that failed. There's just not enough number of beds available to move them quickly. Again, as you spoke earlier, it'd be better had they not been in jail to begin with. You can back up to that system and talk about that for sure.
Are there any dedicated IDD crisis respite service capacity? Does any capacity actually exist in Tarrant County today?
Yes.
Just group homes?
Yes, so
Pretty much.
we have a crisis group, not only our regular mobile crisis team, but we have IDD specialists
Mhm.
who do crisis activity. In fact, when we have an individual in jail that we have, actually on a regular basis, when we have someone who's IDD in our jail, we bring in our IDD staff who have plenty of stuff to do already, but we bring them in to make sure that we're addressing an individual who's in jail who has IDD issues. And we started doing that probably 2.5, 3 years ago, bringing folks in to help us to ensure that we're addressing the issues properly. We also have folks that come to court if that individual's in competency court to help work with the judge, to provide information, and also to see what resources there are, which is above and beyond our county contract, but to make sure that we're addressing those issues properly and getting the resources if they're identified, because if there's something that we can say to a court, here's a spot for an individual in the community, if the judge wants to consider diverting them or releasing them, then we say, well, here's an appropriate placement, and that happens. But there's not always an appropriate placement for everybody. And the charge makes a difference. The charge really is a big factor.
How do we stop criminalizing these people? The IDD folks. How do we stop that? Because if I listen to Sean's mother, this is what she tells me. She was trying to get him to do something. He moved this way. He moved that way. He was bigger than her. And she called she didn't call 911 for help. She called, do y'all have a line?
We have a crisis line.
Crisis line for help.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all must have called Fort Worth PD. Somebody did.
We will call Fort Worth PD if a person's in danger. So when they call our crisis line and there's a danger to self or others going on, we call the Fort Worth PD because we don't want to have someone ending up getting hurt waiting on us to show up. So that's what we do.
But she says in her case, she said, no, he doesn't need to go. We don't need the police. I just need help calming him down. And the police came. She said she signed. I have the copy of it in my email.
Okay.
Deal non-prosecution, and he ends up in jail for 480 days. The mother who can't afford bail and all this other stuff. Just how do we stop the criminalization of her son turned around and bumped her real hard and bumped her the other way real hard. And now he's in jail for 480 days. I just want solutions. We're not going to get them today.
Commissioner, it's in the field. That's where we need to stop it at, in the field. And we need the resources to respond to that field issue. to try to turn it around there and gain it. And it'd be great.
All right, thank you.
All right, anybody else have any for these guys on that one? All right, now Tasha Thomas.
Tasha Thomas, 54-year-old female, entered our jail on November the 20th. And I believe it was, she was charged with 4 criminal violations: unlawfully possession of a firearm, drugs, failure to ID, DWI. She was sent to the Texas Department of Corrections on March 25th, 2026. During the time period she was here, there were 2 complaints filed with the state on this case. Or not with this case. There was one on this one and one on Sean. Both of them by the state was investigated and found unfounded. She entered our facilities. Again, we can't talk about the medical part of it, the HIPAA part of it, but I will say that in people's situation where they come into the jail, they're getting a physical at the beginning. They're examined, they're treated, and even when they go to TDC, the first thing that happens with our medical team is they call the TDC folks and their contacts there and say, this is what we had, this is what continuing treatment they need to have, blah, 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 blah. And they run that down. They say, so there's concurrent treatment even when they get to TDC. Let's see here. And that's pretty much, except for a criminal history, which is quite lengthy, that's the public information on her. Our courts took her through, she went through pretty quickly and got to TDC. Our judicial was working hard.
Yes, so the daughter also reached out to my office, to me. And I talked about it last time. This woman had stroke and seizure disorders or whatever, and then somewhere she contracted a bad toothaches, and which was making her headaches and all this other stuff worse, according to her daughter. And so I talked to you about that last time. You said, send us her information and we'll get on it. You did. Thank you. Your staff did. Thank you. I put Ms. Thomas's daughter in touch with Amber. That didn't go so well because the daughter wanted her mother seen transported to JPS because of the continuing complaints about the head, the teeth, all that. So I was able to talk to JPS, and they scheduled a meeting with the daughter. They looked at her records. They saw the issues, the medical issues. They acknowledged dropping the ball in a couple of areas. And then all of a sudden she was transferred to TDC or prison. And so I asked JPS to do me one huge big favor. Can you please contact the prison health department she went to and ask them to do her teeth extractions? They did. The daughter has written back and said, thank you. My mother feels 100% better. It didn't happen here. She couldn't get her teeth extracted. She couldn't, all of the whatever that I think should have been done during her length of stay in our jail. And she gets to the prison system, and in a matter of a day and a half, it's done. Again, I just don't think, I'm pleased to help, is what I do, is what I live for, to help people. But I just don't think it should get to a level where you're contacting the commissioner to get basic treatment for these people. And remember, Lisa's never trying to get anybody out of jail. I don't think they should die there. I don't think they should suffer. I think you said last time, we've got all these hundreds of medical staff. Why?
Well, number one is, we're gonna differ on the backstory. That I said, we've already discussed too much medical people. We violated HIPAA today. And those are more appropriate closed-door talks with waivers in place. And, but I will say this, is that this is not HIPAA in my opinion, with Amber, who's our liaison. The issue is mom would not sign a release for her to talk to her daughter. And those things finally fell into place.
Yeah. Instantly.
But she was getting treatment, she was getting diagnosed, and that's about all I'm gonna say. But I believe she was getting fine medical treatment.
I was waived in, but I probably shouldn't talk about it anymore out here. So I know, I've talked to the physician, I've talked to the COO. I know that JPS dropped the ball in the jail, not your staff so much. But I'm always trying to get to a solution, trying to get to how the process isn't seamless, where you take care of these people while they're with you. And, you know, the sheriff says, hey, JPS, this is on you. Hey, MHMR, this is on you. And it gets taken care of. And we avoid as much of this as possible. That's all I'm ever trying to get to. So.
All right, anybody have anything else? All right, now we'll move over. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank
You got
you.
something else you'd like to add?
Well, I do, if I may, because
Sure.
This happened in public last time, and I think it should happen in public again, as the commissioner pointed out that she'd like for us to be more like Orange County, Florida, if you recall last time.
I do.
Well, I just quick briefing, because we researched that. And by the way, I know that administrator, he's a good administrator of that jail. Their daily population is 3,000. Ours is 4,500, just to give you the difference. Florida has no real commission rules. That means the Sheriff's Association runs the rules, where we're governed by the Texas Jail Commission. Big difference. It's like apples and oranges. For instance, they use a ratio of 1 to 80 inmates. Can you imagine? 1 to 80. We, by state law, have to do 1 to 48. Just to give you a difference in some of those. Is the other thing that they do that we can't do is every inmate gets charged a fee. And they have a couple of $1 million of revenue each year, and they have the ability to put liens on their houses, their cars, and everything else if the inmate doesn't pay. Helen, where are you at? But, okay. Yeah, we can't do it, unfortunately. But they are doing that. They also, in best practices, they don't have to investigate deaths that occur at hospitals. Obviously, we do, and obviously have to have second people. And they don't do press releases. We do press releases on in-custody deaths because we try to be transparent. But from last year, their deaths in custody, they had 7 deaths in custody, and we had 6. The year before, they had 10, we had 9. To give you a snapshot of Orlando, Florida, I think they're a good jail, and that as we dig deeper, they may have some programs, and we may exchange those. I know the sheriff, who does not run the jail in Orange County.
Correct.
The Commissioner's Court does.
Correct.
Yeah.
No,
All right, moving on. And I had a year and a half, couple years ago, when I first came in, I had a good long conversation with Mayor Demings. And so he explained how during his tenure as sheriff, and then the county mayor is what they call it, I think.
Right.
How he got his jail death rate down. And so I visit with him at conferences. I have just not gone out to visit with them. But the last in-depth conversation I had with him was about a year and a half ago. And he's happy to show me what they did. So, and he did, I just didn't commit it all to memory.
The executive administrator, Lewis, is doing a great job. He came out of Bexar County. Texas.
Yes.
And he's a good administrator, and he's got a nice reputation. He has good. Their death rate is slightly higher than ours. And, you know, I don't know, listen, that can happen in any jail, and that's what people don't understand, is people come in sick, they come in with mental illness, and those kind of things. So I'm not slamming Orlando because they have a higher death rate. I'm just saying that's the comparison, and it's night and day, apples and oranges, because we have a jail commission that really does run the show, and they don't. See, they have to be recertified and inspected every 4 years. We do that every year. They don't have the ratios. Their policy is 1 to 80 inmates, but they could have 1 to 150 or 200. But it's just not the same from.
And I think most people, the public, you might not think so, because people are advocating, but they understand what comes into a jail. You know, I don't think the majority of the people think you have healthy, blue-collar crime people coming into your jail. So don't ever think that. You know, it's challenging, and it's not just your jail, it's jails everywhere.
Jails everywhere.
Yeah.
That is
All right,
correct.
thank you, Sheriff. All right, we're going to move to briefing item number 5. Briefing related to an analysis of 10-year detention trends in Tarrant County pertaining to commitments to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. Mr. Shaw, do you have something for us?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Riley Shaw, Tarrant County Juvenile Services. There is a PowerPoint. How does that get pulled up? Okay, there we go. All right, County Judge and Commissioners, this PowerPoint is based on information I provided to each of you on March the 30th by email. And I just want to go over and answer any questions that you might have related to the data. This is specific data that was requested by Commissioner Simmons. The analysis is limited to the things I was asked to analyze. So you may have other questions or other interests, but I'll dive in. From 2016 to 2025, these are the numbers of unique youth who spent any amount of time in our detention facility here in Tarrant County. And just so the court knows, that would be youth age 10 through age 18, typically through the end of their 17th year, but we do have some 18-year-olds. The blue line is the unique youth. The orange lines are total youth. And what that means is when you have more total youth than unique youth, that means individuals are coming in more than once during that year. So, next slide, average daily populations. The line in blue is the average daily population overall. The line in orange excludes youth awaiting TJJD. The line in green is specific to the youth awaiting TJJD. So what that means is if a child's in detention, has already had their case disposed, and has been committed to the custody of TJJD, which is the penitentiary for children. There has been a wait list to get kids into TJJD that began basically in 2020, and we've got additional slides on that a little bit later. Next slide, average length of stay of youth committed to TJJD, 146 days last year, start off about 46 days back in 2016. And that is all based on the wait times to get to TJJD. You'll see the orange line is children who are not committed to TJJD, so your everyday child who's in detention. That's the average length of stay, anywhere from 13 to last year, 19 days on average per kid. Part 2 of that first slide, general average length of stay, including non-committed kids and committed kids. The orange line is specific to youth who are going to TJJD. That's how long they wait after being committed before TJJD will accept them. You'll see those wait times got pretty high. That line that's called average time to court, which is in green, I think in retrospect, I would have changed that line and call that average time to disposition. It's not that kids are waiting this number of days to get to court. They've been to court many times. That's the number of days they wait from the time they hit the detention facility till they actually have a dispositional hearing. So I would label that differently if I were to do this again. Next slide, yearly TJJD commitments for that 10-year time period. You'll see 56 youth committed in 2016. It goes up and down. Last year, those commitments were up to 101 unique youth on 106 individual committed offenses. Yearly TJJD committed youth with a prior placement. So what this means is if a youth was committed to TJJD by the court, this is the ratio of those youth who had a prior placement from the court before going to TJJD.
Just 1 second, please.
Yes.
Chandler, should the public be able to see the presentation? Because I keep
If
getting
they,
texts.
if programmatically they've switched to it in the back, yes, they would either take the presentation or they would take the camera.
Oh,
But
okay.
I can
So
look on
on
it and see.
YouTube, they're just going to see.
It's either him or them, yeah.
Okay, got it. I hope y'all heard that.
So, and we can go back to the beginning of these when we're done if you have individual questions. I just wanted to explain to you what the slides are. But you can see what the trend lines are from 2016 to 2025 and the way that the placement trends have changed over time. This next slide details, and this one, well, they're all interesting in their own ways, but this one, you see a much higher ratio of youth who have a firearms history over time. So 2016 to 2025, of the youth committed to TJJD, they have a much higher history of firearms involvement in 2025 than they did back in 2016. We're also asked, in every case, when a youth goes before the court for a dispositional hearing, Juvenile Services is required by statute to provide a recommendation to the court. And so we were asked for the youth committed in 2025 that were actually committed to TJD, what were the recommendations of Juvenile Services with regard to those youth? And this shows you 66.3% of those, which really just means 67 youth, we recommended a community plan. 32.7% or 33 youth, we recommended TJJD, and in 1%, we had no recommendation at all. I have asked for an explanation why no recommendation was made in that case, and that situation has been rectified. Final slide is age of youth at the time of commitment, and it is what you would expect. The highest concentration is 15, 16, and 17-year-olds. So that is the data, and I will go. Oh, that pushed us to the next slide. So can someone bring me back?
All right, questions for Mr. Shaw?
Chief, we appreciate what you do for Tarrant County and what you do for the system overall. I mean, I know it's challenging with circumstances you don't control. You don't control who gets committed. You don't control who comes into the facility, but you manage it very, very well. And just for everybody's reference across the state, Chief Shaw is widely regarded as one of the best in the industry. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
All right, any questions?
So thank you for the presentation. Since the numbers are already in the record, I kind of want to spend more time explaining them. And of course, I'm not asking about individual kids. I'm asking about countywide patterns, county costs, local alternatives, and who's accountable for the choices driving the outcomes. So, can we put your presentation back up? So, what do the 10-year here we go.
I'm going back.
Yeah, these are about 10-year trends.
Yes.
Okay. I understand there are many factors, but what factors change the most in Tarrant County?
Over detention trends? Total detention trends, we had, kind of have to look at it several different ways. One, the county has grown in the last 10 years. County's grown by about 10% in population. Of the county population, the 10 to 16-year-old population itself has also grown, but at a slower rate, about 4%, maybe 5%. And so you do see from the 2016 to 2025, looks like a little over 10% increase total over that 10-year period, not per year, but for the 10-year period of unique youth. And as far as what's driving that,
Yeah. Besides population.
yeah, I couldn't tell you that the detention decisions are made by the court. So when a child's brought into detention, Juvenile Services in Tarrant County is the intake agency, so we make a short-term decision on whether a child can be detained under the statute, but that decision can only last a maximum of 48 hours.
Okay.
Typically, it lasts for 24 or less, but at the most it can last is 48 hours. And then there's a judicial decision, and all decisions after that are judicial.
Got it. That's why I appreciate you being here, but I prefer the judge be here, because my questions are more for him, because I do realize the decisions are judicial. But there, I'm going to try to get you to answer some questions. So the county's website, or your department website, shows a disproportionate overrepresentation report on racial disparities. When was the last time that report was reviewed and updated, and how is it being used today to guide decisions about reducing overrepresentation?
I do not have that answer with me today. I can get that answer to you.
Okay. Dallas County appears to show that this issue is solvable by aligning the courts, the district attorney, and the juvenile department. They've reduced detention well below their capacity and are moving cases to court in 40 to 50 days. Do you know what concrete steps are being taken to align our courts, the DA, and the juvenile system, and what is being done to safely reduce the number of youth in detention?
Those would be questions for the district attorney and for the court.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. Of the youth who ultimately went to TJJD after juvenile services had recommended a community plan, does juvenile services track how many were Black, what specific community plan was recommended, and whether that plan included community-based mentoring, wraparound, or school-based support?
I missed a piece of that. Say that again.
Okay. Oh. So, of the youth who ultimately went to TJJD after juvenile services had recommended a community plan, does juvenile services track how many were Black, what specific community plan was recommended, and whether that plan included community-based mentoring, wraparound, or school-based support like the services provided by MHMR or previously provided by YAP?
I feel confident in saying that we can track by race those other specifics. I do not believe we capture.
Okay.
There is in a mineable way, if that makes sense.
Okay. The way I came up with a lot of these questions, and I got pages, I'm just going to stop, is because I asked these questions of other counties, and they sent the data right over. So I just kind of wanted to see if I could get our data so that we're able to see what they're doing, what we're doing, so we can come to solutions and make improvements. But
If
again,
you'll get your data points to me, I'll see what we have.
okay. All right, and maybe I'll be able to get the judge in here one day. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions on this?
I do. Chief Shaw, thank you for what you do. My question is, are you seeing the courts increasingly override community-based recommendations in favor of TJJD commitments?
I would not use the word override. Courts consider, and I've had that job. The court considers a lot of different information from defense counsel, from prosecution, from juvenile services, and from other sources. So to say that our recommendation is being overridden by anybody, I don't know that that's the way I would couch that. But I think it is clear that we don't always come to the same conclusion.
Do you have any thoughts as to why the choice is commitments versus community-based options or alternatives?
I can't answer that question.
The judge would be the one to answer that question, or judges would be the one to answer that question?
To the extent that that's even a proper question to ask.
Thank you, sir.
Before a youth is committed on a probation or technical violation, what lesser interventions are supposed to be attempted first?
Well, it depends on what the violation is, and we do try many different lesser interventions before that case gets to court.
And is there a standard used to say that those options have been exhausted?
Say that again?
Is there a standard that says that those options have been exhausted? Like if you
I think the answer to your question is no.
Okay.
But I don't know that there is, when a child violates probation, juvenile services is not the one referring that violation to the court. That's coming from the district attorney.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for Riley? All right, thank you, Riley.
Thank you, sir.
Last briefing item is related to tax rates, projected tax revenue, and cash carry forward usage for fiscal years 24, 25, and 26.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'd like to take this opportunity to brief you all over those tax revenue, tax rates, and the cash carry forward for fiscal year 24, 25, and 26. Make sure I'm doing this wrong. We made the right decision, only have 3 slides for you today. So we'll start by looking at the tax rate per $100 valuation. We have the years listed out here. For each of those, we give 3 different tax rates that we're looking at. We're looking at the voter approval rate, we're looking at the no new revenue tax rate, and the adopted tax rate. Just as a reminder, the voter approval rate represents the max amount we could adopt before going out to the voters for approval. The no new revenue rate is a tax rate which would bring the same amount of revenue from the same properties as the previous year. And then the adopted tax rate is, again, what the Commissioners Court approves for our budget. Below that, we have the tax revenue generated, budgeted tax revenue generated, thank you. And as a note on that, that is net of TIFs and over 65 freezes. And just as a reference for fiscal year 26, the total amount of TIFs that came straight off the top was 11.3 million, and the total amount of over 65 exemptions was 8.6 million. On our next slide, we'll talk a little bit about cash carry forward to give you an indication of how we budget for cash carry forward in 24, 25, and 26. You see those amounts listed there. From our previous discussion on our reserves last court session, we did discuss that cash carry forward uses to fund 3 major pools. One of those is reserves, one of those is undesignated, and the last is the capital transfers for 451 and 454 funds. You can see how those cash carry forward amounts for 24-25 were used for those funds on that slide. And then our last slide is talking about the undesignated uses, or how we used undesignated for 24, 25, and 26. We used about $1 million for 24, $9 million for 25, and $1.1 million so far for 26. To go back and kind of reiterate what we discussed during our reserves briefing last month, That 9 million includes that 53.9% for judicial, and this is by functional areas, which are what we call cost centers in the budget, are the functional areas. That 53.9% represents indigent defense, which is our largest unfunded mandate, up to $33 million for fiscal year '25. That was 16% more than fiscal year '24, and continues to rise year over year without any additional funding from the state. So really, that's what I have for you today. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I do.
Yes, sir.
Regarding general fund transfers, capital transfers dropped from 77.7 million to 22.8 million in 2 years. That's a $55 million reduction. What specific projects or services have been deferred as a result, and what is the cumulative cost of that deferral to the county?
Well, I can't answer any deferral costs. I can tell you that we have not had to defer anything. We still have a capital improvement plan that we have not yet presented to the court, but we plan on doing that in the near future. But we haven't had to defer any costs, any maintenance or operational costs yet.
Okay. At what point do reduced transfers from the general fund begin affecting day-to-day service delivery in precincts, and are we already there?
I don't believe we're already there. Again, I can't really answer that. I don't foresee that happening anytime in the future. Road and Bridge does take an operating transfer significantly from the tax rate, but that is not coming from cash. That's coming from our tax rate that we adopt as the Commissioners Court.
Okay. The adopted tax rate has been set below the no new revenue rate 3 years in running. In dollar terms, how much revenue has that decision cost the county cumulatively across fiscal year '24 to '26?
From '24 to '26, I can definitely get you that amount.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And last question is, if the current trajectory continues into '27, which county services or departments, if any, are first in line to absorb cuts?
Again, cannot answer specifically. We have a lot of variables we have to consider as we move into fiscal year '27. One of those being this is a new appraisal year for the first time since we've taken adopted the 2-year rate. And we are transitioning to a new system for TAD, which may help give better data. So far so good. We haven't heard any bad news from over there. We should have preliminary values at the end of April, so we can get a good idea of kind of where we're standing for fiscal year '27.
Thank you, Matt.
Yes, sir.
I'll just say, Commissioner Miles, I would switch the premise of that question when we lower the effective tax rate on what it's cost the county. I would put it, how much more money have the taxpayers kept in their pockets? So I think you can look at it either way, but
sure,
I think that's a fair way to look at it too.
I mean, you could, but how much did it save the taxpayers?
We have those calculations. I did not include them in the slide. I do have it in my office. I can get those for you later today.
I mean, any penny is valuable, but hey, if it's on average $40 a year, and you know, we're struggling because we insisted on going below no new revenue.
Who
rate.
is struggling?
The county is struggling because we insisted on going below no new revenue. Then that's a problem. Now, I understand, I just want to clarify so you can know that I understand. And if we just talk in plain terms of dollar amounts, fiscal years, and availability, I think it's all in here. Was that a fiscal year 2025 reserve, there was a reserve use, right?
For fiscal year '25, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Was there a fiscal year 2026 adjustment?
Adjustment to reserves?
Uh-huh.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Each year we budget, again, with cash carry forward for reserves.
Okay. Okay. Or a November 2025 closeout entry?
There was a November 25 closeout entry for fiscal year '25.
Right. And what was that exact dollar amount?
That was approximately the $8 million
Yeah.
that we used, that we tapped into reserves for overtime.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. Now that that's clarified, as of the most recent official reporting date, what are the current dollar balances for formal reserves and undesignated funds? Are they in this?
So the 83 million, which you'll see right there for
I see
26
it.
is the reserves.
Mhm.
And for undesignated, let me go back. Oh, it's right there too. 6.2 million for undesignated.
I see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so please walk us through the tax side for fiscal years 2024, 25, and 26. What was the adopted tax rate? Go, yep, got it. 24. Is there anything that concerns you right now with our financial picture for the rest of this fiscal year? Do you have any concerns about making budget in any area?
If I understand what you're saying, you're asking if we didn't budget according to our expenditures and our budget meets our expenditures, our revenue covers the expenditures that we've budgeted for. We have no, we're not seeing any downside in revenues. I'm looking at the auditor to make sure. No, so there's no downside in revenues, and we budgeted to the revenues, so we don't see any issue at this particular moment.
Okay. And for next fiscal year, because we're in the budgeting process now, if we're looking at going below no new revenue again, does that cause you pause or any concern?
We would need to see the April tax roll. Until we see that, I mean, as Matt stated, they are undergoing a conversion to newest software, and they're doing a 2-year appraisal. So once we see how that looks, then, and April is never a good, even when we receive it historically.
You always say that.
From TAD, because there's so many still under protest. So we can compare it to last year, and that's the best we can do, but we can't use that to project what we believe we will receive.
Okay. All right, thank you, Matt.
Any other questions from anyone?
Thanks, Matt.
Yes, sir.
All right, now it's time for announcements and comments from court members. Does anybody have any? All right, seeing none, we will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. Executive session will begin promptly at 4:52 PM. We are now in recess. All right, we're back from recess. We have two items that, for consideration. First item is B1, consideration of requests to provide legal representation pursuant to Local Government Code Section 157.901 in Altmans versus Rydell.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, I would say cast your vote. Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Oh, you
Cast
gotta
your
touch it.
votes.
Gotta wake it up.
I just want to make something clear. On this, we will not be hiring outside counsel on this, doesn't sound like.
Correct. The
Is
DA's
that
office
correct?
will represent.
We will be using attorneys from the DA's office to handle this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? All right, passes unanimously. And then we go to F1. F1 is consideration to sell to an abutting landowner, sell through a broker, abandon, or vacate Billings Road. Do we have a motion here?
I move to approve the sale of Billings Road to an abutting landowner with conditions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. And with that, there is no other action to be taken. We are officially adjourned.